głosu rektorowi.
Rektorowi.
Powiedzcie kiedy. Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome on our first international conference, EU-Sub-Saharan Africa, Challenges and Opportunities, Engine for Growth and Job Creation. I would like to ask our honorary rector, Professor Piotr Wachowiak, to give the welcome address.
Good morning, Madame President, His Excellency Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you at Warsaw School of Economics. Our university is the oldest and the smallest economic and business university in Poland. It is the best university in Polish ranking. Why we are different than other universities in Poland? Unique education system, each student has an individual learning process. A very large number of research workers and lecturers. Cooperation with a large number of foreign universities. Participation in SEMS. Higher effectiveness of obtaining grants for scientific research, good relation with business practice. For 20 years, there has been a partner club at the university, which includes the best companies, a very large number of postgraduate studies and MBA studies. They are the best in the country. The great interest in CSR. What are our aspirations? And the Warsaw School of Economics community, leading academic position, leadership in education, opening something institution, digital Warsaw School of Economics, responsible Warsaw School of Economics. What are our values? True professionalism, honesty, respect, cooperation. Subject on the conference is very interesting. Cooperation with Europe and Africa is very important as is a key to our future growth. I am happy this conference organized by Warsaw School of Economics. We would like to invite you in person to Warsaw and our university. I wish you fruitful conference. I awaiting any future recommendation. I would like to thank you for the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wachowiak. And now I would like to ask our Dean, Dr. Matusewicz, to also give the welcome address.
Hello, good morning, Her Excellency, Mr. Rector, Anya. Good morning, all the dear guests. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the conference, EU-Sub-Saharan Africa Challenges and Opportunities, Engine for Growth and Job Creation. I am so pleased to have an opportunity to welcome you all here today from the Warsaw School of Economics. Unfortunately, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we meet over the internet. But I hope that the next conference will take place in the real world, and we'll have pleasure to welcome you all here in the Warsaw School of Economics. The conference will take only one day, but if you take a look at the conference program, I think that you will agree that the conference is going to be very busy and very productive. I hope so. There is a lot to offer. I see that you will try to answer very significant questions too. The problems which will be discussed are very important and topical. The world, Africa and Europe are developing very quickly. Closer cooperation between EU and African countries may happen thanks to these kinds of meetings, these kinds of conferences. I think that this is the time and place. I think that this is the right time, right place to discuss the current problems, current issues, chances, opportunities to improve the transfer of knowledge and idea from EU to Africa, and I believe from Africa to EU. I think generally that we have lots to learn from each other. I hope that the conclusions which will be made here will have a bearing on practical aspects of our today's and future's cooperation. I'm very happy that the conference takes place at Warsaw School of Economics at SGH, and I am pleased with the cooperation between so many institutions and organizations. I hope that this is the beginning of the wider cooperation, and this initiative will continue in the future. I would like to thank participants, especially those of you coming, attending from abroad, for joining us and sharing your valuable experiences and ideas. It's essential to bring together experts in the field. I would like to take the opportunity to thank to the conference organizing committee for their diligent work, and I hope that the conference provides stimulating discussion, networking, and cooperation opportunities. In closing, I wish you very fruitful discussions during these days. I think that all of you will enjoy the conference. In normal circumstances, I would say to our visitors from abroad especially, have a very pleasant stay in Warsaw. Please visit our great city. But today I would like to say, please come to our city in the future. You are very welcome here. I hope that in the nearest future we will have opportunities to meet here in Poland, in Warsaw, and get to know face to face. All the best, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our Dean. And now I would like to underline that our conference aim is to address critical development issues about the link between the economy, the demography, and the pathway for sustainability in Africa. And on that occasion, I would like to ask His Excellency, EU Ambassador, to give our guest speech to our conference. Thank you, Ambassador, for agreeing to be with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me very well. Dear Professor Piotr Wachowiak, President of the Warsaw School of Economics, dear Dean Dr. Michał Matusewicz, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I can't resist to say dzień dobry wszystkim. Witam serdecznie z Zambii. Widzę, że u Państwa jest ciepło, a u mnie jest zimno, bo jesteśmy na półkuli południowej, więc mamy zimę teraz w Zambii. Także nie jest to nasza zima, ale jest to zima zambijska. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased and honored to speak at this important multidisciplinary conference with so many distinguished participants. We will look at the challenges and opportunities of EU-Africa relations and try to find answers to questions raised. How to partner with Africa? How to work together in facing so many challenges of our time and turning them into opportunities? Let me start with a distinct European perspective, which is at the same time the very personal perspective of a Polish diplomat who spent quite some time on European affairs and in Africa. My present job as the European Union ambassador to Zambia and COMESA is to make Europe's voice heard in this part of the world. Together with the EU member states, and I would like to underline, together with the EU member states, acting as Team Europe and with colleagues in Brussels, we seek to ensure a stronger Europe on the world stage. This means, firstly, in an increasingly polarized world with competing models, disinformation, and wars of narratives, we strive to advance European strategic interests and objectives. Based on the European Union global strategy, we stand for a rules and values-based international order to strengthen bilateral, regional, and global partnerships. Yet we can only preach abroad what we practice at home. Hence, the EU's external agenda is closely linked to what we achieve internally in terms of Green Deal, digital transformation, and human development. Secondly, it means that we must tackle the rising social, economic, and environmental inequalities intensified by COVID-19 crisis. We must deliver on the Build Back Better agenda, actively contribute to a successful green and sustainable global economic recovery, and at the same time, support resilience and human development, targeting in particular women and youth. In short, this means linking our investments to the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. Thirdly, we must global increase of autocracy, a rollback on liberal values, and attacks on human rights and civil liberties. For the European Union, it therefore remains paramount to speak out and to work with like-minded partners in order to protect and promote human rights, to support democracy, the rule of law, and good governance. Ladies and gentlemen, so how does this European perspective translate into new regional and bilateral partnerships with Africa? When it comes to the relationship between the European Union and the African Union, I believe that our political agendas and aspirations do largely correspond. We both want to create quality jobs, manage human mobility as best as possible, promote digital innovation, increase our trade, reconcile economic growth and the environment, and silence the guns in Africa. We are both ready to play our part to achieve these goals. In doing so, we must understand both our common responsibilities and our specific interests. Preparations are now underway for European Union, African Union ministerial meeting in Rwanda in October 2021. I'm confident that this ministerial meeting, which hopefully can be a physical meeting, will adopt important policy orientations and guide the European Union, African Union partnership on both substance and process. Let me also recall the new partnership agreement between the European Union and the African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries. This new partnership agreement is set to be signed by the end of this year. It will absolutely have a very strong and specific African pillar, and it will help us advance our common ambitions, bilaterally and on the global stage. Furthermore, I believe that this new agreement with a group of ACP states constitutes a solid basis for further reinforcing the already strong relationship between the European Union and COMESA countries. These major changes on a global and continental scale also affect relations between the European Union and the Republic of Zambia. A new cycle of cooperation and partnership between the European Union, its member states, and the Republic of Zambia will begin by the end of this year. based on our common aspirations and interests. Following very extensive and productive stakeholder consultations, we are now finalizing a multi-annual indicative program for Zambia for years 2021-2027. Its main priorities areas are green alliances and partnership for sustainable recovery, growth and jobs, supporting the people of Zambia to reach their potential and build resilience, a fair, inclusive and peaceful society, covering the crucial issues of justice, transparency, integrity and accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the new European Union Zambia multi-annual indicative program could be a game changer, as it will by no means be limited not only to official development assistance. We are rather looking for multiplying effects through more investment of the private sector, mobilizing financial institutions, and working together as Team Europe in order to achieve a critical mass and get greater impact. There is a good reason why our common agenda for 2021-2027 can be so ambitious. The reason is that we build our future cooperation on the foundations of a long-standing, stable, profound partnership between Zambia and the European Union and its member states. Zambia will hold presidential and general elections on 12 August. During the ongoing campaign, this almost certainly leads to heightened political tensions and occasionally even to violence. As European Union, we are of course neutral as to the outcome of these elections, which should exclusively reflect the will of the Zambian people. At the same time, it is paramount for us that Zambia does not slide into crisis mode, but that the country maintains its position as a peaceful and stable country, as a force for peace and stability in Southern Africa. The European Union and its member states have therefore spared no effort to support this year's electoral process, which is crucial for the country's future. In particular, we will deploy as from July an European Union election observation mission. This mission will be a highly visible demonstration of the European Union's commitment to support democracy and the respect for human rights in Zambia. Its immediate goals are to help build trust and confidence in the elections, deter fraud, and provide an informed and factual assessment of the electoral process. After the elections, the European Union Election Observation Mission is likely to provide recommendations on how Zambia could improve its electoral process in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the democracy is a daily exercise, going much beyond election day. It is about equal rights for all voters and a level playing field for political parties. It is about freedom of speech and assembly, a diverse and independent media. It is about a lively civil society and the daily participation of citizens from all backgrounds in a country's public life. With this in mind, European Union ambassadors in Lusaka endorsed last week a new European Union human rights and democracy country strategy for Zambia that will guide our policies and actions in these areas during the period 21-24. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by thanking again the organizers for such an interesting conference. Thank you very much and dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, for your inspiring welcome speech and underlying the importance of relations between Africa and Europe, precisely European Union and African Union. You've mentioned also the Agenda 2063, that it's African Union's blueprint for the future based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. It calls for integrated Africa guided by Pan-African Union and ideas. These ideas include the Africa shaped by good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice and rule of law, a peaceful and secure Africa. And now it is with great honor that I may introduce to you Her Excellency Madame Fatoumata Jallow-Tambajang, former Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia. Her Excellency, please, if you could just connect with us with the video, and the floor is yours. Her Excellency, Madame, I saw you that you've connected with us, but still, as usually with these technical problems, okay, so I will be continue, and in the meantime, I hope that Vice President will connect with us. So, in Africa with a strong cultural identity and common heritage, shared values and ethics, and Africa whose development is people-driven with a key role for women and the youth. A strong, united Africa that can be an influential global player. Today's conference aim is to underline the smart specialization strategies that can be the preparation process which occurs at the region and country level of the research and innovation strategies. In that sense, today's conference aim and all the participants would like to underline the importance of the European Union and African Union could shape the new future of our relations. In the meantime, Vice President, we can just wait for a minute for her to start. Yes, she is with us. Okay, great. Just like usually, thank you. Her Excellency, we can see you. Thank you so much for being with us today. And a little bit the video, if you could put your camera a little bit lower. Excellent, good. Yeah, thank you so much. Her Excellencies, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Madam.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Moderator, Your Excellencies, dignitaries of this all-important conference on the Union. Are you hearing me? European Union and Afro Conference on challenges, opportunities, and the way forward. It is indeed an honor and pleasure being part of this all-important conference. This is a conference that is pertinent and also very a key to moving EU and African Saharan countries' cooperation forward. We all know that the world is changing and is rapidly changing, and that as it is changing, we also need to transform both our mentalities, our way of doing things, and to inform development cooperation. Development cooperation, from my humble perspective, is defined by two partners having mutual understanding, having a mutual goal, a common goal, and building strategic actions to achieve those goals. The European Union and the African Saharan countries are no exceptions to the challenges of the world. We have challenges, and in my humble mind, I believe wherever there are challenges, it calls on the human mind, talent, and ingenuity to look for solutions together. Challenges are also calling for more way of doing things in terms of working together, not only governments to governments, but inclusive governments, where civil society comes in, women come in, and also the youth of countries and African countries also come together. Part of the challenges that I have been able to find, not only on literature, but also my experience, having worked with the United Nations for 22 years, United Nations Development Program, having worked in and out of government and civil society organizations, really defined by what is happening. We have not only the demographic growth in African sub-Saharan countries, but you have also bad governance in terms of the leadership, political leadership that we have in sub-Saharan. This is no exception to sub-Saharan countries. It's also happening in European countries. We also are looking at the challenges of climate change, where vulnerable groups are continuously impacted by climate change. Of course, we know the details, flooding. We also know people building in slums where they're not supposed to build. And of course, that also cues into poor planning in terms of physical infrastructure. We are also looking at the issue of COVID-19, which is no exception. The world is changing, as we are saying, and COVID-19, each time we fall, we encounter challenges, we are required to look at solutions. We also look at the inequalities in terms of gender in sub-Saharan and also in Europe. It's rhetoric. Many of the international organization instruments, like the Convention on all Forms of Discrimination Against Women, you look at the SDGs, you look at the Millennium Development Goals, all the human rights instruments that have been adopted universally and signed by different countries, including the EU, are just a rhetoric, lip service. You look at Europe, statistically, how many women do you see in leadership? How many youth do you see in leadership? That's a big challenge. The other challenge is looking at poverty, the root cause of poverty. Poverty is simply not because of the deprivation of food on the table, but the deprivation of people accessing, citizens of the world, especially in sub-Saharan Africa and Europe, accessing education, so basic social services, as simple as health. These are challenges. If you also look at the issue of democratization, once elections are held and the winner is declared as president and a government is formed, it stops there in many countries of our sub-Saharan countries. The plan that is usually adopted by sub-Saharan, for instance, and specifically I make reference to the African Agenda 2063, which was adopted 2 years ago. And if you look at it, critically assess it and honestly assess it, you find that we are really way behind. I'm optimistic that we can achieve most of the goals contained in the 2063 agenda. However, we need to really speed up. That's another challenge. The other challenge we are looking at is the issue of governance. I call on governance, and I keep on emphasizing governance. It's not only the challenge, but it starts there. Democratization requires resources, people accessing resources, opportunities on equal basis. We are looking also at the challenge of conflicts in sub-Saharan Africa. Every time 1 foot forward, 2 feet backward. You look at sub-Saharan today is shattered by conflicts, especially in the African countries. I mean, in the sub-Saharan countries. These conflicts, why we should ask ourselves why these conflicts. Wherever you see a conflict, the radical cause, which is usually marginalized or not forgotten, is the fact that when people feel disadvantaged, marginalized, of course they have to rise to their rights. They have to rise to their rights, to claim those rights and get opportunities. So when we are looking at also the industrialization in terms of development, as a development practitioner, African sub-Saharan countries don't have now simple as factories. You see a lot of beautiful skyrocketing buildings. These are mainly for domestic use, mainly for politicians, mainly for business people. But when it comes to really infrastructure, to create employment for the youth and women and population, it's zero. You look at the macroeconomic perspective. The macroeconomic is always driven by debt. Because of some of the irresponsibilities of our political leaders, where instead of looking at mobilizing domestic resources for development and looking at the African adage, which says, when people want to help you have to help yourself first. So the macroeconomy, the economy itself in sub-Saharan is really driven by debt, and the debt is not sustainable. As politicians, governments take debt and they are paid by generations to come. That I feel is injustice. There are so many challenges. I'm just taking the key ones. The private sector in sub-Saharan Africa is just by name. Here in the Gambia, as a best practice, we have all the regulations, legal instruments that will facilitate private sector growth, because private sector, let's not fool ourselves, is the engine for growth. The public sector is supposed to focus on providing the enabling environment in terms of policies, legal frameworks, and allow the private sector to create employment, to create opportunities so that the young people and women, especially who are left behind, are really included. So in terms of, I will now move into opportunities, which is of course by way of recommending or maybe adding some of the recommendations that have already been found in literature. I like to use my own personal experience in things that I say and I do. In opportunities, it's just transforming the challenges that I have said and providing opportunities for those challenges in terms of having the right enabling environment, policy environment, first of all, driven by democracy. The African Union has the agenda. They have the challenge of implementing the agenda simply because of wrong priorities, in my humble view. This is my humble view. Because if you have an agenda, you need to have a framework where you can mobilize domestic resources, starting from governments, holding governments accountable to paying their levies to the organizations. You look at ECOWAS, which is for the economic zone. Most of governments are really lagging behind in paying their levies to organizations. And organizations are structures that are supposed to drive the African way of thinking, the African way of doing things, and then urging the European Union to come as cooperation. We are looking at the opportunity, which is, of course, I would call it, maybe go a little bit back and call it a challenge. Asia is coming back to Africa. We have Brexit as an issue, as a challenge. how do we handle those challenges? From the perspective of the European Union, I would think that first of all, as an opportunity is for them to provide support, strategic support to ensuring holding sub-Saharan African countries accountable to democracy, not the democracy they understand in Europe, but the democracy that is homegrown, that is the aspirations and inspirations of the people, the citizens, African citizens. How do we do that? You support, you facilitate, but you don't drive. You don't sit in the driver's seat and say, do this or do that, because every country is unique. Gambia is small. We are englobed by Senegal, but we have our sovereignty. And the sovereignty of African sub-Saharan countries must be respected and must be supported in terms of democratization. In terms of looking at China and other countries that are really now vying for Africa, because at the end of the day, we should have been part of my introduction. Africa is the answer. That's my humble view. I stand to be corrected and I stand to be questioned. Africa, because you look at resources, the resources are there. Africa is endowed, sub-Saharan Africa is endowed with resources. You have intelligent, very talented, ingenious men and women and youth in African sub-Saharan Africa. But look at migration as a challenge. Migration is taking the human capital that is supposed to be the driver for development in sub-Saharan Africa, bringing peace and stability for development in Africa. Most of them now, the young people are in the diaspora. So as an opportunity, instead of the European Union saying that we are going to give money to countries to bring back their people, my humble view as a development practitioner, as a politician by default, because I came to politics, not because I was politician by background, but because there was a situation in my country that needed the intervention of not only men, but men and women to change, to transform the situation. So we need to look at that and see how best we can support, train the people who are in the diaspora, train them, provide them with the skills, the knowledge and skills that are required, establish a very strategic framework whereby when you bring them to sub-Saharan countries, they can work, they can find opportunities. But most of the practical issue experience we are having, for instance, in the Gambia, and I know that it's happening, obtaining also in other countries, you're sending back our children to a vacuum. You're giving governments money to resettle our children. But the money, I am telling you, as a politician, they say politics is a dirty game, but I believe politics is just like any discipline. It depends on the individual. And women is a challenge, as I said, gender inequality. Women must be brought in the forefront of democracy, in the forefront of governance structures, because we are the mothers. We know how we suffer when there is conflict. So it's important that also, as opportunity, we support women, the leadership of women development, skills development in women. Women are ingenious. They are talented. We are mothers. You give us $10 for fish money, we give you the best delicious dish on the table. We feed our children. And also we need to look at the demographic trend. There are most of the men in sub-Saharan countries are either going into jihadism, which is also, of course, a challenge in sub-Saharan Africa. Most of the men are going into violent extremism. Why are they going? The radical cause of extremism is the radical cause of migration. If you don't have opportunities in your country and you see that things are not balanced, of course, you go into most of these radical causes, the fact that people are really disadvantaged. So we need to look at women in leadership. We need to look at youth in leadership. That's opportunities. The European Union also need to look at, sit and talk to Africa. It's time to talk, not only conferences, but to sit face to face, as French says, face à face, and engage not only governments, because governments are failing us. As a woman, I feel governments are failing us. When you sit with governments, you're sitting with men to men. You need to be inclusive, men, women, and leaders, so that we can say what the agenda, how we can accelerate the African agenda. The other opportunity that I would like to recommend is industrialization. European cooperation must include, it is doing the best it can, but it must also include industrialization. How can Africa be transformed in creating growth, not only inclusive growth, but also creating opportunities? With all these opportunities, finally, I am not assuming that everything is going to be perfect, but I can assure you that most of the problems in Africa, and I say the problems in Africa and the challenges in Africa are also directly linked, affecting Europe. We must understand as a development practitioner that Europe is not getting money from the sky. There are donors who are giving them money, and there is accountability. So the Sub-Saharan African political leaders must understand that Europe is not getting money from the sky, but they're working. If the donors are giving, donors are sacrificing. These are taxpayers' money. So once the money is given, there must be accountability in the way it is spent. I am coming from Cairo recently on a very important summit on construction. And I see that it's important in Africa, the way forward is infrastructure. We have poor infrastructure. With the challenge of the COVID, not only giving money for vaccine, but as an opportunity, we need to also ensure, the European Union must ensure, it must make it as part of its agreement with Sub-Saharan Africa, that the COVID money also goes into building, improving infrastructure. In my country, the money, there has been so much money plowed into the COVID, but I can assure you that the infrastructure is poor. You go beyond 20, 30 kilometers in the Gambia, people don't have water, simple as water and sanitation. How can you ask them to wash their hands, to follow the protocols and so forth? How can you ask families or women, for instance, to deprive themselves from food to buy a mask, as simple as $1? These are things, the challenges that we are seeing. This conference is really important. We need to look at things. We need to review and develop new thinking in terms of cooperation. When you are cooperating with Sub-Saharan Africans as any countries, as any other country, there must be balance. What the balance is to ensure that your partner is strong enough, your partner is accountable enough to ensure that the cooperation impacts positively on the lives and livelihoods of people. I know that it's a long day, and this is just to pave the way for other speakers. So I would just conclude on a note of on a positive note. That is, where there are challenges, there are opportunities. And I would say the opportunities outweigh the challenges, because people have talents. The European Union has very good frameworks of cooperation. Just as the Asian countries, Asia has also good framework. But my contention, I must not forget this, is the fact that Asia is coming to Sub-Saharan Africa, is scrambling for Africa, but Africa, as a politician, is not really benefiting much, because they come, they have their way of doing, they bring their people to work. So whatever they gain, and I will tell you, this is practical, something that I have lived with. When they're building, for instance, a stadium, they build with the African citizens for a while, and in the night, they will put on their lights to do the intricacies, the technology that they are required to transfer to African citizens. they keep that to themselves. So at the end of the day, the infrastructure, they come and give you grants, building roads, building bridges. But what they take from African Sub-Saharan Africa is more than what they invest in Africa. So this is calling for political leaders, including women and youth, to critically reassess the cooperation that China is selling to Africa. There is Africa Summit, and Africa is the answer, as I say. Everything is in Africa. By the grace of God Almighty, if we work together, EU, the European Union, and Africa cooperate together within this humble strategic framework and recommendations that may not be new recommendations, but they should be taken as recommendations coming from somebody who loves Africa and wants to live in Africa and wants to leave a legacy for the youth of Africa. And I'm also talking from the perspective of a woman who is not looking at resources to enrich themselves, but a woman that is ready to leave a legacy behind, see women being empowered, being partners in development, seeing cooperation impacting positively on the lives and livelihoods of people, and seeing Africa moving forward and not always moving behind. On this note, Madam Chairperson, dignitaries, participants, I wish to pray that this conference be blessed in a unique way and that it be the key to other conferences that would critically assess what this conference is going to recommend, the implementation of the conference, and how we forge ahead. The dialogue must be there. Part of the challenges in Africa is African governments, African sub-Saharan governments think they know it all. So they leave the voices of the mass, the critical voice of the mass, for whom they ask for development, for whom they have a responsibility to develop, for whom they have a responsibility to use their talent and ingenuity. And yet they forget them. Democracy, good governance, accountability, transparency is the way forward. Thank you so much. I apologize if I have any more unallocated. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency, Madam Vice President, for underlining the importance of good governance, democracy, as well as the role of women in leadership and youth job creation. Today's conference, I hope that we could share our experience and knowledge in the identification of steps towards strengthening economic diversification for sustained and inclusive growth in areas such as agriculture, health, education, innovation, and how to build the innovative ecosystem in Africa, as well as in banking sector. Her Excellency, Madam Vice President, you've underlined the importance of the role of private sector as well in job creation areas. Definitely today's discussion will be carried out through 4 panels. The first panel, actually, we're gonna talk and think and share experience in how the governance, either for growth and inclusive development versus the private sector, could help in developing the African continent. Africa is huge. We are talking today about 49 countries out of 54 in the continent. So it's very diversified, and obviously we cannot just tackle all the issues. But me as an academician and also the representative of the private sector, we would definitely want to underline how we can be the part of this development. Madame says that in Africa is everything. I totally agree with that. All the resources, but the question is, will Africa benefit from its natural resources, or it's just the game player of the global powers in Africa that trying to shape that that architecture. In panel 2, we are going to talk about the women representative, political representation and successful development in Africa. You also mentioned that leadership, the women leadership, is something very important that could help Africa to boost and to develop in this sustainable way. In panel 3, we're going to talk about the smart specialization strategies and the role in sustainability. And panel 4, last but not least, we are going to focus on digital economy in Africa and how to build the innovative ecosystem. As I truly believe that working together in a smart specialization strategy, saying in triple helix, that we have the representative of the governance, we have to have politicians that shape the policies, we have to have private sector, and we have to have universities and education. As you know, from my perspective, education is a key role and starting point for everything. So that's why today, during and through these 4 panels, we are going to focus on that. So thank you so much for all these welcome addresses today. Thank you, His Excellency, EU Ambassador. Thank you, our rector, Professor Piotr Wachowiak. Thank you, our dean, Dr. Matusewicz, and thank you, Madam, Her Excellency, Madam Vice President, for finding time for us today during that conference, Engine for Growth and Job Creation. And I hope that we're gonna have fruitful discussion. Our first panel, we start at 10, so now we have like 7 minutes short break, and we come back in seven minutes. Thank you so much, and see you in few minutes. And now a short break. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. After a short break, we are going to start our first panel that's gonna be moderated by my precious colleague, Fatoumata Jallow. We are working together on women leadership and how to boost it in Africa. I hope that you will enjoy the panel. And I would like to invite all the panelists to switch on video. And Fatoumata, the floor is yours.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Anna. Good morning, dzień dobry, and bonjour to the French audience. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, dear audience, I warmly welcome you this morning. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, AfroEU, for the opportunity to moderate this incredible panel on governance for growth and inclusive development versus the African private equity and venture capital at this very important conference, seeking to understand both the opportunities, but also challenges affecting Africa and Europe in relation to economic growth and job creation. My name is Fatoumata Jallow. I am born in West Africa, and
Czy ja mogę stąd wstać?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, brilliant. So I was saying that my name is Fatoumata Jallow, that I am born in West Africa, and I am the founder of the New Factor with Fatoumata Jallow. I interview leaders and also authors to help young people grow their mind by engaging with thought-provoking content on leadership and other very interesting topics. Now, this said, going back to the theme, which is gathering us here today, and as we have seen in recent years, we have seen an Africa that is re-emerging and becoming once again the new economic frontier of the world. And whether it was due to its enhanced ability to attract foreign direct investment at unprecedented levels, we must say that. But clearly, the African continent was the second fastest growing region in the world prior to the coronavirus outbreak, with summits held with China, Russia, UK, and other important blocs of the world. Now, more so, we are increasingly witnessing a boom in technology and also business innovations across the continent, which is slowly becoming a major driver for production and also economic growth For example, we have in Rwanda is building its own version of a Silicon Valley, which has made actually artificial intelligence a reality. And also in Kenya, we have seen the Silicon Savannah, and in West Africa, we have the Yabakon Valley. Now, all of this is great. It is showing a hungry Africa that is taking initiatives. And with this in mind, we know that Africa has currently a population of 1.2 billion people, which is expected to rise to 2 billion by the year 2030, and which will then, of course, will represent roughly 20% of the world population spreading across 55 countries. Now, whether we are talking about politics or economy or population or any other topic that we take, they are actually all pointing us in the same direction. And that is an Africa being at a critical moment, at a very important crossroad, a moment of shift required not only to spur, but also to sustain this new dynamic growth. And in line with this, we have the president of the African Development Bank, Mr. Akinwumi Ayodeji Adesina, who stated that we have to be impatient in moving Africa forward. Now, ladies and gents, joining me on this panel to discuss some of these themes are Miss Katerina Kacper-Sheikh, who is the former Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and also the former Chief Advisor to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland. Welcome to you. And next we have the Professor Radosław Mickiewicz, who is the CEO of Mina Holdings and University of Celem. And after that, we have Professor Kilian Muniama, who is a member of the Polish Parliament. And we have with us Mr. Maurice Dezu, who is the founder and chair of the Tees Valley BME network. And last but not least, we have Dr. George Njenga, who is the executive dean at Strathmore University Business School. Now, I welcome to you all to this panel. And to kickstart our session, I would like to ask perhaps a little open question, and that is, as an introduction, perhaps you can each give us a bit more about your background, but also a hint on the nature of your work with Africa. In which capacity are you involved on the African continent, and in which sector? Thank you. Perhaps Miss Katerina, perhaps you could start.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Katarzyna Kacperczyk. I'm currently working at SGH Warsaw School of Economics, where I'm the director of the International Center, but also where I'm doing my PhD research on capital flows and effective allocations of portfolio capital. As for my background, I'm a career diplomat, and I've been working for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for 20 years, where I was mostly responsible for something we call economic diplomacy, meaning developing economic relations with other partner countries. I was responsible inter alia specifically for developing relations with African countries. Also, as I hold the position of Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, when I also supervise cooperation with African countries. I had the pleasure to visit many African countries and hold talks with, of course, authorities of those countries, but also specifically with chambers of commerce, business association, also business representatives, because every visit to either West African countries or East African countries or Central or North, it was also connected with business visits. So we tried not only to establish a political or economic or regulatory framework for the cooperation with African countries, but also to give a concrete support to establish concrete relationships with business partner in Africa. Because I heard also previous speeches, and I fully agree that we should stop talking and do something concrete things, right? So even small steps while bringing together business from Poland and from some African countries, it might, of course, not always it's successful, but at least it gives a concrete opportunity for concrete cooperation and so on. And what I would also add, maybe in the context of previous speeches, where the issue of education and empowerment of young people has been indicated, which I actually believe is also very, very important. We are now, together with our moderator and organizer, Anna Masłoń-Oracz, we are now starting a project on women empowerment in Africa. Professor George Njenga doesn't know it yet, but the project will be also done in cooperation with your university, sir. And then we're very proud. We will bring to Poland in 3 series of in 3 editions, I would say, young female students from African universities from 5 countries, from Kenya, Ethiopia, Senegal, Tanzania, and what was the 5th? Doesn't matter if I forgot. So, and then we will try to not only to educate young women on entrepreneurship, but also to implement a coaching program while taking Polish women who succeeded in establishing businesses in Poland and abroad, and then just to make this connection, to make the information exchange, best practices exchange. And we believe that maybe it is one small contribution of SGH Warsaw School of Economics also to our relationship. And I'm very much looking forward also to cooperate with African universities, including our partner from Strathmore University in Kenya.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Katerina. We will have time to hopefully dig a bit more into your work, but you've definitely mentioned something that has been addressed by the previous speakers, the keynotes, and that is building concrete relations with concrete support, in terms of taking actions, not only talking. And that is something that I just wanted to emphasize a little bit on. Next, how about Professor Radoslav Mickiewicz? If you just give us a little hint on the nature of your work. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry for no video. Actually, I'm just trying to keep a good quality of our connection since I was stuck in traffic. So I'm actually trying to combine 2 things, which I'm doing, for more than 25 years. My research interests as academic, and my business and utilitarian approach to science, which is exemplified in my business career. I'm a CEO of Luma Holding, the company, which is a holding company. It's a metallurgical company based in Europe, the 3rd largest ferrosilicon producer in Europe, actually, which is based in Poland. To the holding of precision manufacturing companies, which are spread all over CE countries. To the mining activity, which is taking place in Europe and in Africa. To the Luma Venture, which is a VC fund investing in late seeds and developed startups with revenues above €1 million already. Regarding Africa and our activity down there, we have invested in tin smelter and tin smelting in Rwanda, as well as exploration and exploitation in Rwanda. And it was actually our first stop when we started acquiring the installation, which is never actually operating, and using our expertise coming from a larger metallurgical plant, which I've already mentioned, for silicon production, plus knowledge transfer. We have established, actually, we're performing already almost 3 years, the only smelter in Africa, which is the only compliant and RMI compliant smelter in Africa, and the smelter, which is actually its ambition is not only to produce tin metal, which we already do in Rwanda, but to process it also in Africa, in Rwanda. As we are involved in exploration and exploitation, we would like to become a fully vertically integrated company. And this is what we have actually been doing from the very beginning. However, it requires a lot of education, knowledge transfer, which we have started from day one, actually. So we have opened, based on our academic relations, we have opened already PhD programs, student exchange, etc., in between Rwanda and Poland. So we had a PhD student at the University of Technology in Krakow. Now we have another student at the University of Technology in Gliwice. So it was from the very beginning a parallel activity to what we have been doing on that purely entrepreneurial side. Now, since the most important thing from the very beginning was a matter of traceability, but we have actually extended that meaning of traceability and looking at being more ambitious, since the staff that we actually working with today, it's 95% Rwandese, people who have been educated in Rwanda and abroad. We have a fully equipped lab, which is the number one lab actually now in Central Eastern Africa, with the head of the lab, which is a lady, a chemist, educated in Rwanda and abroad. So we've managed to achieve 95% of staff who is both educated and still very well qualified during this 2.5 years period of time. And the ambitions are not actually, they're not ended to stay as a producer of tin. As I said, we'd like to come to make another step to produce the probably solder or cathodes or anodes. The company has been already actually an interesting supplier for titans like Intel, Microsoft. Because traceability is one thing that we all know when we speak about raw materials from Africa. But we have extended that part of two additional things. It's carbon dioxide footprint. And this is actually a topic that I'm advocating from day one, being against, of course, trading activity. Since traceability and knowing the source of minerals in Africa is one thing, but processing them is bringing additional value, which is obvious, is bringing knowledge, which is obvious, is bringing stability, inclusion to those who are going to work in this vertically integrated chain of companies. But on top of that, this is also a carbon dioxide footprint reduction. Because what's the reason to ship all these semi-processed raw materials from Africa down to Far East and then back? So we're not only impacting environment, we're losing that chance to gain more qualifications to be able to produce final products. What we have done already, it is together with MindSpinder and Google, that's the project which is running now for more than half a year, I would say almost a year. It's introducing a blockchain technology, not only for a traceability purposes, but also as a matter of inclusion. How does it work? Well, we have small mining companies, mainly in Rwanda, because when we speak about our countries, we may probably see larger deposits. However, in Rwanda, we are dealing with former artisan miners holding small licenses. Now, they're too small to attract, I mean, even if everyone likes to attract foreign investors, but they're too small to attract bigger players to do the transfer of technology, which everyone is looking at to set some more equipment to elevate the quantity of excavated material. However, what we have discussed with Rwanda Mining Board, we said including blockchain and introducing blockchain is going to include those small miners in the supply chain, which is visible for end consumer. And this is what end consumers like as well. So that's the part. I mean, I don't like to consume too much time for others, but this is something that you can follow up and have a look at lunasmelter.com. This is our smelter and MindSpinder at the blockchain activity. On that scientific, on the research part, of course, we combine it. So we have one PhD candidate from the Polish side. We have another two from Rwanda side. We are working on other programs for students, for their bachelor degrees and master degrees. And it goes together with the business, since we are advocating a very utilitarian approach to business and sharing our business activity with our introducing our research interests at the same time. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Radoslav. And this was a brilliant introduction. And if you recall, Her Excellency Fatoumata Tambajang mentioned earlier on in her speech that today Africa needs a new type of cooperation, and that is one in which there is some knowledge transfer and a technology transfer. And I think this is something that you already quite involved in, with your work in Rwanda. But hopefully we'll have time to dig more into that and ask more questions. Thank you. Next, we have Professor Kilian Munyama. If you please give us a little highlight on the nature of your work, and if we can please keep it to 2 to 3 minutes maximum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the introduction, and I would like to thank the organizers of this important conference. I'm sorry, my camera has just gone off. There's something wrong with it. So I was previously in view, but later on something went through. But you can see my picture there for sure. Yes, my name is Kilian Munyama, and I was a member of the Polish Parliament till the 10th of June, which is 2 weeks ago. But now I'm an advisor in the European External Action Service in Brussels. I'm now based in Brussels. I was born in Zambia, but of course, Northern Rhodesia by then. After that, Zambia in 1964 getting independence. And then I started in Poland, did my master's degree and PhD as well as professorship at Poznan University of Economics. And I'm very well acquainted with Madame Anna Maswon as well as Dajina Kasperczak, because we worked together in some projects here and there. Yes, as from 2002, I've been involved in politics in Poland. I started with the district council in Grodziec Wielkopolski, which is west of Poland, and then became a member of the regional parliament in 2007. And in 2011, I became the member of the Polish Parliament. So I could say that I was in the Polish Parliament for almost 10 years. My line of interest, of course, has always been Africa. I'm, of course, a professor of international finance, but most of my job has been to develop cooperation between Poland and African countries. As a member of parliament, I was the chair of the parliamentary team on Africa, and the parliamentary team on Africa was very active in mobilizing the private sector of Poland to get into a number of African countries. We organized trade and investment missions to many different African countries, including Angola, Ethiopia, Kenya, Morocco, Mozambique, Nigeria, Rwanda, South Africa, Zambia, as well as Senegal. And I've always been an advocate of job creation in African countries, and of course the value-added elements as far as the cooperation between Europe and Africa is concerned. Of course, I look forward to a very successful conference, and I hope we could contribute a lot to the real results of what comes out of this conference, and also practical element of how to utilize the opportunities that we have. And thank you once more for inviting me to this conference, and I look forward to a very good exchange of views. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Killian. We understand that you have a very wide portfolio in politics, and we are going to come back to you with more targeted questions as we get deeper into our session. But thank you for this brilliant introduction. Next, we have Mr. Maurice Dezu. So the mic is yours, Mr. Maurice.
Good morning, everybody, dignitaries and friends, and Anna. Thank you for inviting me. I'm Maurice Dezu. My parcours is a little bit the normal one for an African leaving his country to come to the European country. My parents sent me to be an architect in Italy. I've been told I'm going to be there for 15 years. Then I end up doing my degree in mathematics. Then I've been told to go back to my country to teach mathematics. I find that really abstract subject, because being a practical person, I decided to do communication and media studies. I did film, media, communication, radios, and all that. Then I departed. I went to England. In England, in the northeast of England, I studied in Sheffield University. I finished my study in communication and media at the time. Then when I finished my study, did my master's, my postgraduate, I decided to go in lecturing. Hello, someone talking?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, can you hear? Just I went to lecturing. So I've been a lecturer in television and film for a while. I'm really interested. I was interested in technology. Now I become a culture broker. What is a culture broker? A culture broker is someone who understands really well his own culture and also who understands other culture. So that person can be a link between both culture. I always become a link. I become the director of the World Festival in the Northeast, which been funded by a bank. So from there, I decided to go back to Africa to exchange my knowledge. And I just prepared a little presentation for you today. I was about to go to Africa yesterday. I postponed for this conference. So from here, I'm taking my car straight to the airport, trying to find a way to get to Africa tomorrow because they're waiting for me. So I stayed. I stayed because Anna invited me, and I saw this conference would be quite interesting. I need to meet a lot of people to talk about my experience as a person. I didn't want to go to all abstract things, because obviously I do painting myself, but I want to be practical, because this is a practical thing. I made a film about agriculture. I made another film about youngsters with technology in Africa. I would like to be very, very practical. Africa needs need investment, but a different kind of investment, because the culture is so different. It's good to rush to go to Africa with a pile of money, but how are you going to use it? I mean, Her Excellency, she did portray certain things so well about Africa. I mean, I can't say more than what she said in her introduction. So that's me. It's Maurice Dezu, a culture broker, a consultant for Africa, and also a CEO for a company called Focus Africa, and which is based on technology to define land, using drone to define lands, so that will ease up the conflict between group of people, or some people grab the land. There is a big conflict in Africa because land is the power, is the money right now. So my team is composed of women and men. I teach them how to pilot a drone, which is docked with some equipment to be able to trace all the borders of each land to give to villagers to allow them to understand exactly where they are. And this is what we're doing right now. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Mr. Maurice. We are so pleased to have you among us. So hopefully you're going to be able to travel tomorrow in Africa. And you've mentioned something, and I really cannot resist to make a comment on it. You said Africa needs a different kind of investment because Africa has a different culture. And honestly, I couldn't agree more. And even Her Excellency Fatoumata Tambajang mentioned it in her speech. And I do believe that understanding culture is actually fundamental, is paramount to this new type of economic cooperation that Africa needs to build with the rest of the world. There's no way one can work with anybody without acknowledging and understanding how we think and how we operate. So this should be really it should be as a main driver. Thank you so much. We'll have time for more targeted questions as well. And last but not least, we have Dr. George Njenga, who is the Executive Dean at the Strathmore University Business School. Dr. George, the mic is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon. I don't know. I think most of us are in the morning, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm Dr. George Njenga, the Executive Dean of Strathmore University Business School. And I have served in several positions in that university. But for the last 15, 20 years, I've tried to sort out business cooperation. When Anna and some of my friends here, like Ayo, whom I've met in Poland before, asked me to be here, I thought of figuring out the question of strategy, and especially investment strategy and inclusive growth and cooperation with Africa for that purpose of growing its own population, because we still have what we may call in general terms a poor population. I'm the founding dean of Strathmore University Business School. I have founded 4 other companies, an insurance company, an NGO. I've also founded a factory. We export avocado oil to 3 European countries, Portugal, Italy, and Spain. We are also developing relations with Netherlands, and hopefully we will also be exporting to Netherlands. And the amazing thing is that we don't have enough capacity to meet the demand. Well, who runs the factory? That factory, it's a young lady of 31 years, okay, who was my student and who I've worked with and mentored and helped to get married and trained to run a business, and she's doing that right now. I've got also an NGO. We deal with small and medium enterprises. And I've also set up 2 centers, all one really, for women in directors, Women Director Leadership Center, where we train women to serve boards. We've already discovered that several women in a board can transform the board's ethical dimension and performance. So there is a key to relationships to a relationship of inclusivity with board members at the leadership level of companies. I am big on public-private partnerships, so we have a big Institute of Public Policy and Governance. The current head is going to be the Director of Research in the Central Bank. So that's really important, Central Bank of Kenya. We are also developing several business development centers across most districts so that we can get the small and medium and micro enterprises integrated, build the infrastructure for lending, make them lendable, make them fundable, because most of the African businesses that attract most of the employment in the African countries are small businesses. And therefore, we have to structure them a little bit more to enable them receive financing, training support, supply chain and value chain development, understanding competitiveness, and so on. And then the final part is that I've also developed an Institute of Healthcare Management, probably one of the only two in Africa, to train healthcare executives on how to manage healthcare, how to integrate healthcare systems. And we work with several universities across the globe to do this. So the most important one is we decided to develop a global policy on the COVID-19 healthcare response across 10 African countries with New York University. That was something I really loved very much. Well, having said all that, I think the most important thing is, can Africa have its own strategy of development, its own strategy of sustainability in energy, in telecommunications, in education, especially skills, in technical skills. And then when cooperating with their friends in Europe, how can they focus the cooperation towards those strategies, which they all know very well are going to transform their economies? That's really what my heart desires. And I am already working in 12 countries in Africa with the Strathmore Global Institute, although right now it's called the Strathmore Research and Consulting. And I hope I can leave a little legacy, as Fatoumata suggested to us. Thank you very much. I don't think I can stay longer than 12:15, so I will have to warn you in advance, Madame Fatoumata Jallow. When I said Fatoumata, I meant the other Fatoumata, who is High Excellency, the Vice President in Gambia. Nice to be here. Lovely. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, the team from University of Warsaw. Brilliant. Let's go on.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. George. Listening to you, I feel, oh my God, you wear so many hats and you touch on so many areas, especially in the field of academia, and you're a seasoned consultant. And I love the question that you put there: can Africa own its own strategy of development? We're going to get into that soon, and I noticed that you will have to leave early, so I might shift a little bit in the way I had structured the question. So I would like now to ask a little bit of targeted questions based on your experience on the ground, or your experience working in Africa, and after that we can move towards more open floor question. And the first question, I'd like to address it to Ms. Katerina. Ms. Katerina, you served as the former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs between 2013 and 2016, and then also former Chief Advisor to the Prime Minister of Poland. So you did explain a bit more about your work, or the nature of your work with Africa. So during your term, what were the economic relations between Poland and Africa, and what progress did you observe? So if we can keep that to 2 minutes, that would be brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. I mean, looking back at the relations of African countries with the European countries, especially Eastern European countries, we have to notice that also during the communist time, our relations were very vibrant, right? Both economic relations, but also educational, I would say. So also here at SGH, but also at other universities and higher education institutions, we hold a lot of students from Africa. And of course, going back to the present time, during my time, we based greatly our cooperation on reaching out to those people, right? So we organized a lot of events where we try to contact our graduate people who have been studying, who have been working in the past in Poland and had this grasp and some interest on cooperating with Poland and with Polish businessmen. So it was a quite successful strategy. And what I could say, Africa and African countries is not easy for Polish companies and for Polish businessmen and investors. You know, traditionally we have a big internal market, right? So it's almost 40 million of people. So naturally, at the beginning of the transformation process in 90s, companies have concentrated on the domestic market. Then the next wave of expansion was EU market, as it was a single market, free trade area, and then custom union and etc. So it was also easier to export and on our neighborhood in Eastern. But while our domestic businesses have been growing, then I noticed also a lot of interest of Polish companies to expand to Africa. And we adopt a broad strategy which also included capacity building efforts and then experience sharing. Because what we always underline that we actually, although we are very different, right, as comparing Poland to African countries are also different, right? So there is no Africa as a one country. So I think this is the biggest mistakes I notice in Poland. So we're going to Africa. No, we're not going to Africa as such, right? So there are like over 50 countries there. So every country has its specific characteristic. And this is also very important to address the specificity. But what I would say we are quite similar in the mentality, I think, in the broader mentality and culture, this concept of family, of cooperation, of partnership, of sharing. So this is a big time commonality we share with most of the African countries. And accordingly, also, when we look back at our economic, social, and political transformation, we think a lot of African countries are going the same path, right? So this is what we always try to do, is to share our successes, but also to share our mistakes. Because it's good to learn for mistakes of other countries, not to do them or to repeat them themselves. And Kilian Munyama also mentioned, because he supported us greatly also in sharing our experience of economic policy, social policy, and also in this business concept and business cooperation. And I would say that also the approach of Polish companies, politicians, business people, people from academia is quite different. I notice where I've been working in other, for instance, Western European countries, right? So we're not coming there, maybe because we didn't have also the colonial past. We're not coming there as putting our solutions or as knowing all the best. What I believe that people who have been involved with Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other ministries in establishing this relationship, so I mean also business, non-governmental sector, etc., they also benefited from African experience, right? So we share our best practices, but we also benefited. So our concept has been always to build partnership, not patron-students relations. And I think also this is the approach which help us also to succeed a little bit, at least, taking into account also our potential as a country. So I think this strategy is still going on, and I think this is absolutely the key of success and the key of cooperation with African countries.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Katerina. You know, you've mentioned a lot of important issues here, and one of them really stuck to my mind, and that is Poland has quite a similar, Poland and Africa has a lot of similarity in culture, and whether we're talking about family or partnership or cooperation. And what you just mentioned, that you are looking to build partnerships in Africa and not patron-student relationships. And that is really, really important. It's really going back to, again, understanding cultures and, you know, understanding each other and leveraging each other, because we can all learn from one another. And when we apply that, we do get better results on both ground. And you've also mentioned about the evolution of, the Polish relations. It has mostly been, during the few years back, it was mainly built around education, and that today you continue to reach to those students and graduate. And so that is actually leading me to just take on the education part. And I'd like two of our panelists to chip in here, and that is Professor Radoslav and also Dr. George Njenga. You've both very active in the education sector, and this is a sector like many others that has been highly disrupted, and we're moving a lot more towards micro learning and distance learning, which is slowly moving away from the centralized system of learning that we have seen in the past, and putting this into the context of Africa, considering that 60 to 70% of the population are young people below the age of 24. So in your view, so this is to Professor Radoslav and Dr. Jenga. In your view, will Africa be able to keep up with this new trend and equip their youth task force with the required skills for the future world of work?
Should I start, or Professor Radoslav should?
Yeah, yes, please. You can start, but before you start, let me take one point. When you speak about the population and age of these young people, this is the biggest treasure and biggest resource of Africa. And it's even more important that what I already noticed, regardless where do they study, they're so ambitious. They like to come back to their countries, and they like to transfer the knowledge they got, and they are very entrepreneurial. Regardless whether they studied at really good universities or one of the best universities in the US. I see people in Tanzania and Rwanda coming back to Rwanda, or France or Poland. They're very ambitious. So I think this is the biggest treasure, the biggest resource, if I may call it this way. And we all happy to cooperate with them. When I mentioned knowledge transfer, it does not necessarily mean that this transfer is one direction. We have learned a lot from young people cooperating with us. So this is a both way highway. So that as a matter, because otherwise I forget that so many interesting things raised and points by other panelists. So sorry, Doctor, but yes, please, if you could start, and I will be happy to add if there will be anything to add on top of that. Right.
Well, thank you. You've mentioned that the African population is actually its biggest resource and also biggest treasure. You're talking about a youth that is very ambitious, that is very entrepreneurial, that is willing, that is coming up with ideas, innovation to solve local problems. What is your view, Dr. George Njenga? Do you agree with this?
Completely. First, one has to accept that, as Katrina has said, Africa is 55 countries. Of those 55 countries, we are talking about actually 1.4 billion people, not 1.2, 1.4 billion people. With companies, if we combine, for instance, DRC Congo with Sudan and Southern Sudan, we easily reach the size of Brazil. And those are only two countries. I will not go further. The average age is 19 years. 19 years, as you can understand. In Kenya, I think we have reached 21 years. We have 475 million people in Africa who are connected to the internet. We have 700 and above million by 2018 who are connected to a mobile phone. This basically means that we are talking about young people. Now, regarding education specifically, education has, first of all, to be Africanized. So the first thing we have to do is to teach our people what their land is about, what their people is about, a little bit of the 1,500 to 2,000 languages spoken in Africa, language groups. So if you break the 2,000 language groups, you come to an incredible number. In Kenya alone, we have 111 different languages. But if you go to the groups, you can bring it down to 47 or 45 groups. So how do we transform education to speak to the African context rather than keeping on and curriculum and an education that is alien? So, for instance, I learned more about the United States of America and Europe more than I learned about my African continent. I have to change that now. We have done that at the university level. The second thing is, how do I reach this 70%, which is about 900 million people in Africa who require this knowledge, because you know that is a big issue. Well, the best thing is to use technology, and now we are seeing that happen. I'm dealing mainly with executives, that's people already in the professional world. And in the 12 countries, in the last 1 year, we have added 6 countries. So South Africa, Mauritius, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Ghana, and Tanzania and Uganda, of course, the Eastern African countries, including Rwanda. We have been doing most of the work using technology. We have students from Cameroon, we have students from DRC Congo, we have been using technology. But the question that rings in my mind, Fatoumata, is are we transforming people to transform their land? As you have seen from Katrina, first Poland starts its own domestic market, then it goes to the closest European market. Well, that's the first thing I have to transform the African mind to understand, that before I even start thinking of exporting as I am doing to Europe, why don't I export to Nigeria? Why don't I export to Ethiopia? Why don't I export to Uganda? Of course, we are doing it, but in a little way, our own intra-African integration, economic integration from a global trade perspective is only 18%. That means we export more to Europe. We are disintegrated so much that we feel much easier to export to Europe when we have a market here, because we've never really worked on integrating the value chains from one country to another. We build walls, we build political barriers, we increase our non-tariff barriers. I hope that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area will try to solve that issue. We don't tell people what assets they have that God has given them, the minerals and the people. Okay, but I'm not interested in raw materials more than the people and the ability to understand the entire community around them. So I think I can convey this technologically, and I think thanks to COVID, we have realized that the numbers of students have grown significantly, and that more people are using technology to access education, that education has been democratized. The problem is, how can I organize this in a way that transforms the richness of Africa in the minds of Africa? Let me tell you something that is strange. When I spoke to Grace, who is running the factory and now expanding it, and I told her, Grace, I know you have a lot of market from Europe, but why don't you just think of how we're going to structure the markets in Africa for avocado? And she told me something. The work I'll do there is more than 8 years to 10 years work. Whereas for Europe, since they're already structured, especially from the point of view of agricultural produce and quality assurance processes and transportation, I can do it in 6 months, which she did, right? She did it. But I started wondering, what will happen in 10, 15 years, 20 years? The real market will be Africa, isn't it? That's the reality. The demand from these 700 million or 750 million young people will be astronomical in every aspect of housing goods needs, in every aspect of beauty, in every aspect of agricultural value addition, integrating foods, manufacturing like tin, as we have had today. How do I get them to understand that first home is the most important place, then outside? And I think education has to be one of the core elements to transform this way of thinking, and not to close it, not to close Africa, but rather to open up Africa. Okay, precisely, you educate your people, they open up to the world much better. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. George. I think you've mentioned a lot of important issues here, and I think as a perfect summary of what you mentioned, it's that it's a lot about transforming education, the education system that speaks to African people, and so that it can transform the African mind. And to be honest with you, I couldn't agree more. This is so brilliantly said, and this is very, very powerful. Now, in the interest of time, and I know we have so many more questions, and I know that Mr. Morris has a presentation, but quickly, I would like to ask the next question to Professor Killian. Professor Killian, you first and foremost an economist and also an academic lecturer and a politician. And as you just said, you served as a member of the Polish Parliament until just 3 weeks ago. Now, this said, we know the importance of good governance and the rule of law, whether it is to increase trust or reputation or anything else. Now, would you say that the recent growth we have seen in Africa is perhaps due to better governance policies?
That's a very good question. And it takes hours to discuss, but in the few minutes that I have to say, I would rather start by actually commenting a bit of what the previous speakers have just mentioned. I wouldn't agree more on what Katarzyna said about the traditional similarities between Poland and Africa. She has really hit the nail on the head, and it is really the truth that has also made it possible for some Polish companies to enter Africa without any obstacles. I would also want to agree on what Dr. George has mentioned in as far as trade within Africa is concerned. What worries me much here is the fact that our infrastructure is so poor, is still so poor in Africa, that the oil produced in Angola cannot be delivered to Zambia, which is a neighboring country. So it makes really a headache for each and every one of us. Bananas, or rather fruits that are easily produced in a country like Zimbabwe, cannot get into Angola easily due to lack of infrastructure and so forth. So infrastructure, that's the key to the development of African trade. The African Continental Free Trade Area, which is being introduced, can be only boosted by the development of infrastructure. Now, when we're looking at the rule of law, that is a key issue also in the development of African countries, not only African countries, but also we have had a few of such problems in European countries as well. But governance has got a key to the development, because when we look at most of the African countries, we find that corruption has been one of those elements that have hindered the young people to open up, to come up with new ideas, to come up with ideas that will actually bring those countries into light and become developed at a later stage. Now, I don't know whether I'll have the opportunity to talk about the relationship between the European Union and Africa, but I would also like to mention one very important element that will also assist us, especially when we are talking in terms of the migration problem that we are facing. I was a member of the Parliamentary Assembly for the Council of Europe for 7 years, and I was the head of the Migration Committee. There we had the crisis of 2015, which was a great crisis in as far as migration is concerned. Most young people decide to migrate due to the fact that they lack the jobs, they lack the opportunities in their own countries. So what we need to do as the European Union is to create jobs in the countries where where we have the root causes of migration. So I want to, as I'm working for the European External Action Service now, my aim is to try and see a way in which we can be able to empower the diaspora in all European countries, especially the European Union countries, to be able to have an instrument to assist the creation of jobs in the countries of their origin, because the diaspora is the one which has got an idea on what the young people in those countries actually require. So the diaspora is the one which is in a position to set up some activities in agriculture, in mining, in any other sectors where they will be in a position to employ the young people. Look at the statistics. Most of the statistics says that the people that are living their own countries of origin as migrants and so forth, either they have got friends in Europe or they have got some relatives in Europe. So those relatives in Europe, they also know what is required for those young people to stay back. So here we have to work out a solution in which the diaspora will be empowered and be in a position to participate in the development of industries as well as the small-scale businesses within African countries. So I'm going to look into that particular field seriously in as far as the external action service is concerned, as well as other commissions within Brussels, where I am now. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Killian. And I really, there's something that really stuck to my mind here. Of course, you mentioned the importance of having infrastructure and also the importance of rule of law, but you've mentioned a major problem that we have at the moment, and that is migration. The young people leaving the continent because they believe there's not enough opportunities on the ground for them. And for many years, we have overlooked the role or the importance of the role that the diaspora can play. So, like putting this emphasis on empowering the diaspora, because they're really an instrument to assist the creation of jobs in their countries of origin. And I think this is something we need to pay more attention to, because it's actually a very, very good solution. Now we're really getting close to ending this panel, and I know Mr. Morris had a presentation, but unfortunately I think we won't have time to go into it. However, Mr. Morris, I know that you're a media consultant. You have been an editor of the magazine Switch On, you're a cultural activist and also CEO of Focus West Africa Development. Now, clearly, you are a staunch entrepreneur and you are involved in so many different sectors. So in your experience, what is the role of entrepreneurship and SMEs in driving the African economy forward and creating jobs, since we are talking about migration due to lack of opportunities and not enough jobs? So what role can entrepreneurship play in that, so we can perhaps have some type of retention of the youth on the ground?
There are a few things. Thank you for letting me take the floor. I mean, there are a few things which will be very important to mention at this stage. If you take, I will listen to the honorable friend talking just now, and if you take we talk about the diaspora, imagine a little bit that Africa, it was the other way, was the European was in the position of Africa in the position of the European. European would go back to Europe just like they did the Japanese. They went back to Europe and they went back to diaspora, went back to start building. If we take the example of all the continent, all the countries, we understand exactly that Africa positively going forward that will be step by step. One thing is missing in the big book of economics is very important to mention here. One thing missing is the culture brokers' work to make sure that the basics of the economic is settled with the culture and we move forward. SME, small businesses, they are the most important thing. Yet, the no structure of the bank in Africa. The bank is there for big institutions. The small businesses, they're struggling to get some funding to start working. We know well that Africa used to have what they call, like in Nigeria, the tontine. Everybody put some money weekly, and that money help people to be able to fund their small businesses. But it's not enough. There is no think tank. You know, the think tank is very important. In one country, in the continent, everybody wants to find a solution. There's not a group of thinkers to find a solution and maybe help others to do it. Three heads together is better than one head start to think about solution. Like to say, instead of doing integration by part, I say integration by part, where, for example, the oil, the professor was talking about, avocado oil, you have to create the need of selling that to Africa. What the need will be, the entrepreneur, they need to do cosmetic. Your oil won't go to European country, it's going to go to another country in Africa. And also the barrier will be ECOWAS. You got the passport, you can go anywhere. Good can go anywhere. In principle, in practical, it's impossible. Just I'm going to bring in, for example, a friend of mine, which is working with a big entrepreneur businessman called Dangote, got arrested with the passport of ECOWAS, asking to go back to Nigeria. There is certain things happening, need to be smooth by the governance, by the governance, to make sure that people that can sell their goods intercontinent. I'm going to show you, can I show you that little, it won't be long, little presentation, quickly or no? Can I show you this?
So you want to share your slides?
Yes, 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute, because we have to close in the next 5 minutes. So
5 minutes, okay, it won't be long. Now, can everybody see this? Can you see that? Yeah.
No, really. You have to share your screen.
You have to share your screen. I cannot see.
Share my screen. Hang on. I'll go back. Yes, let me share my screen. Okay, that's it. Okay, is that okay?
Yes, it's coming up. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you see that?
Yes.
Right. This is my last experience where I went to see 100-acre of mangoes plantation in the Ivory Coast. And out there, this is guy crying for partnership. He wants to partnership desperately because he wants to transform mangoes to dry mangoes, a mango powder. And this is the gentleman who is really desperate to be able to transform his plantation. The plantation is there, mango is rotten, it can't get to the market. So, I mean, but talking about this, I respond to what the guy was saying. 100 hectares of mangoes rotting away because no partnership. And this is a small business compared to others. I mean, there is not only him, there is other people like that. People have to come to the mango plantation to collect the mango to sell that in the marketplace. But this is why it's lacking. By looking on all the entrepreneurs, what they're doing, like this guy, been there for 20 years, and now his business not moving forward. The bank won't lending him money to start working. So the structure of the bank is not suitable to the African setting. This is the problem we've been having. Okay? This is what I want to say. A lot more to say, but I'm going to stop with it because obviously the time is really short. Okay.
Well, you wanted to add something?
Yes, but one thing I need to add, apart from that, the slide I show you, I did prepare just a presentation to go through why exactly this is stagnant, the market is stagnant. And while we're talking about investing in Africa, we don't look at the core of the problem we have it now, which is the structure to import-export, the structure to be working with other countries. I mean, the European country will be saturated with goods coming from Africa because it is a continent. We've got 54 countries. But again, we're losing the plot, not having to create some kind of need to some of the product in the market. Revamping the think tank in Africa, people are going to sit together and think about solution instead of empowering just one or two person to think about the solution all the time. By doing that, is a disintegration. I mean, we're not integrating by part certain things, just like a jigsaw, which will help Africa to go forward. At the moment, this is what is lacking in Africa. And also people who work in the European Union, like my honorable friends, for example, you need to think about maybe using the African to think for themselves and to bring solution, which is African solution.
Can I give me like 20 seconds or 15 seconds only to comment on one thing, if I may, Radoslav here?
Sure.
15, 20 seconds. So one thing, I'm speaking about immigration. So this coin has got two sides. First of all, that immigration that may be a threat for EU, other countries probably, but look what kind of threat it is, even bigger threats for African countries. You may lose, because immigration is not only those who don't have a job. You may face the immigration of those who are well-educated, well-skilled, and well-motivated, and they're using their motivation, and they may leave Africa to other countries. That's a huge threat. We need to keep these people in Africa. It's one thing. How to do it now? How to keep them motivated is probably for politicians. But what about academia, what we can do and what I think could be done? Why don't you speak and think about, because African people I know, well, traveling to Europe, for instance, they can get easily accommodated, they know how to act, but not necessarily European, coming down to different African countries. Why don't you, from a political perspective, is another thing, because many countries are having, politicians are having their own ambitious agendas. I'm not a politician or a businessman, and I'm an academic, so I don't like to get into it. But from the academic perspective, I think it's much easier probably to communicate. Why don't you think to speak with EU representatives and get sponsorship for establishing let's call it an African Academy in Europe, in Brussels? Why don't you teach European, how to cooperate? And it could be done on an academic level, that we don't need politicians for other countries. We will need probably a EU support for that as some sort of sponsoring. Should this concept or project find support? But I think this is what we need in Europe to understand how to navigate. And I think who can does it better than people from Africa or academics from Africa? So there are different universities, the American universities in Europe, etc. Why don't we think about having an African academy or university in Europe?
Is there something for me to be able to answer? Oh, okay. Just go on, Professor.
I think that when you're talking about 700 million, may I ask Maurice to stop sharing, or if he wants, he can continue. Yeah. So when you're talking about 700 to 750 million young people in Africa, and you're talking about an education that sometimes doesn't speak to their needs in Africa, and sometimes, as we have seen and has been illustrated clearly, governments that are still trying to understand how to develop their economies. 2.4 million people leaving Africa is a very minute number, all right? Most of the migration in Africa is intra-Africa. And okay, I may say this is a problem of Europe, because really from an African perspective, we have a lot of youth that we still need to work on. So I have always told people the statistics are demonstrating that the people leaving Africa, who are no more than 4 million people over a period of 10 years, are people who have visas, who have been taken through the green card system to the United States of America, who are going to France to study and come back. And the issue here is, do we really have a problem in Africa about migration? No, that's a European problem. And if the Europeans want that problem to go, then what somebody has just said here is, how do they support transfer of technology? How do they support the African to rethink the economy of Africa? Now, I'm not saying that we are going to think European and that's the way to develop Africa. What I'm saying is, how can we collaborate to transform Africa? The immigration problem is European and not African. All the studies demonstrate that. In Kenya, specifically, I have to tell you that the second foreign direct investment is domestic direct transfers. So we would like more Africans out there bringing in the dollars and investing in our infrastructure. And we are talking about a portion of about 250,000 people out of 50 million people. No, that's not a problem. That's an advantage. We need to integrate the world. What matters most is, if we're integrating the world, how are we taking care to be inclusive? How are we taking care to be sustainable, to help the poor live a better life? Not even a European life, but a better life, healthcare, transportation, schooling and education, and so on and so forth. So I'd like to give my own personal view that let Europe deal with the problem of migration. Africa, let's deal about economic growth like those mangoes that Maurice has just shown us. That is our winner. And we still have the vast majority of the youth here in Africa. And now I have to say thank you very much for being part of this.
Well, thank you so much to both of you, and also, to all of you, in fact. And I also would like to quickly make a comment on what you shared, Mr. Maurice. From this example, I was very touched. We clearly need to rethink, the access to financing for small and medium enterprises, because there is also a cost of not financing those local entrepreneurs. They are the ones on the ground, and they are the ones that can create job and that can transform the local economy. Now, with this said, we are really at the end of this panel, but I would like to ask your final words, comment 30 seconds each, because we have no more time. But what is your final words from this panel, from this session this morning? 30 seconds, starting with Ms. Katerina, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the excellent panel. I learned a lot, and it was a pleasure to meeting you all. Hopefully we can collaborate also after the conference together. I think we started from a challenge, right? We all have with COVID-19, and this is not the challenge only African countries have. This is also a challenge we here in Europe have. And I would highlight in this context, because it deteriorated situation not only in Europe, but also in Africa, right? So in this context, I think I would highlight 3 points. First, it learned us how to build partnerships. So it is a time to start rethinking partnerships we have European Union, European countries with Africa and African countries. The second thing is to think how we can reconfigure value chain, right? So we have to start thinking not to be dependent on few economic powers, but think in a way we can use the potential, and George and others have talked about it, and make countries more self-sufficient, right? Or develop regional cooperation. In the case of Africa, intra-Africa cooperation. And the third aspect I would add, we didn't talk that much about it, it's financing. This is also the highest time we should rethink the financing, right? And tell us the development assistance doesn't work just to empower Africa and ensure long-term growth. So thank you very much once again for this panel, for excellent moderation and for excellent discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Katerina. Thank you. And next, Professor Killian. Your final word.
Thank you very much for the floor again. Yes, I would like to, my final conclusions would be actually to say that all the panelists were excellent and their contributions were great. And I would also like to emphasize the fact that we have got an excellent diaspora in Europe, which is well-trained. Professors, doctors, master's degree, whatsoever. All these people know much about where they come from. And these people really need to be empowered. We need to have a financial instrument that would empower them to look into how to create jobs in African countries where they come from. Of course, what is important is peace and security in Africa. Democracy, good governance, as I said earlier, human rights, and also, of course, a lot to do with sustainable and inclusive development, and of course the continent itself, the global and emerging issues have to be tackled there. So digital transformation. COVID-19 has actually revolutionized most of the things. I've had students who have seated in Kigali, seated in Dar es Salaam, seated in Lusaka, connecting to the lectures that I have in Poland. So things have really changed, and let's make use of the opportunities that are still ahead of us. Thank you very much once more for inviting me to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Killian. Thank you. This was brilliantly said. And next, Dr. George Njenga. If you're still around, what are your final words, please?
I am still around, indeed.
Okay, so our ears are yours for your closing comments.
Yeah, so I'd like to say that it's lovely to have Poland and the European Union, though Poland in this particular case, most importantly, thinking about investing in Africa and having deep relationships. Build institutions that integrate our cultures and our understanding of the common good. Those are universities and schools and people who co-invest in businesses. Let us learn how to work with one another. The last time I went to Poland, which was in 2015, I brought one of the best engineers in motor vehicles. He came and worked in Kenya and now supported the local motor vehicle infrastructure. Now that is a big company with locally made, Kenyan made, about 80% Land Rovers. We have the same with VW and we have the same with Mitsubishi. These have come from different parts of Africa. Where are the Polish people coming to build relationships with institutions like universities? We need to do that. Yesterday, I held a meeting with 550 Japanese companies. We have about only 15 Japanese invested companies in Kenya. But you could see that from those 550 CEOs, from most of them from Japan, have understood one thing: relationship building. So for Poland, relationship building, integration of our cultures and our understanding of the common good between the two peoples. And let's go. This will take time, but this is the platform upon which we can draw our business growth. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. George. It was brilliant what you said, and I will come back to that in a second. Next, for Mr. Morris, your final comments, please.
Dr. George, thank you very much for being in Kenya. I'm going to come and get you in Kenya. Don't worry. You can't hide. Because I'm building the Wayenga, which is the Kenya's genealogy in Kenya, using the Kenyan entrepreneur to build a Wayenga, which is going to go around the world. I'll send you some document about it. Now, my final word will be, I was so glad to be in Poland. My last visit, I did 2 conferences in Poland. I was really happy, and I've been invited for another one again in September, which I will attend shortly. Poland is now just like the bridge in the European country. I can say that because of, obviously, they're paving the way for conferences working, which will help Africa to think. This is very important. And then we're going to be putting all our resources, mentally, intellectually, to be able to help these type of conferences. We are building the new university in Ivory Coast, which I'm piloting that. So obviously I'm going to come back to Poland to talk to you about it. Jallow, thank you very much for your excellent way you conduct this panel. I'm sure that you're young, and it makes me proud to see you sitting there. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you to Mr. Morris. And I know we have to close, like Dr. Anna is on my back. We'll take 30 seconds, please, for Professor Radoslav to say your final comments. 30 seconds.
I'll try to do it in 20 seconds then. So my comments would be, first of all, of course, of having me very interesting conference. Let me come with 2 or 3 ideas. First of all, let's try to educate Europeans at different levels, culture, business, education, to educate them to know a bit more about chances in Africa and why they should come to Africa right now. Now, let's try to do it from the level of academia in order to avoid some, political differences and political ambitions of different countries. In order to convert threat, which is being perceived as a threat when we spoke about immigration, to the huge opportunity for not only European countries, but I'm speaking just some European. And now let's try to find a proper financing for that, not to finance the threat of immigration, but to finance that kind of a concept of academia in Europe, to let Europeans understand what the real opportunities are in Africa now, and to show what kind of benefits both of European countries and African countries can have from such education. And thank you again for having me today.
Well, thank you so much to everyone, Your Excellencies, dear audience. As final comments from me and observations from this panel, what we are clearly seeing is that we live in a new world which is extremely volatile, which presents both opportunities and challenges. And the society is evolving with new needs, new demands, and leaders. Not only leaders needs to be agile, but also countries, Africa, Europe, we all need to learn and adapt. And also economic cooperation, since that's the theme of the session today, need to learn and adapt. And comments from my excellent panel, like we need to rethink partnership, we need to reconfigure value chain and financing, and also the issue of peace and security and human rights and digital transformation are all very important. Somebody else said about relationship building, yes, and the integration of cultures and common good, and last but not least, educating the Europeans at different levels to understand culture. And so I'm going to leave you on those words. Now, ladies and gents, I thank all of you for participating at this conference this morning. I thank my excellent panel. I wish we could go on for another hour. And the next session will be on women, political representation, and successful development in Africa, which will be moderated by Professor Alexandra Chescherba, who is a professor of law at the Jacob of Paradise University in Gorzów Wielkopolski. I hope I have pronounced that well, but I will re-invite Dr. Anna Maszlon to take back the reins. And thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be with you this morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
By Professor Alexandra Chescherba, who is a professor Dr. Anna?
Yes, I can hear you well. Yeah. So now we are inviting you for the second panel. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Fatoumata Jr.
Thank you, Fatoumata Jr.
I hope that yes. And let me start the second panel with expressing my gratitude towards Dr. Anna Masłoń-Oracz for this great honor that I have today to be a moderator of the second session of today's conference titled Women, Political Representation and Successful Development in Africa. Taking into account the subject matter of the second session, as well as our honorable guests, I am sure that this is going to be extremely interesting part of today's conference. Before moving to the substantive part of our session, I would like to start with a short presentation of our honorable guests, just to make sure that we are all aware how lucky we are having them today with us. Among our panelists, there is Her Excellency Dr. Justina Mutale, the African Women of 2020, and the President of Justina Mutale Foundation. Ms. Magdalena Cooper, political leader at the Movement for One Liberia. Ms. Anna Maria Rożek, political leader. And last but not least, Dr. Tomasz Gigol, the Warsaw School of Economics. I would like to start our discussion with giving the floor to Her Excellency Dr. Justina Mutale. Dear Dr. Mutale, could you please first outline your experience in the subject matter that we are going to discuss today, and then present to us your perspective on the issue of political representation of women and successful development in Africa. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I should thank Dr. Anna Masloń and all the team at the Afro-EU for inviting me to be here today to speak at this very important conference as Europe and Africa tries to redefine their relationship. I am the founder of the Justina Mutale Foundation, which is based in the UK and also in Africa. We provide leadership and entrepreneurship training to young women and girls, training, mentorship, and coaching to try and get young women and girls in Africa into leadership positions. We also run a scholarship program for young women and girls from disadvantaged and underprivileged communities from rural African communities to access tertiary education around the world, but because we understand that although many organizations do work on education for girls, we have noticed that this goes only from early years right up to perhaps 12 years of education, which is the end of secondary school, but they are not given opportunities to go into tertiary education. And now we are in the fourth industrial revolution. So how would our girls from Africa compete with the rest of the world if we leave them halfway at only ending up at secondary school? I am also the vice president of the United Kingdom National Alliance of Women's Organization. This brings together all the organizations in the UK that work, civil society organizations in the UK that work towards the empowerment of women and girls. I am also the global envoy for the International Women's Think Tank, which is headquartered in Atlanta, in Georgia, which takes critical research to find solutions to help young women and girls in advance in whatever it is that they are doing. And lastly, I am also the author of The Art of Iconic Leadership, Power Secrets of Female World Leaders. This is the book in which I chronicle the leadership journeys of outstanding women through history through the ages to show how they handled their leadership journeys and to show other young people that it is possible for them to lead as females. So that is all about me. There could be a lot. I could go on and on for 2 or 4 days talking about myself, but I think that is the part that is relevant to what we are talking about today. And so my input about women's leadership, we are talking about women's participation in political participation and, of course, decision making and taking a role in leadership. While it has been inspiring to see so many women making positive strides in various fields, including political participations, however, these have been, in my opinion, and of course in the opinion of all those in the feminist movement, that these appear to be too few and far in between. Since the women's suffrage movement 200 years ago, in the 19th century, we've had several initiatives and affirmative actions towards the achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of women. And the year 2020 has brought together, the year 2020, which was last year, brought together a whole confluence of significant anniversaries in the global feminist movement. To start with, it marked 100 years of the women's vote in the United States of America, and of course, 101 years in the United Kingdom. It also marked over 41 years since the declaration of the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, in short, CEDAW, which was declared in 1979. And for another, this is very important and significant in the women's and in the feminist global movement. Last year, 2020, marks 25 years since the Beijing Platform for Action, which was adopted at the 4th United Nations Women's Conference in 1995. And for yet another, last year marked 20 years of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, security, and it also marked 10 years since the UN Women was formed. UN Women is the wing of the United Nations that fights for the rights of women and girls around the world. Of course, as we all may be aware, 2020 marked 75 years since the creation of the United Nations. And we are 5 years into the Sustainable Development Goals. While at the same time, this year, 2021, has marked 65 years of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. And this is a congregation where women come together from all over the world to see where we are at as women. What journey have we taken? What have we done wrong and have we done right? What do we need to do? What do we need to not do? So needless to say, the year 2020 was also representative of a confluence of anniversary for some of Africa's own continental initiatives and affirmative actions, because Africa has got its own development agenda, Agenda 2063, but also Africa, while following all these global initiatives and affirmative initiatives, it's also got its own actions towards its own efforts and actions towards gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. So in Africa, the year 2020 marked over 25 years since the pre-Congress of the 7th Pan-African Congress held in Kampala in Uganda. It marked 15 years since the adoption of the Maputo Protocol. This is the African Charter on Human and People's Rights of Women in Africa. It also marked 10 years of the Gender is My Agenda, which is equivalent to the African equivalent of UN Women. And also it marked 10 years and was the conclusion of the Decade of African Women, which started in 2010. And it also marked 5 years since the African Union declared 2015 as the African Union Year of Women's Empowerment. Now here, it is worth noting that gender equality remains one Millennium Development Goal that was not fulfilled in any part of the world. And for this reason, it has once again been highlighted as a priority in the United Nations Agenda 2030, Global Goals for Sustainable Development. However, while these initiatives and affirmative actions have made some visible strides, women are still lagging far behind their male counterparts in all areas of development, and of course in nearly all parts of the world. As of 2020, the global participation rate of women in national level parliament stood at 25%, and women accounted for only 8% of all national leaders or heads of state or government out of 193 member states of the United Nations. You see, for me, this really shocks me because women make up 51% of the world population. And it does not make sense to me at all that women are in the minority when it comes to leadership. As concerning Africa, it has always baffled me why history has depicted women in African society as dual minors. For the most part, the history of African women and girls has been told through the shadow of the father and then that of their husband or brother. But this is not a true reflection of the African society that I know, because I am from Africa. And I know that long before the rest of the world embarked on moves towards gender equality, most African women were already carrying leadership roles in their communities. For thousands of years, women were equal, if not even superior to their male counterparts. And for thousands of years, most African societies were matriarchal, meaning they were led by women, and they were led by strong, powerful women, and these societies did prosper. However, the shift during colonization from a subsistence economy to a monetary economy based on remunerated employment, where one has to go to work, earn money, as in coins and notes, rather than working in the fields and eating from the field, that overturned all the benefits of a matriarchal society and reinforced women's supremacy over women in Africa, men's supremacy over women in Africa. This then made African women's bargaining position weak in respect of access to and control of their resources. It also reduced women's level of participation in political decision-making and the process of development. As we speak here today, for me, in my opinion, I believe that the 21st century is a century to awaken the feminine spirit and to bring feminine wealth back into leadership and decision-making, so that we can empower humanity in order to secure the United Nations wish for human prosperity and progress for all. After all, it has been said that a society that operates on half its manpower, half its human resources, and half its potential is one that is definitely bound to fail. See, the year 2020 has marked a significant, though quite unpleasant milestone in world history with the advent of the COVID-19. However, the year 2020 is also the year in which women leaders around the world have proved that when it comes to governance and leadership, women have what it takes to lead, as good as or even much better than their male counterparts. The coronavirus pandemic has tested the leadership potential of every leader across the globe. And we have all seen that it has been reported in most international media that it is in those countries that are led by women that have proved the far greater mettle in their response to the spread of the COVID-19. And of course, history provides sufficient evidence that women are quite capable of assuming the role of competent leadership when it is demanded of them. And we have an example here. In the aftermath of the 1994 genocide in Rwanda, many women found themselves thrown into the uncertainty of widowhood, with thousands of males incarcerated for war crimes or living in neighboring countries as refugees. As a consequence, many women found themselves thrust in the role of household breadwinners, while also having to assume leadership roles in society, business, politics, and other areas of life. C, Rwandan women suddenly became politicians, agriculturists, and business women overnight. And within 20 years of the genocide, Rwandan women took on an overwhelming majority in parliament, with over 64% of the seats in the 2014 election. To date, Rwanda remains the only country in the world with a female-dominated parliament. Remember, this only happened because there were no men standing in place of the women, you know, preventing women to do all of this. When women were giving this opportunity, they rose to the occasion. And this impressive performance of Rwandan women in those elections has been largely attributed to a unanimous decision by the political parties to give both genders equal chances at the polls. And this is totally in contrast to the past practice in which men were automatically granted a greater number of slots on party electoral lists. If you need to take this into consideration, that so women were given this opportunity. Things had changed so that women could participate on equal footing with their male counterparts, and women rose to the occasion. So despite the African Union talking about Africa, having put in place a continental gender policy, which is instituted through its missions, institutions, and organs, and the development agenda like the Agenda 2063, African countries, however, continue to experience great challenges in the area of gender mainstreaming and the empowerment of women in political leadership and decision-making. This, in turn, impacts negatively on the development process of the continent. While African countries are willingly committed to the implementation of the global commitments as mentioned before, however, they are met with a lot of challenges due to inadequate resources and weak gender and women's machineries. Most African countries do not have the capacity to develop gender capacity building programs for planners, policymakers, operational and strategic managers to acquire appropriate knowledge, skills, and attitudes for gender mainstreaming at all levels. Africa would make progress with its drive for gender equality in all areas if only African countries can put in place measures aimed at ensuring gender parity. But the absence of these measures for a more qualitative and quantitative participation of women and men in decision-making at both central and centralized levels make the gender agenda very difficult to achieve. Some of this is prevented because of budgetary constraints. You see, you've got to have the budget in order to implement the policies that you put in place. And it even makes it more difficult to learn that the World Economic Forum recently stated that it will take another 100 years before the world can achieve gender equality. And also, as we all know now, the onset of the coronavirus has retarded all the gains made towards gender equality in Africa and the other parts of the world, as all global efforts have been focused towards tackling COVID-19. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing in Africa. Some of them we are not facing them on our own. We are facing them with the rest of the world, including Europe. Thank you very much.
Dear Justin, thank you very much for this extremely interesting input, as well as for the timekeeping. I have just signaled that the time that we are running out of time by my virtual hand raised, but you were completely aware of the situation. So thank you very much for this understanding of the situation. I must admit that I found it extremely interesting, and thank you very much for drawing our attention to the fact that among plenty of negative consequences of colonization, there was also a shift of the social and political role between men and women. in result of which also African women face the situation that has to be countered also by all women around the world. So, namely the substantial inequality, gender inequality. I hope that there will be still some time to discuss the issue at the end of our session, but right now I would like to give the floor to our second panelist, Ms. Magdalena Cooper. Magdalena, I hope that you are with us. Would you be so kind to start with sharing with us your experience in the area we are discussing today, and then with some more substantial input contribution to our discussion? The floor is yours. We cannot hear you. Let me check why. Probably because you are muted, but I cannot unmute you. Can you do it on your own? Or perhaps Anna can help us.
Yeah, I will figure out what's happening with Madame Magdalena. So maybe the
Hello.
Yes.
Maybe the next
Can you see me?
Anna Rożek, yes, we can hear you and see you. I was addressing to, in that case, I was addressing to Anna Masłoń-Ora just to help us in terms of technical aspects.
Okay.
But probably it is a good idea to change the program a bit until Magdalena is able to join us.
Okay, so maybe I will start.
Yeah, the floor is yours, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Maria Rożek. I was a member of Warsaw City Council from 2014 to 2018. And actually, I was one of the youngest women leaders in this time. As well, in the terms of that I'm originally not born in Warsaw, I actually achieved to be one of the most important body who actually decide about Warsaw. And in this time, I was 25 years old. So I always I always say to the young women that actually, if they dream about something, they really can achieve what they want, and it doesn't depend where they are born, and it's a small city or big city, or they have connections or not, because actually I was born in Kielce, which is kind of small city without any kind of connections. Also, what I had, it was my dream to actually be in politics. I'm as well trained lawyer, and I work in the law company, but actually recently I'm starting my own business. So I think it's like a good step in the being more independent and also support women in business. Globally, there is progress in terms of women participating in politics. However, the progress is very slow, as we know, and actually it should be a way faster. So in August 2015, only 22% of all national parliament were female, and unimpressively, that increased at 11.3%. Worldwide, actually what Dr. Justina Matale mentioned, Rwanda has the highest number of women in the parliament, which is 63% of seats for women in the lower house. Globally, in 2015, only 11 women were serving heads of the state, and 13 were heads of the government by January 2015, and only 17% of government ministers were women. Most of them were overseeing social sectors, which actually shows that. So we were in this time in the politics, but actually we were put in the managing of the social sectors like families and other things, not in the most, we can say, important and strategic sectors. From 1991, only 11.3% this increase from August 2015, when it goes to the participation of women in the politics globally. How it looks today. So actually I have a map to share where you can, which is prepared by UN Women, Women in Politics in 2021, where you can see all the numbers and statistics. And I will try to show it with you now. I hope I will be successful.
I hope so.
Or not. Maybe here.
Something is happening. we cannot see you right now. No, the presentation. There are 3 dots. I hope that you can see this.
Okay. So maybe I will do it differently. Maybe I will.
There's the arrow, and you should put it. I mean, press it, and then is the an option to share the screen.
Okay. I was doing that before, but now I have some problems. So I will try one more time. If not, I will just email it and maybe we can show it.
Do you have a link? Is this a website?
I will just email the PDF and maybe someone who is better in this case with the sharing the screen can help. So just trying to do it. But on this actually map, you can see the changes which happen. And as well, I think it's very good that we can see on the results how, because of pandemic, how good managers are actually women. And how, like Justina said before, that it's really a good test for everyone, and hopefully women show that they passed the test very good. So I hope the trend will be continuing and we will see more women in the government position. So can I have an email where I can see the photo of the map?
Anu, if you could please send to me, and I will share it.
To me, Anna agrees. I will write the email in the chat.
Yes. So the Women in Politics map. Okay, I'm actually.
In fact, you should be able to add this PDF also here, to attach it right here, but you can send it to me.
I can send it here. Okay, sorry for the break.
I am checking my email.
Okay, you should have it. Okay, so despite increase in the number. Hello, you can hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Unmute some of us, so sorry for this radical.
Okay, so I will be continuing and you can share it. So you can share it on the screen when you will be ready. So the Women in Politics 2020 map was created by the Interparliament Union and UN Women presents global ranking for women in executive, government, and parliament position as of 1st of January 2021. So we can actually see the trend here. The date shows all-time highs for the number of countries with women heads of states or heads of government, as well as for the global share of women ministers. Despite increases in the number of women at the highest level of political power, widespread gender inequalities persist. Progression in women holding ministerial portfolios has slowed, with just a small increases from 21.3% in 2020 to actually 21.9% in 2021. The number of countries with no women in government has increased, and only 25.5% of national parliamentarians are women, compared to 24.9% the year before. So, like the trend is actually that women participation slowed down. Instead of that we actually are very successful globally in managing the pandemic. So maybe after this COVID-19 situation, we will be more active, and hopefully more women would like to participate. From my personal experience, I can say that still there is like some kind of mental things when it goes to the women, that they don't actually want to go to politics because they think that the politician sector is actually corrupted, that there is like a lot of unfairness and other things. So they more, if they want to do the social work and want to make some important decision and influence on the society, they mostly focus on NGOs. And in my opinion, like, we shouldn't give back the floor to the men. We should actually like compete with them and make our own rules, which will be more clear. And if we really don't like those stuff, it's actually only thing we can change the rules of games is actually by being an active participant as a woman in the politics. And if there is some more women in the politics, then we are like we will start to be an important player and a game changer for the rules which are actually implied now in the politics. So I hope that will change, and I will see more women in the strategic sectors worldwide, as well in Africa. Thank you. Hello.
I hope that I am back with you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Anna, for this extremely interesting contribution to our today's discussion. I must admit that it is really very positive change when it comes to the women in politics. But
generally, yes.
Generally, yes. But still, we do have a lot to do. And I would like to share my screen with you just for
Maybe I will add something. I just wanted to add that actually we shouldn't wait for the change. We have all tools and we just need to use them. And as a woman, we should support other women who sometimes, what I saw, sometimes other women are jealous because of other, younger or more like active women. What we should do, like, a woman who have their achievement should actually support those who are more, youngest, and they still have the time to grow. But it's very important to have actually someone who can help you, who can support you, who can show you the right direction, especially in politics. So for me, it's very important that to support other women who are just starting in the politics. And as well, Justina Batale is doing in her foundation, because we have all tools, and what we will do with those tools, it depends on us. And the group is always more, they more listen to the group than the independent person. So we should just try to act as a group of active women, motivate others, and support others to achieve realistic goals in the politics.
Thank you very much for this extremely important remark on the relevance of the support of women by women. And I think that it is Margaret Thatcher that said that there is a special place or a separate place in the hell for women who do not support other women. But we have to keep in mind that when it comes to the access to politics, the political bench is rather short and is occupied by men who don't want to move and to make some space for women. So we have to still, I would say, I don't want to use the word fight, but we still have to make an effort to be among them. Thank you very much for this extremely interesting and inspiring contribution to our discussion. Thank you for your voice. Now I would like to ask if Magdala Cooper is with us. Magdala.
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. I'm really happy to have you here. Yeah, right now we can hear you, we can see you. So I think it is the best moment to give the floor to you, asking you for sharing with us your perspective on the topic we are discussing. But could you please start with outlining your experience in the issue or in the area of women's equality and political representation? The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate this opportunity to sit on the panel with these incredible women. I see my sister Justina is on here, and some other great ladies. As you mentioned, my name is Magdala Cooper. Sorry, my voice is all messed up this morning. I was a humanitarian to start off my career working in corporate America, but I became a humanitarian to give back to my homeland after the civil crisis, and started a foundation called the Magdala Cooper Foundation back in 2003. And with the foundation, we started to educate children and assist women with microloans to start small enterprises. And from there, I started to see that women and the children and youth were the most vulnerable post-civil crisis. And so we started to take action to do more to empower the youth through education by starting a scholarship platform to grant young people the opportunity to obtain higher education. We've sent kids all over the world, the United States, Canada, and some other countries to obtain education. And I went as far as building a boarding school to take orphans off the streets who parents could not afford to take care of them. And I took most of these children in 2005 at about 5-6 years of age. And today they're going off to universities. So it makes me proud of that accomplishment to have seen one generation grow up, and now they're going to obtain higher education right in my lifetime. And so from there, I started to see that more young people needed this opportunity across my country, Liberia. In 2006, we started to look at the political landscape, and we saw there are a lot of policies that were on the books, or there were a lot of policies that were not established. And so I started to dig into politics and see why great policies that were on the books were not being implemented. And sometimes funds that were earmarked in the national operating budget was not earmarked, being directed into education, healthcare, and those sort of agencies of government that will directly impact the lives of the people. And so in 2016, I jumped into the political arena. I was the only female amongst 19 candidates from 26 political parties. I was the only female to participate in the 2017 presidential election. I didn't win, but I came out number 7 amongst 20 candidates. That was a huge accomplishment in my country, because I think at first people saw a pretty face and they saw a woman. And I oftentimes was told, oh, that woman again, Madame Sirleaf, who's our former president, was leaving. And all of the women took a step back. I think after Madame Sirleaf's, women started to feel a little worried that, okay, this Madame Sirleaf came in and won, but maybe that was just a happen chance. I don't think another woman's going to win. And so a lot of women sat back, but I didn't think it was the right thing to do at the time. And so I jumped into the race, and as I mentioned, I didn't win, but I made a huge impact. Because let's not forget, according to statistics, when one woman runs, it inspires and encourages at least minimum 7 other women to run again in the next election. And so I made a huge impact across Liberia, my homeland, and across the world. Because post the 2017 presidential election, women from all over Africa invited me across to Africa to speak about my experience being the only female in a presidential election. And I did extremely well. Let me add this. I did extremely well in all of the national debates, because I think at first, most people thought she's a pretty girl. Maybe she thinks this is just another platform to get some attention. But when we got on the stage to debate the issues, I knew everything about the issues that my male counterparts were struggling with. I knew what the women needed. I knew what the young people needed. I knew what the youth needed. And I knew how to speak about the economy and what parts of the economy that weren't working, that just weren't moving the nation forward. And when it came to development, we were discussing development neck to neck. Even I was on stage with the very last debate with the governor of the central bank. And that's to tell you the caliber of people I was debating with. And from there, they understood, oh, she's a woman. And I'm not just saying the word pretty, but this is what they use to quiet and silence women. And so this was thrown at me a lot. There were so many things that were thrown against me in the race to distract me, but I was never distracted or deterred by any of the attacks, whether it was on social media, whether it was in traditional media, or even on the stage, the debate stage in the presidential election. Now, post the election, and I think it was the previous, I'm sorry, I think her name is Anna. Anna, please forgive me if I'm not saying her name correctly, who just presented. She said, we should act in groups. And I decided that was going to be the model I was going to use. After the presidential election, Liberia has never had a political party that was established by a female. And so I became the first female in the Republic of Liberia to establish a political party and became the political leader for that political party, which is a party that really gives women a platform so they're not, kicked aside, pushed aside, disregarded within the political houses. Because I felt this is one of the things that women experience in getting involved or running for office. A lot of political parties do not take women seriously. Women are taken seriously on the level of a chairlady within the political parties, but women are not taken seriously in any other sort of area of political institutions. And so I established a movement for One Liberia. Through our nation history, this is the first party to be established by a woman. And from there, I know everyone would not be willing to join my political institution. And so I decided to establish what's now known as the Lapa Revolution. And I think you can very well, the Lapa is just a piece of fabric that we use to tie our heads or our waists or carry the babies on our back. It can be used as a scarf. I think you can see my sister Justina is wearing a piece of Lapa on her head. That's a traditional fabric. And so I started this Lapa Revolution because sometimes men wear this Lapa as well. So I didn't want to leave anyone out. I started Lapa Revolution to get women to work in groups, in a group, because women were working in silos, in different NGOs, different organizations. We were not tackling all of our issues together. And so when I finally started this revolution, the women of Liberia from all walks of life, all different education level, different economic status and social standing came together to fight to get one woman into our parliament. As you know, the statistics, we spoke a lot on this platform about Rwanda being a leading nation with 63% of female in the parliament, female representation. Liberia is currently at 9% female participation or representation in our parliament. And one of the reasons why I got these women to get together, I started with the elders, the elder women who have been there, have done that. They've ran for positions before. They've had their experiences in politics. I got them on board first, because once you have the blessings of the elders, especially the elder women, you have the blessings of the nation. And so all these incredible women from across Liberia came together to establish this platform. And we, excuse me, my French, but we kicked ass in the nation. And all of a sudden, people knew these women are not messing around, because we got the elders, the middle-aged women, the women in denial of where they stand in terms of age, which is some of us. But we also got the younger girls as well to participate. And it became a sexy platform for every woman to now stand and say, I'm part of the Lapa Revolution. And so this revolution fought. There was one woman in the past 2020 midterm senatorial election. She had won the county seat, but the ruling establishment tried to kick her off the seat because she was a woman and they felt they could knock her off. And we said, not on our watch. And we fought and we fought. And I didn't rest until I walked her to take her seat in the parliament. I was there in the parliament where no one who is not a parliamentarian is allowed. I made sure I was there and I saw her take her seat and I walked out. That's how we have to behave as women. We can no longer sit on the sidelines and be nice girls. I'm over being a nice girl. I'm over looking for acceptance or approval from anyone. Anyone. I'm not interested in anyone giving me a stamp of approval to say Magdala Cooper is a nice girl, she behaved, she played well. No, I'm going to fight for the rights of women. I'm going to make sure other women are empowered to continue to fight, because if we keep playing the nice girls, the boys are going to keep giving their friends the seat at the table that belong to us, and we will never fully obtain what the women, what is our own or our rights. And so I see it as, look, there are 10 seats on the table. The law says women have the right to participate. And if there are 10 seats on the table, listen, boys, you have to get up out of our seat. If you don't wake up, if I ask you, I'm going to ask you twice. The third time, I'm going to pull my seat from under you. And that is the attitude and the energy I bring to politics across Africa, because I think this is the attitude that is needed. Too many of us are playing nice, polite. Oh, society says, tradition say, culture say, we should be the nice, pretty girl. Don't speak when you're spoken to. Don't speak until you're spoken to. Don't be seen. Don't be heard. You should only be seen. All of this stuff, I scratch it out. Because I think if women continue to play nice, we're going nowhere with being nice. The boys are playing hardcore. They're having 2 a.m. political meetings. They're discussing the economy at 4 a.m. I will be in those rooms and having those discussions. Whether sleep catches my eyes or not, I will be in those meetings. And that is the approach women have to take if we're serious about making a mark. And so I will yield here and turn the microphone back to the coordinator or the moderator, and I'll be available for more questions. But I think I'm tired of seeing women divided. I'm tired of seeing women backbiting. I'm tired of seeing women limiting themselves. I'm not a woman who ever think about limiting myself. I'm a woman who, when I want to do something, I find the funding. I don't care whether a man give it to me or any group give it to me. I will find the funding and I will establish the institutions that will push my agenda. And that's what I did in my NGO. I built an entire boarding school, looked like a university. I educated a demographic of young people. When I got into politics, I found the resources. I built a political house, and it's still running. And today is one of the biggest names in the country. Within 1 year of establishment, my political party is known all over the country, and if not part of the world. So this is the action we have to take. Let's get more aggressive and work in a group.
Thank you, Magdala, for this extremely energetic and empowering speech. I hope that there will be enough time to discuss the issue you would like to address and to share with us at the end of the session. Right now, I would like to move to Professor Tomasz Gigol, last but not least, of course. Dear Professor, your presence here is the best evidence for the fact that talking about gender equality is not only talking about women without men, but it is talking about the gender equality with the presence of men and women. So please take the floor and share with us your experience, your point of view on the issue we are discussing today.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me now? It's okay.
Yes, we can hear.
Hello, everybody. My point of view is completely different because I will try to show you economic and business organization point of view about ethical code and about differences, ethical business ethic different. Now I show you my presentation. Okay. Just a moment.
Please take your time.
Yeah.
We managed to get used to all this technical.
I described myself. I'm scientist from 6 years. I'm experienced manager. I'm top manager from 25 years. So my first was to being manager in companies, and the second scientist. And my topic is leadership and business ethics. So now you show my presentation.
Yes, it is.
Yes. All right. Okay. Background of the study. In the recent years, the discussion about ethical behavior in organizations has been influenced by the ideas of corporate social responsibility and sustainable development relevant for the work environment and its impact on the quality of life of people, groups, and companies. Human resource management oriented at sustainable development proposes to focus on organizational fairness. On the other hand, more and more unethical behaviors displayed by employees for the sake of organizations are getting revealed, such as forging exhaust emissions, results in car engines produced by Volkswagen without their consent by Wells Fargo employees. A lot of studies demonstrate that women are more ethical in the workplace than men. So I focused on unethical pro-organizational behavior. It's described, defined as actions that are intended to promote the effective functioning of the organization or its members, for example, leaders, and violate core societal values, merits, laws, or standards of proper conduct. One of the reasons for undertaking an ethical pro-organizational behavior is organizational identification that manifests itself with greater loyalty towards one's group rather than the social norms. Organizational identification through the lack of moral engagement. Thus, the following hypothesis was formulated. Employees' organizational identification influences intensification of their involvement in unethical pro-organizational behavior. Authentic leadership and ethical leadership, notably high correlation exists between these two concepts of leaderships. They all belong to normative theories of leadership, which focus on the leader-follower relationships and phrasing morals in an organization. And authentic leadership is a concept that fits the sub-Saharan context, and ethical leadership is also an accepted approach to management in African countries. So, leadership and organizational identification. Authentic leadership of the followers' organizational identification. Therefore, another hypothesis was formulated. Authentic leadership influences employees' organizational identification. And similarly, ethical leadership influences intensification of the followers' organizational identification. Therefore, another hypothesis was formulated. Ethical leadership influences employees' organizational identification. And authentic leadership may intensify unethical pro-organizational behavior in subordinates with low professional autonomy through the mediating role of work engagement. It was my previous research in 2020. It was found that there is an ambiguous correlation. Ethical leadership may intensify unethical pro-organizational behaviors of subordinates with low professional autonomy through the mediating role of high organizational identification. So I formulated next two hypotheses. Organizational identification is a mediator of correlations between a superior's authentic leadership and the intensity of subordinates' unethical pro-organizational behavior. And last one, organizational identification is a mediator of correlations between a superior's ethical leadership and the intensity of subordinates' unethical pro-organizational behavior. So in this figure show hypothesized model and some words about respondents, the proposition, owned or state-controlled enterprises. It was about 50% of the research sample. The remaining group of the respondents were employees of various private businesses. There were 389 respondents in the study, including 204 women, about 50%. 13 respondents did not provide information about on their sex. Organizational identification as a mediator of the correlation between leadership and unethical pro-organizational behavior. The degree of organizational identification was analyzed as a mediator of the correlations between authentic leadership, ethical leadership, and unethical pro-organizational behavior. Individual dimensions of leadership models. So, results of the analysis. Statistically significant mediation effects have been found in the models where the dependent variable was unethical pro-organizational behavior. Higher levels of authentic leadership and ethical leadership were correlated with an increased level of organizational identification, and higher level of organizational identification was in turn correlated with a greater intensity of unethical pro-organizational behavior. Conclusions of this part of presentation: neither authentic nor ethical leadership experts direct influence on subordinates' pro-organizational behavior. The study has demonstrated, however, that organizational leadership and unethical pro-organizational behavior. So, as a result, we need ethical codes in our organization. Leadership is not enough. Even that moral, ethical concept of leadership. Maybe we need another concept of it. Maybe we need servant leadership that's concentrated to all shareholders, but it's only hypothesis. Okay, next part of my presentation is about differences in the approach to business ethics between men and women. Gilligan described the ethics of care and the ethics of justice as different ways of perceiving the world. The orientation at justice organized moral perception through paying attention to equity. Acceptance of the ethics of care means concentration on the relations among the people involved in a particular situation, as well as their well-being and happiness. According to Gilligan, women prefer the orientation at care and men choose the orientation at justice. In business, gender is significantly correlated with the respondent's intention to behave ethically. When making a moral decision in business, women relied both on justice and common sense, whereas men faced with the same ethical dilemmas referred exclusively to justice. Women showed more maturity and regard thinking focused on the ethics of care, whereas men showed a slightly higher level of moral thinking referring to the ethics of justice. It's a more abstractive. So some people say ethics of care it's better of present time of a pandemic crisis. And another two study. It was to study about differences between men and women in business ethics. One of the study one, its study respondents was relatively young. 77.6% of respondents was under 30, and 522 respondents was a woman. Only 264 was a man. And another study, 201 was a woman, 168 was a man, and relatively older respondents. Percent of respondents was under 30, and 24.4 was between 30 and 39, and 32.3% was between 40 and 49 years old. So we formulated last hypothesis: women in Poland show less engagement in unethical pro-organizational behavior. And another slide is with results. Both study statistically significant of men are more engaged in unethical pro-organizational behavior. In both study, this results, not this slide, but this result was published. So we are going to final conclusions. Gender differences in unethical pro-organizational behavior are practically non-existent in studies outside Poland. And why? The results of the study indicate that women's ethics of care reduces their involvement in unethical pro-organizational behavior. In my opinion, women in Poland are accepted in business and in managerial positions. If women try to be like a man, maybe this natural, of course, so socialized for family and for society, not, but women's approach to would be changed. But in Poland, we accepted women as a managerial position, and gender gap is relatively small. One of the smaller in European Union. So that's why these results in Poland is different than results results from different country, results of research about unethical pro-organizational behavior. So, final conclusion is much more practical. Of course, it's about business, but maybe it's good for more general leadership and from for another organization. So, practical implications regarding the business on all management levels, including the decision-making bodies, not only just ordinary member of organizations. It is a postulate that is consistent with the recommendations of the United Nations regarding sustainable development. A dissimilar women's approach to business ethics and their smaller propensity to engage in unethical pro-organizational behavior may help management boards make better and more ethical decisions in business. And in time of COVID crisis, it means maybe a better decision for ordinary people, for all stakeholders, not only shareholders. Participation of women in the development and implementation of ethical codes in organizations may also that's my final conclusion. So thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Giggle, for this interesting point of view and taking us into area of labor, of business, and drawing our attention to the differences between men and women at the managerial position. I am pretty sure that there is a lot of questions to you concerning your results or the results of your study. And now there's the time at which I would like to open the Q&A session and give the floor to our audience, open the possibility to interact with our honorable speakers. Please feel free to express your opinion on the contributions that were made to the topic of political engagement of women, or any other issue that is correlated to the title of and to the subject matter of our session. Waiting for the questions that will be raised, I'm pretty sure I will take advantage of the position I've been vested with, and I would like to draw attention to one extremely important indicator of the gender equality that is used by the European Institute for Gender Equality, namely Gender Equality Index, and the result for 2020 when it comes to the domain of power is as follows. Please, I hope that you can see. The power is the domain with the lowest level of gender equality, with just 53.5 out of 100 points. The EU still has a lot to do in area of gender equality in terms of access to power. So the situation cannot be considered as satisfactory. It's better and better every year, but still a lot has to be done in order to achieve a real equality. So the progress, for sure, at least in my opinion, is too slow. But I'm really keen on listening to your opinion, and I am addressing to our audience. Are there any questions to our panelists? Please do not hesitate. I think that there is a very unique occasion to discuss the issue of political engagement of men and women in this international environment. I've got plenty of questions, and I would like to start with Her Excellency Justina Mutale. Justina, could you share with us your main conclusion that you formulated in your newest book? Would you be so kind?
Thank you very much. Of course, my conclusions in the book is that when, as I said before, when women are given the opportunity to participate in political leadership or whatever line of leadership, they do excel. They rise to the occasion, and sometimes they excel way above their male counterparts. And again, I'd like to agree with my colleague, Mr. Thomas, that in my book, I also mentioned the ethical part of women's leadership, because women lead with empathy, they lead with compassion, they lead with humility, because women have the highest level of emotional intelligence. And to bring the world together and to lead, to understand the people that you are leading and to understand the needs that they have, and to ensure that you are actually providing the thing that it is that the people want. You need that emotional intelligence, which almost comes natural to women. For example, women are natural born leaders, as I said in my book. And we do this, for example, in the family. We lead the family. I just don't understand how women's community or home leadership was sort of cut off from public leadership. Because in the home, women can decide what school children should go to, what uniforms they should wear. They budget no matter how little money they have. If the woman sits on the street, for example, in Africa to sell peanuts, she still can budget to make enough to ensure that her family can survive in whatever it is. She makes the budget. So this is this is a skill that can be taken off into public office, for example, in budgeting. And also women can mediate in their families, the children, the sibling rivalries for a win-win situation. Rather than wanting one to terminate the other, they try to bring them together to show that, look, this is your brother and this is your sister and you need to get on in this. Those are some of the things, the ethical way that women have. And of course, it has also been proven that children who are born of women who are affluent naturally live an affluent life. And children born of very highly educated women naturally have as high level an education as they want to go, as much as that child is willing or the parent is willing to push them, unless the child says, no, I want to end here. So all those are some of the ethical things that he's talking about. And of course, when you look at business, for example, the 2018 economic crash of Wall Street, it's been said that had the Lehman Brothers been Lehman sisters, we wouldn't have suffered that, because women take into consideration of how, if I do make this decision, how does it impact on my family? How does it impact on my community, my country, and everybody else? But men are always want instant gratification, instant profit. So in my book, I conclude that if we can have more women in leadership, in fact, if we can aspire and actualize the United Nations new aspiration in the Agenda 2030 of achieving what is called a 50-50 planet, where we can have at every high-level decision-making table 50% of the male perspective and 50% of the female perspective, then we have a chance of bringing a balance to the direction of the world, whether it's in politics, economy, society, environment, science, and technology, everywhere. Because, as I said, when you leave out half of the world, you are totally bound to fail, because those perspectives are not brought onto the table. And those perspectives, women, of course, are 51%, which means they are more than men. And the perspectives of women are not brought to the decision-making table, then we are not doing the world a favor. And remember, women are the guardians of humanity. We bring humanity into the world. We carry the children, we nurture them, we teach them what they should become. In fact, I don't understand at what level then they maintain the tables and think that women are not leaders, because we brought them, we taught them how to become the leaders that they have now become. But because we are the guardians of humanity, so we have this ethics of how we bring these ethics to the table of empathy, humility, compassion, and in fact, these are now being held as the new science of human relationships, the high emotional intelligence that women naturally carry. So, in my book, the conclusion is that the world should let women lead them.
Thank you very much, Justina, for your answer, which allows me to address smoothly to Dr. Giggle. Could you please elaborate a bit further on the reasons, of course, in your opinion, of the results of your study? So why women are less unethical than men in business?
It's, in my opinion, it's because of a few things. One, originally, because of society, because of traditional society, women play different role than men, and different expectation about behavior create different kind of ethics of cares. And Polish society is not egalitarian. And women don't have to assume men's roles in business, because here. And there is a relatively high percentage of women in managerial position in Poland. 34% of women in management position in the European Union were women. And the highest percentage of female managers was in Latvia, 46%, and in Poland, 41%. And third, Slovenia. The lowest shares were recorded in Luxembourg, Cyprus, and the Czech Republic. So, in my opinion, Poland is different because of that. Because we are, one, traditional society. Second, not egalitarian, and accepted woman as a leader, as a business partner, and woman should be herself. Woman should be a woman with female approach to business ethics, caring about people. So that's. It's not proven it's not strictly proven in my research, but that's I am thinking. And my another point of view, it's my personal point of view. My wife is a university professor and economic professor, and vice president of one of the biggest corporation in Poland, and we have 3 children, So we and her approach to be a leader is a little bit different than mine, and she is accepted as she as a leader is not the same as a man as her colleagues. So that's my explanation of this situation.
Thank you very much. It means that the biology doesn't mean or doesn't matter as much as the society and the way we are bringing up and educating when it comes to the role in business.
Of course. It's not biological approach. It's social approach, because ethics, it's not biological things. It's grow with society, grow with family, etc. And with culture.
Thank you very much for your explanation. Now I would like to ask both Magdala and Anna about your experiences when it comes to the main obstacles you face in your personal cases when trying to become and be and maintain the position of female leader in your society. Magdala, as I can see you on the screen, please start if you can.
Sure. Well, there were so many obstacles we faced because, number one, unlike what the professor is saying about roles in the traditional setting of Poland, we also have this traditional setting and this misguided education in my neck of the wood, because I ran in my country, so I can speak firsthand about the miseducation that most people in the country have, that somehow is misconstrued for traditional roles. And so young people are misguided, miseducated about the roles of women versus the roles of men. And so when I stepped up to run for office, first of all, let me go back. In our national constitution, women are not mentioned. The entire constitution that was written in 1847 refers to all people of the nation as he. So when he should take seat, when he should take power, when he should do this, women, there's no she in the constitution, first of all, and that's one of the things we're fighting right now. So when I stood up to run, the general understanding was that, well, women should not try to run for president. And when we refer back to the woman, the first female democratically elected head of state, which we produced in 2005, the so-called misguided, miseducated people said, well, she was placed there by the UN. So that means she was not supposed to be there, but and this is why we have to be very careful with how we use words, because it's educating younger generation that when they hear someone like a professor or someone who is how they deem to be high level say something in society, alter certain words, they hold on to that because they don't have the ability, like a professor, to go and research and make sure their conversation is being backed by data or facts. And so the young people kept saying, but a woman should not try to run for president. It's not a woman's place. It's not a woman's. So there was a pushback. Young people went on social media and they said a lot of horrible things about me, which they would never say about my male counterparts. Oh, she has 3 children, unmarried, and this and this and this and that. And meanwhile, all of my male counterparts had the same problem, but it was never looked the same lens that they used to look at my situation. They never looked at my male counterparts the same way. I had my children in my household. My male counterparts did not have their children with them. Their children were with other mothers. This is just one example I'm using. So society and tradition, they were used to justify the reason why women were experiencing this pushback. And this is why I like the conversation about Rwanda, because I know for sure, backed by information, that when President Paul Kagame got into power, he gave all political institutions 2 years and says, I want women on your party tickets. 2 years. And if you don't, you're going to be shut down. And this is how Rwanda today got 63% of women in parliament versus my country that had the first democratically elected head of state on the continent. Today we at 9%. It has to be, I always use this statement. I use it a lot with my ambassador colleagues. They will talk about, why things are not moving the directions it's supposed to be moving in. And I say to them, look, I've been living in this country long enough to know that nothing good happens organically. Now, when you have a national constitution that everyone in the country is okay with and saying he. When I applied to run for office, the application says one question says, where does your wife and children reside? Now, I'm a woman applying to run for office, and this application that's on the books of my election commission was still asking questions as if only men would run for this position. And that was in 2019. So this is why we have to be very careful with speaking about tradition, culture, and be careful with this misguided education that we push when we have the platform. Because women, economics, who deals with the economy should have no gender. Who sits in a position of power should have no gender. Who leads should have no agenda. Yes, qualified individuals should come forward and compete. But we should be very careful with how we define roles and gender, and how we attach gender to certain roles. And so I'm sure my sister Anna will testify on these setbacks that women faces. It comes from the media, now the non-traditional media. You have women being discussed in ways that male candidates would never be discussed. You have people who are leaders in our society who should know better, who say, well, look, she wears too much lipstick. Well, she wears too much eyeshadows. These are leaders, people who are responsible to push national opinion. They're speaking in these terms about female candidates. And these are some of the little things, little things that get us from the aspiring position, even before we get to a full-on candidate position. So it's really, there's so many setbacks that women have, but starting with a national constitution, making it a mandate, because nothing good organically going to happen for the women's movement. Nothing good is going to happen organically. That's why we need a law to stand behind us. We need laws to make sure that women get their seat at the decision-making table. And so that's the only way I think we're going to get there, because it's not going to happen organically.
Magdalena, thank you very much for your perspective. Let's check if Anna agrees. Anna, the floor is yours.
Yes, I mostly agree, but I would like to say about my experience. Actually, when I first ran for the position, before I was running to district council, and actually I remember I had a 5th position, and I did really good result, which it was the 2nd result on the list. So I beat like other position. And then 4 years later, I wanted to go to the city council. So I thought I had such amazing results. So probably they will give me higher position, but they still gave me 5th position. And still I need to manage to, to win. So it was really hard. And then when I was in the city council, I was quite young, but there was also most who were maybe a bit older than me, but they have less international experience, or I don't want to say rude, but maybe less education, not such a good English skills or, other stuff, but still they were proposing them very high position in the government, and they were skipping me. And, I was, in this time, I was thinking it's interesting because I need to fight for everything. And for my colleagues, it's just they giving the position on the silver plate, oh, maybe you would like to, but I need to fight. So automatically my negotiation position is really less. And I never understand why it's like this. And then I remember that my friend, he managed to get a very high position of the mayor of one of the districts. He was a very good mayor, but he was always telling me, Anna, why you're always talking about equality and that we don't have the equal opportunities, we don't earn the equal money? I think you're wrong. And I'm like, okay, so why you think so? And he's like, because in my government, in my district, I was looking on the payrolls, and everyone are earning the same on the same positions. And I'm like, yeah, but look how many women get the opportunity to get higher in 5 years on working in the same position, and they get then executive positions. It's not happening. If you are put in the position, you get one position and you're it's very hard for women to actually get upper in the ladder of the administration. So mostly we actually are stuck, and we need to really fight to get more successful. But what is happening to males, they're after 5 years, they are mostly welcome for the negotiation to get a better, position and better money. So it's interesting that how mentality work, that actually we, they most in the government, of course, the salaries mostly are regulated. But where is the problem? The problem is with the opportunity actually to access the executive position. As I said before in my speech, the ministers mostly were a social, position which filled the woman. In the ministers were the social position, the minister of, social work, or of the family, on other issues. We didn't get the strategic sector, and the strategic sector is building highways, transports, other things. I don't see women there. I don't see women actually who are proposed to get those strategic sectors. So of course there are some amazing women who get successful, who get the opportunity to be a president, to be a prime minister, and they're very successful mostly in this area, but still it's really less comparing to to males, and how many actually we are over the world generally. So hopefully that will change in next years, and the change will be faster than now.
Thank you very much, Anna, for your contribution, your answer, and sharing. I would like to thank all of you for sharing your knowledge and your experience with us. It was extremely interesting, and I am sure that there are no doubts that gender equality is an engine for growth and job creation. And let me end with this conclusion. Now, on behalf of the organizers, I would like to invite you to the very short virtual 4-minute coffee break. Thank you once again for your presence with us today. Bye.
member of Polish European Economic Studies Association. And today it is my great pleasure to moderate the panel on smart specialization strategies, and somehow I think that Anna Maswoń-Orek tried to connect this idea of smart specialization in the context of sustainable development, which is crucial for us not only in European Union but also in other parts of the world. And it is very very valuable for us to meet and exchange the experience that we have from our projects from the research that we are conducting. In our panel, we have 4 speakers today. We will start today with the speech of Professor José Mola, who is from University in Madrid, and he's also coordinator of the AMENET project. But also I read about your project, Jean Monnet Module, so that's why I know that you are very keen on the European integration aspects also. He's a full professor generally in economics. We also have the pleasure to have Professor Dozo, who is a coordinator from the project from Joint Research Center. And I know that you are focused on the smart specialization. I read some of the reports that you are in the group who prepared from 1 or 2 workshops during your project. We have Ewa Osochrak, PhD candidate. She's from Warsaw School of Economics. Her research interest is innovation, in policy innovation, but also, for example, in her PhD thesis, she writes about the innovative capabilities of the space industry. So I think it will be very, very interesting. But I know that she will have some surprise for us today in terms of the smart specialization evaluation, because she amazed me even with the topic of her speech. Where she probably will try to connect the design thinking method with the evaluation of innovation. So it will be very, very interesting. And last but not least, of course, we have Professor Anna Wizwizy, professor at the Warsaw School of Economics. Also a great specialist in European integration, a researcher. She's a publisher. She writes very interesting articles in different areas connected with European integration and in economy. So it's a great pleasure for me to have you all here today and to have the possibility to moderate the panel. So as I said at the beginning, we will start with the Professor Mela presentation. So Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Alexandra. I'm going to share my presentation. So let me look at it.
There is a row. Yeah.
Fine.
Okay.
Let's see. It doesn't show up in the screen.
No, not yet.
No, but it doesn't. I have to click on sharing.
Yes, the sharing is the black row on the white.
The arrow, no?
Mm-hmm.
The arrow, but it doesn't show up.
Then you click on the window, and then you can choose the open window from the windows that you. Oh, yeah, probably it's. Oh, yes, we see it. So that's perfect.
It's over there.
Yes, it is already.
Okay, you can watch it clearly. So I will say that I have to present the research that I'm implied. AMENET network is Africa, Mediterranean and Europe. Jean Monnet network is funded by the European Union. And the main activities are workshops, seminars and conferences. And first of all, we are focused on the workshop about on renewable energy and climate change. is organized jointly with the ECOWAS CDAO on as of October, 18th, 22nd of October. And the second activities is an online seminar on migration, the 26th October. And the third is an international conference on governance, institutions, and policies for the energy and digital transitions and sustainable development in Africa, the 28th and the 29th October. The title of my presentation today is Smart Specialization Strategies in Energy and Digital Transitions, and what are the main lessons learned from the European experience to African economies. The points we are going to be treated are three. First one is context and concepts. The second, energy and digital transitions, and the third is the main lessons to be learned. The context of this analysis, the context and facts, is that Africa in the last 50 years almost doubled the population, but production is practically the same in relation to the world economy. And the question is why? And the answers are quite immediate. There's low productivity of the agricultural sector, the small manufacturing sector. Africa, in fact, is becoming deindustrialized, and services are basically subsistence and informal, which are incapable of contributing to development. In this context, Africa needs to take advantage of the opportunities offered by the energy transitions to renewable energy and the digital transition to new technologies to overcome its economic backwardness. The energy transition includes the development of solar, wind, geothermal, biomass, and other energy, as well as energy storage. And this energy allows the reduction of costs, the reduction of losses of electricity transmission, and greater access to electricity as key factors for the development of Africa. Therefore, renewable energies can be an excellent option to advance the resolution of power cuts, the security of supply, and the rural electrification. The rural electrification also facilitates access to drinking water, obtaining information, and the continuity of production processes. The digital transition is based in Africa on the dramatic leap to mobile phones, the establishment of broadband and internet networks, and in general, the expansion of ICTs technologies. And these technologies are facilitating access to financial services like money mobile, electricity, health, education, and the electronic documentation. So these technologies have also been useful in the transparent counting of electoral votes. The experience of in Ghana and in South Africa show that, and achieving a better governance. The concepts of this smart specialization involves a collaborative process, which could be summarized in the quadruple helix innovation concept based on four helices: academia, and technological infrastructures, firms, government, and civil society working all together. The strategy of the smart specialization defines a shared vision for long-term regional innovation. And specialization prioritizes investment in research and innovation in competitive areas, and intelligence is based on developing the strength and comparative advantage of the territories. The purpose or the key points of the smart specialization strategy is not to select a range of economic activities in which a region should specialize, but to identify whether the development of certain technological and market opportunities can become competitive advantage for the regions. The approach is to analyze the extent to which the region would benefit from concentrating its R&D efforts, and also the identification and selection of technology fields and even companies are very important to support the framework of regional policy, which plays a fundamental role from this point of view. And the energy transition challenges are quite demanding. Quite demanding in the sense that I would say that example, sorry, I'm a bit lost here. First of all, the main challenge is this active participation of the citizens in the energy system, along with demand reduction and efficiency in the use of non-energy natural resources. And the challenges include also the decarbonization of the economy and of the energy sector, the increase in the use of renewable energy sources and renewable fuels to guarantee the energy supply, the actions to support intermittent sources of renewable energy, such as solar and wind, through sustainable storage systems, action to capture and use greenhouse gases, and the digitization of the energy system, and finally a flexible and efficient energy networks and systems. The digital transitions challenges are quite demanding as well. In Africa, industry needs to jump to 4.0 computerization of its manufacturing industry. It needs a leapfrog potential for Africa, and it may have little difficulty in embracing change. This smart technology needs to take advantage of real opportunities of advanced analytics, which are generally not yet explored by manufacturers, adopting, for example, cloud solutions. And so the supply chain optimization is also an important challenge. That say, introducing marketing analytics, risk analysis, human resources analytics, and business operations. And to take another challenge, very important, is to take opportunities, talent opportunities, or different IT skill sets are necessary. And finally, to take advantage of infrastructure opportunities. Africa needs new investments in infrastructure and new technologies which are required for greater development and adoption, I say again, of Industry 4.0 applications. And this digital transition needs to overcome the relevant bottlenecks. And the first one is the lack of a real collaboration, between research groups, and to overcome a little university business knowledge transfer, to face the lack of digital skills, the limited capacity of international tractor companies to carry out R+D activities in countries and regions. There is still a low presence of clusters to articulate innovation in the value chain, to face as well the lack of high-speed broadband infrastructures throughout the territory, particularly in rural areas, to face the high dispersion and the small size of the population centers, which hinder the digitization of the energy sector. It needs to overcome a lot of bureaucracy in R+D plus I projects. And finally, the governments needs to be more collaborative. So it's still a lack of coordination between public administrations, agencies. And I'm ending with three lessons or three important teachings to take into account. The first one is that smart specialization should be oriented to innovation for competitiveness. Second, we are talking about not whatever innovation, but an innovation open to innovative clusters. We are talking about not only interaction at the local level, but open at the global level, at the cutting edge horizon, at the vanguard, at the forefront. And third, time to smart specialization is now, when recovery post-COVID is starting. Postponing is losing, leaving behind. Investing is catching up, updating. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think that as a experience from the previous panels, we will leave the discussion to the after all presentations, so everybody will have some time to rethink what was already said during the panel. So thank you, Professor. Now I would like to ask Dr. Mafini Dozo, who is a project leader on smart specialization in innovative and informal African economies at European Commission. So nice to have you today. So the floor is yours, Professor. If you could stop please sharing the screen, and then Dr. Dozo could upload her presentation.
Thank you, Alessandra. Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening or good morning, depending on where you connected. I think I cannot share.
Yes, Professor, you have to stop sharing your screen. So again,
actually,
you have
our presentation are really connected, and so I could use this slide.
Professor, you have to stop sharing the screen. You have to click on the arrow again, or the cross, I think you have now. Oh, so you have. Okay.
That's okay?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Ahora estamos viendo tu email.
Let me see.
Oh, yes. Click on this X.
La cruz.
Sí. Okay, that's it?
Okay, now, yeah. Now.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor. Thanks a lot, Alessandra. I'll try to share mine very quickly. It's a short one, so. I don't know if I can share.
Yes, we see
you.
Yes.
Very good.
Perfect.
Thanks a lot. Anna, Alessandra, we will have a rule. So if I'm going over time, you can acclaim me.
Okay.
So I will proudly stop.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm very
try to be strict.
Thank you, Alessandra. And thank you very much, Professor Mela. I really like your presentation. I think our presentation are definitely connected behind the connection of geography, because I'm in Sevilla in Spain. So I'm really honored to be also at this conference, and I've listened for the other panels, and I was really amazed, especially by the intervention of Mutale and also Cooper and other presenters. So I wanted to thank you to invite me for the invitation today. So Anna asked me to present me very briefly. So also, Alessandra, if I go over the 2 minutes of presentation, you can tell me, but I have only 8-9 slides. So just in terms of background, for you to know who I am, I got a PhD in economics of innovation and industries at the University of Paris 1, Panthéon-Sorbonne. And I really dealt for 7 years at looking at how what we call national innovation system were connecting to the performance of the countries in terms of production, export, economy, etc. And since 2013, I've been working at what we call the Joint Research Center, so the GRC. And the GRC, I've been working first as a science officer and then as an economist and policy analyst. For you to know at least what is the GRC is the Science and Knowledge Service of the Commission. So you have more than 1,500 researchers working across various areas from agriculture, environment, innovation to inform the EU policy agenda. So what brings me here today, beside the title of my presentation, it's Anna, actually. I have to tell you the truth that when I met Anna in 2017, we were really at the beginning of what I call the adventure, but at the beginning of the thinking about how such type of policy, as described by Professor Mela, could actually be implemented or relevantly exploited in the sub-Saharan African context. So that's what brings me here. It's because I'm leading the current project, because it became a project, at least an exploratory activity on smart specialization in sub-Saharan Africa. So I have, of course, 12 years of experience in research and innovation policies and dynamic, large firms, ecosystem of innovation and mega technological trend. And I have several articles and technological report and policy brief in this different topic. And of course, I'm proud of the latest book released this year. I will mention it in the presentation on entrepreneurship, technology commercialization, and innovation policy in Africa. And we have a chapter by Anna on smart specialization and agribusiness cluster in Kenya. So just last about me is that I'm very active also in Africa in different associations focused on finance and economy. Another one focused on real estate, data and research, IMOCI, and also belonging to the club of top manager, where we are more than 30 director and manager native from Africa. And I leverage, of course, on the three language. I speak French, English, and Spanish to connect with the Innovation Hub and Tech Hubs. And this ended up in a very nice chapter in the book co-written with them. So just back to my very short presentation, and I would like again to thank Professor Mela for the previous one, because it simplified also my uptake of the smart specialization during this presentation. So as I was saying, in the frame of the project I'm leading, there is a specific dedicated exploratory activity, which is funded by what we call the Joint Research Center Exploratory Research Program. So focusing really on frontier type of research, and of course on the topics such as exploratory governance, of course, but on various art science topics. So the title of the project, I thought it was important to give you the title, Smart Specialization Strategies in Innovative and Informal African Economies. So that already tell you the challenge that we are facing in at least the conceptual thinking about implementing smart specialization in Africa. So the aim is simple, but then it's a lot of research question, of course. It's about how applicable or how much relevant is the smart specialization strategy approach if you want to identify pathway for sustainable industrial and territorial transformation. So we employ different kind of methodology. I just mentioned some of them here, but the overall goal is really to check the readiness, to assess the readiness of the countries such as, in this case, Rwanda, in the developing policies, transformative place-based policies such as smart specialization. So we don't target first a smart specialization roadmap. We target first a preliminary capacity building and institution construction, stakeholder dialogue, etc. So smart specialization has key distinctive features to support sustainable transformation. And the four main of them are written on the left part of the screen. It's about localization. So we really try to understand and to exploit the territorial specificities and particularities, and also in the design of the innovation policies in order to avoid what we call the policy imitation. There's also a customization of the policy and the instrument, means the strategy and the different instruments that will support innovation will tend to be very different from one region to another one, from one country to another one. In the smart specialization, there's a focus put on identifying the most promising transformative activities. So the one that will, of course, address the different challenges that are encapsulated in what we call the Sustainable Development Goals. No? So the aspiration of more than 190 countries adopted through the agenda Transforming Our World at the United Nations in 2015. So also in this context, and in the context of the recent work we are leading under smart specialization outreach, smart specialization has also been a reference as a key methodology, as a relevant methodology, if you want to use your science, technology, and innovation resource to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So what we find for now is that, of course, depending on the region and depending on the country, different SDGs could be targeted or specified, related them to the local innovation strategies. So as I was saying, that was the broad application of smart specialization. But for the people that know the history of smart specialization, it was really connected at the beginning to how do we identify new industrial path for development, new industrial diversification opportunity. And Professor mentioned these different transition and the duality of the transition now that are faced by our industries and by our territories. So of course, by combining and exploiting your economic, innovative, and scientific potential, matching them somehow with the societal challenge, you can identify different paths for what we call structural change. So you will see that in the modification of the export, of the economic activity of your country, and it can take different shape, and they're not mutually exclusive in the sense that you can modernize at the same time as diversify and also generate or let's say encourage radical change. So if you focus on Rwanda, and if you go into, still with this connection with the Sustainable Development Goal, if you go into the Rwanda Voluntary National Review report and focusing on this SDG 9, so industry, innovation and infrastructure, you see that Rwanda is facing specific challenge when it comes to this Sustainable Development Goal, and that we think that we also already have a long-standing cooperation, policy and knowledge exchange with the Rwanda local people and institutions. And what we understand is that smart specialization, both by the entrepreneurial reforms that I mentioned before, so this participatory approach to the priority identification, can also help to identify possibilities for new kind of opportunities, for new kind of innovation, and even ones that can lead to the generation of new type of markets with really unique capabilities of the local firm. So I just put an example that we've been discussing in this frame. The first one responding, of course, to the issue related to the malnutrition or the undernutrition of the children, and also the issue more of radical change. So again, just 1 minute on this, 2 seconds on this slide. This is to show you the extent of the problem we face. When we say structural change, this picture of the export production, the export profile of Rwanda, as you see, it is dominated also the specialization by low-tech export. So if the country wants to make the jump, it has to move to more complex activities, and also industrialization in general comes also with improvement in export performance in higher tech sectors. So again, the country, we all know, has a lot of potential, and it's already appealing in all the top ranking the world, that Rwanda is the #9 African tech ecosystem, and in the top for the dimension of FDI strategy, cost effectiveness, business friendliness. And there's a dynamic is seeing across different sectors, bringing different kind of solution, digitally enabled or not enabled. So again, that's to say that the country seems to be ready, but we have to be careful about the leapfrogging and about technological change, because Rwanda, as you see, the green is the rural access to electricity. And it's very different from so there are territorial, very differences, specificities that may leave people or other places in Rwanda behind. Again, if you want to jump to the 4th industrial revolution, maybe you need to be able to upgrade your secure internet server, or etc., etc. This is just to say that the country seems to be ready with a good potential, but there seems some basics that have to be fulfilled. And this is my last slide. Again, we talk about all these dimensions, and was reflect also in our discussion. So it's really about seizing the complexity and the multidimensionality of the ecosystem, of the problems we have, both in terms of infrastructure, education, governance, in terms of how our instruments fit with the innovation demand or let's say requirements or needs. What is the demand, the user readiness? What is the digital literacy of our population? What is the capacity to absorb and to not to misuse digital technologies? And what are the readiness for participatory approaches? So I just put some references here for you to see that we have been discussing these different issues in different kind of work and other people on. For this, I would like to thank you for your attention, and to thank Alexandra. Sorry for.
No, that's perfect timing. So thank you very much for the presentation. I hope there will be a discussion after all. So the next presenter is PhD candidate Ewa Osuchrak. Ewa, she works for Warsaw School of Economics, and now another totally different in the context of smart specialization presentation on design thinking. Ewa, please feel free.
Yes, thank you very much, Ola, for your very nice introduction. So good afternoon, everyone. I would like to first of all thank the organizer of this conference, Anya, for inviting me here today and for this opportunity to share some remarks about the design thinking method, because this will be the key part of this presentation. Let me introduce myself very briefly. As Ola said, I'm an assistant in the Jean Monnet Chair of the European Union Collegium of Socioeconomics, Warsaw School of Economics. My scientific research cover innovation systems, technology transfer, and research and development management. I worked for many years for both private and public institutions, managing research and development projects. I spent also some time at University of California, Berkeley, and that's why I'm very interested in design thinking as a great tool for solving some problems, some very complex and current problems. I'm finishing my PhD, which is focused on the innovation capacity of Polish small and medium enterprises in space sector. I'm also the co-author and assistant to the project EU for Africa, which you can see here in this on this slide. This is the logotype EU for Africa, which is dedicated to EU-Africa cooperation. Can you see my presentation?
No, I will do it. Okay, so now we see. Okay.
Okay, I hope everything is...
It is in the center. Mm-hmm.
Fine, okay, thank you. Okay, because I cannot see it here, and it may be a problem because, you know, I just cannot see my presentation.
Eva, you don't have the control of the presentation?
Yes, I was in control of the presentation.
But I cannot do it.
Anna, I can see the communicate that Anna Masłoń-Oracz is asking for giving her a control of this presentation. So maybe I will refuse. Mm-hmm. And I will see it one more time, okay? Because something happened and I cannot see it. It will be a little bit hard.
Because we see the first slide only, and I cannot even, because I would change the slides. If you would see, I can change the slides if you need help. So
okay, maybe I will do it one more time. Okay, I will try to share my screen. Okay, and what about now?
We see the first slide. Can you change the slides? Yes, that's perfect.
Okay, so let's make it this way. Okay, so the design thinking method is at the heart of this presentation today, and it's also an essential part of the Jean Monnet Module. And you can see on this slide some main activities which are being undertaken within this project. So the main aim of this project is to promote research and to provide some innovative courses and seminars on the current issues related to the EU-Africa cooperation in general. This is to show that the community of Jean Monnet modules, which are dedicated to EU-African issues is very huge at Warsaw School of Economics. Of course, please feel free to visit the website and the Facebook profile we run to learn about the project a little bit more. Okay, and on this website, because it's this innovative part of the project, you can see some results of the project, such as design thinking project worksheets, as well as infographics, which are created by our students. These project worksheets are the results of the workshops based on design thinking method we organize within the project. So we put emphasis on mixing theoretical knowledge with some practical approach, and we organize these interactive workshops when young people can learn how to apply the knowledge to solve some complex problems in real life and in a creative way. And we are also focused on building some skills and attitudes of openness, creativity, and cooperation, so that they can learn how to create a climate and change the attitudes and the behaviors to stimulate creative thinking and innovation in teams or in their organizations. So we think it's the most important in this project. So let me start with a short introduction to the design thinking method. So in the picture you can see two gentlemen, Tim Brown and David Kelly, who developed the set of tools of creative problem solving into a little bit more institutionalized form, so the method. They also monetized the method, so they were both involved into IDEO, a design and consulting company, which was founded in Palo Alto in California. And of course, till now, they use the design thinking approach to design products, services, some environments and experiences. And below you can see some logotypes, such as D-School, which was founded at Stanford University, and the School of Design Thinking Hasso-Plattner Institute, founded in Europe, in Germany. So what the design thinking is, it is a human-centered approach to innovation that draws from the designer's toolkit to integrate the needs of people, the possibilities of technology, and the requirements for business success. It is according to Tim Brown. But now we can see that design thinking method went far beyond the business goals, products, and services. And one of these fields in which design has now assumed an important role is policy making. So we think that design thinking can challenge traditional public policy formulation and decision-making process, because first it requires specific skills which are unfortunately rarely available in public sector environments. And second, it also breaks down some established organizational bureaucratic structures. So these two things make it a great tool for policy making and for breaking the old rules of this policy making. It's also called a kind of mindset or just a way of living by which designers and innovators can solve the most complex problems of the world. And these problems are very often called the wicked problems. On this slide, you can see three words, very important: innovation, empathy, and sustainability. As such, design thinking method appears to deliver its most promising results when applied to these wicked problems. So the wicked problems are problems which have no so-called off-the-shelf solutions. Yes, they require innovation instead of adaptation. So an example is when the class of the challenges is so complex and systemic in nature that it constitutes a new threshold for a progress of civilization. So to sum up, the innovation is at the heart of the design thinking method. Then comes empathy. So the empathy embraces focus on man, very in-depth understanding of the problem, consideration of user needs. I'm very happy Dr. Justina Mutale spoke about the empathy because it's the word that should be everywhere. In terms of public policy, empathy is about bringing public administrators outside their offices. They should confronted with real-life problems. So this empathy just bridges the gap between the regulators and the users of these regulations. And last but not least, sustainability, which refers to the solutions which are very close to people, but on the other hand, they are technologically viable and they must be affordable. So this means sustainability in this context. So, we must remember that it's not only about transformation or transition, but also about preservation of some values of the cultures and so on. So it's very important. Now you can see the design thinking process, which consists of 5 stages. It's a very interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach. As you can see, it adapted some techniques and tools from different fields of knowledge, such as engineering, such as art, such as anthropology, ethnography, and so on and so forth. You can see here one of the most popular outlines of this design thinking process. It comes from D School, founded in Stanford. So this model is based on this iterative cycles of 5 stages, and these stages are empathy, definition, ideation, prototyping, and testing. So the first stage is empathy, which consists of a very, very in-depth recognition of the real needs of users and understanding them in different situations. The second step is definition. It's defining the problem and identifying the challenge, which is based on the information and all the data we collected before. And here we can see this innovative approach in design thinking, because it's a so-called dualistic approach, whereas in science the focus lies in general on exploring the solution, while the initial problem is given before. So design treats both the problem and the solution as something to be explored. Yes, so problems and challenges are not something obvious. They are something to be. Explored. Okay, and the third step is generating as many solutions as it's possible. So you have to generate a large number of different ideas as potential solutions. So they must be abundant and very diversified, and that's the most important at this stage. These solutions should be unconventional and feasible at the same time. During the next stage, fast and inexpensive prototypes are created. So it's prototyping, and it is the visual manifestation of the concept we came up at the earlier phases. And the last stage is testing, which consists of recipients who are using prototypes in real environment and collecting their comments. So we have to have feedback after the stage of testing. Okay, and now we have this connection between design thinking and smart specialization. So the complexity of the problem of the issue of smart specialization, especially you can see here the part of an article which is dedicated to the evaluation system of smart specialization. So this complexity of smart specialization makes design thinking method a very useful tool which can be applied to creating, to implementing and to evaluating smart specialization. There are many similarities between design thinking and evaluation, such as iterative approach, user and stakeholders involvement, or focus on effective problem solving. And I have two examples for you. They are both from Poland, but I think it's very interesting approach because some of the elements of design thinking methods were applied here. So the first study is evaluation study for the development of national communication strategy for smart specialization in Poland. It was commissioned by Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, and it was carried out in 2018. The aim of the study was, and it's interesting, to build the image of smartness, of smart specialization and smartness in Polish culture. So another aim was to, Ola, I can see my presentation.
Oh.
Okay.
Something happened again, I think, because I didn't touch even anything. So probably there are some problems with the MS Teams.
Okay,
so,
Ola,
because we see, yes.
Okay. So please leave it as it goes now. So to create a map of cultural codes for the concept of smart specialization, and to identify some cultural barriers to communicate national smart specializations in Poland. So the question was how institutions, some levels of administration communicate, and where there are some cultural contradictions or inconsistencies in the communication of the concept of smart specialization and the smartness. So this is the first one, and I think.
Can you change the slide? Maybe we will see, and then we will. You cannot do it, probably.
Yes, maybe Ola, you can do it.
No, I already tried.
Okay.
Some technical problem. Do you have another example? Maybe you can just tell us about it without slides.
Yes, there is diagram. So it would be nice to see this, but okay. So another example is the use of design thinking method in so-called Smart Lab. This Smart Lab is a tool or a procedure which was recommended by the World Bank to Poland, and the Smart Lab was aimed at identifying and analyzing some potential economic areas for smart specialization. So it's really connected. And after the pilot project, there were the evaluation conducted of this Smart Lab approach and level of implementation in Poland, and the authors of the report recommended to use the design thinking method to run these smart labs. These smart labs are just, let's say, interactive, multidisciplinary workshops. Yes, integrating some administration, representatives of academia, entrepreneurs, and so on and so forth. So that's the approach that was recommended to run these smart labs just to create the smart specialization strategy in Poland. And that's all. I think some insights from this smart specialization and design thinking connection. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Eva, for your speech. Please stop sharing the window.
Yes,
and
of
maybe
course.
if there will be some questions further on, maybe you will be able to upload the final slide with the diagram, so we can have a look.
Sure.
In a few times. Now I would like to ask Professor Anna Wizwizy to present her speech on the smart villages and applicability of the concept of smart specialization in the African context. I think that Professor Wizwizy will let us pay attention to some very specific features of the African continent that we should all take into consideration in terms of developing and trying to implement this approach based on smart specialization. So, Professor Wizwizy, the floor is yours.
Dr. Borowicz, thank you very much for this kind introduction. Dear colleagues, it's really nice to see you all. We've been working with several of you together, and I had the opportunity to actually see you. So, Professor Mela and Chapeau, nice to see you. Now, Dr. Borowicz, if I may ask, how much time have I got? What time are we supposed to finish this?
You have 15 minutes, I think, because we have time till 2:45, but I would like to have some discussion maybe with you. So let's say 10, 12 minutes, up to 15.
So I'll try to be concise, and I'll try as much as possible to follow the footsteps of the previous speakers, because I think this panel is very coherent and we can all learn from each other. So just one few words about myself. Indeed, I'm a professor at the Warsaw School of Economics, and I'm head of the International Political Economy Department. But as Dr. Borowicz said, I'm also editor, and I do also a variety of other things. I publish a lot.
Of course.
But now, what I wanted to talk about today are smart villages, in essence. So when Dr. Masko and Oraz invited me for this conference, and she said, well, I wanted to focus on smart specialization. And I remember distinctly how she was among the first ones to actually talk to Commission's representatives about it. And she was the first one to actually bring those people to Poland back in 2011. I just wondered about the connection of the connection between smart specialization and another topic which I find very dear, very important to me, that is smart villages. So I don't know if you are aware or if you have done any research on smart villages, but it is one of the smart hypes, we might say. There's a lot of things that are smart transportation, smart everything, basically. So that is like a big question. So what do you want to talk about when talking about smart villages? So I'm going to share the screen with you just for a second, and I'm going to show to you one of the books that we have, so that it's actually a picture I have taken, and this is like smart villages, a lot of technology in context of, you might say, periphery and rural areas. So I'm stopping sharing the screen and I'm returning to you. Now probably you can see me again, not the screen. So what is it that I'm going to talk about? Like 5 points, basically. First, I would like to locate smart villages in context of the smart specialization debate. Then I'll tell you a few words about smart villages in general, so that you actually know that I'm not talking about yet another hype. And number 3, I would actually want to highlight some things in which ways smart villages as a concept might be applied in context of Sub-Saharan Africa mostly. Then I also talk about the caveats, and then I would like all of us to look ahead. So what about smart villages or smart specialization first? So you are all experts in it. What I particularly liked about the previous presentation was Professor Mela talked about clusters, and Dr. Dosso talked about entrepreneurship. So this is like the key thing. What can we do to actually, what are the mechanisms that drive smart specialization? Because it's not just about saying, oh, we'll just specialize smartly. We actually have to have some levers as to how to do it. So I was very pleased to see that you actually mentioned those factors. So specialization and then smart, but smart in which ways? So in contrast to other smart hypes that I'm going to talk about, smart specialization is actually related to our smart idea, because we want to be frugal and we want to be savvy. We know that we have very few resources, but we actually want to use them in as smart way as possible. So here we go with smart specialization. So in contrast to this very smart concept, and I really like Teams for this because you can actually see me now well. But what about smart villages? So there are several ways of looking at this concept. So first, as one of the follow-up of the smart cities debate, essentially. So we all know that smart cities debate is one of the most fancy debates in academic literature today. And we also know that researchers and politicians are very much on it because, well, there is something into it. But the question is, what's the difference between smart villages and smart cities? So in my research and in my understanding, the difference is that there's quite a different approach to the debate and research related to smart cities on the one hand and smart villages on the other hand. Whereas in smart cities, due to the origins of the concept, we are very much looking at the technical side, at what is technically feasible and how it can be applied. And all other considerations that you can find in the literature about smart cities are basically like a follow-up of what is technically possible. So this is why you would also have sociologists, geographers, and whoever else talking about like the good and the bad things about technology in the city space. Whereas in context of smart villages debate, I think the idea is different because the origin of the concept is different. I think the idea here is to see how technology can be used in a way so that the challenges that people living in rural areas can be mitigated or alleviated in some ways. And I think this is like a major difference because in smart villages, seen in this way, actually we have a very strong normative component. Rather than looking at technology first, we are looking at people first. So I think in context of what you said, that you talked about once again, entrepreneurship and clusters, I think this is like a beautiful connection that we see, how technology can become part of the conversation, how to trigger smart specialization. So this is what we have in the debate in general. You might want to ask, so what are the origins of smart villages debate? So I would say there are two origins. One, it's basically organic, what I would say. It's like myself, I traveled a lot in the countryside and I saw empty villages. I would see like cultural heritage being destroyed or forgotten. I would see old people suffering, unable to help themselves. So this is what I call organic. This is how I actually arrived to this topic. But of course, there is also this part of research that is driven clearly by policy considerations and funding related to it clearly, right? So this is very much what the European Commission does. But these two strands of research actually come together. So now you actually get an idea what precisely is being researched. So if you just looked at the table of contents in the book that we have, you would definitely have an issue of the use of smart technology for precision farming. It is how to use scarce resources in order to increase agricultural output. You might talk about the use of water, the use of electricity, and so on and so forth, right? There's a lot of things that could be discussed. All is basically centered on a small community, which is another keyword in the debate, constrained in a very specific geographically defined area that is rural, that might be peripheral, and so on, right? This is why villages are not cities. So this is one thing. So this is like a very, very short introduction to what smart cities, what smart villages are. Now, what are the key topics that actually bring the diverse strands of research on smart villages together? Actually, in research, and we are going to return to it, I wanted you to focus on 7 problems that are common in research on smart villages. So we have issues such as periphery, depopulation, heritage/tourism, safety, security, 6, infrastructure, and 7, governability. So I would like you to reflect on the 7 points and just try to figure out which of these points does not necessarily stand true for Africa or sub-Saharan African countries. So I think my obvious type is depopulation, right? So we actually have an increase in population, which basically creates one of the major problems, conceptually speaking, for transposing the concept of smart villages in African context. But of course, I have good news for you too. Because if you look at urban trends in Africa, you would realize that the size of urban population in Africa in 1950 was 27%. In 2015, it was 40%, but the forecasts are that by 2050, it will be 60%. Of course, statistics do not tell us everything about population growth and people migrating to cities. Because if you would ask a regular onlooker, you might realize that they'll say, all right, city and so city. But the problem in Africa is that we actually have these huge slum areas. And this is precisely what technology is needed. This is precisely what smart solutions are needed, what technology needs to help people. But we leave it slightly aside, and we are going to return to it. So that being said, I would like us to look a little bit at the question of caveats related to smart villages research and the caveat of transposing it to African context. I would actually want to ask you this question. Considering the fact that there are 2 sources of smart villages research, one organic, like myself, because I was so shaken by seeing what I saw in the countryside, and second, driven by policy considerations, I fear that the concept of smart villages might be very Eurocentric. So whenever we talk about Africa here in Europe, whenever we discuss issues and problems, challenges related to Africa's development, I have this feeling that we always know too little and that we always have this bias, and we try to transpose what we know and understand from Europe to Africa. The happier I am that we actually have colleagues from Africa here so that we can discuss it and have a more critical approach to it. So by no means I claim that I know everything about Africa. I claim that I don't know anything, right? But this is very important that we actually talk about it, also about it. So this is one thing. So what is the way ahead? So I said all those things, and what does it actually mean for us? I think that one of the best ways of looking at the concept of smart villages in context of the debate on Africa's growth and development is to take it as it is, but simply adjust it to the problems that Africa faces. What for? Well, I think it really stands that technology could be used in order to help local communities to grow, develop, and so on, you name it. I also think that the urbanization trends are one of the major challenges that sub-Saharan African countries have to face. So what if, and it's like a big if, and I might be very idealistic, what if we try to look like 3 steps ahead and try to think about the smart villages, smart specialization concept as a way of preempting the challenges that Africa will be facing in 2050 as a result of this rapid urbanization. And it's not an urbanization a la European style, but it's an urbanization that has very specific characteristics, and it is not nice, really. Right? So I'll stop here. Thank you very much. I hope there'll be questions. I'll be very happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Visvizi. Okay, so now we will have a few minutes for the discussion. It was very interesting for me to listen to you all because I'm more macroeconomic economist, and taking into consideration these very specific features and characteristic of small-scale economies and very specific determinants of the economic development, taking, of course, with the view on smart specialization is something extremely important and extremely interesting from my point of view. So we are all here. So are there any questions? I know that always this first question is very difficult. You can raise your hand on MS Teams. If somebody has problems with the microphone, you can write on the chat. I will have a look also. I will open the chat, so I will follow. So maybe we will see. We'll see. Dr. Dosso, please. Oh, you were maybe trying to raise your hand. Is it work?
I was trying to raise the hand to ask a question, but actually I was wondering, and it's a question I'll make to Ewa and Anna and also to myself. Because clearly I'm very interested in both perspectives that they have been discussing, and I didn't know the smart village concept. I have to say, I mean, I've heard about it, but I didn't know there was proper appropriate research on it. And the use of design thinking, I'm just fascinated about how we could actually integrate this dimension. So my question is actually, maybe we can keep it for later thinking, is can we connect what Ewa told us about design thinking and how they could apply to solving complex problems in the smart specialization to what Anna said about the smart village and all these places that are actually left behind? I mean, so this, I don't know to who the question is. I think it's a dual question to Professor Anna and also to my fellow Ewa. So if you can tell me how do you see, it's not about the truth, it's just how do you see if it's possible to connect it, or if it's already adding another level of complexity, of course.
I will add something because I was very close to your question about the possibility to explore actually design thinking in this matter. So Eva, I think maybe you will feel just to make some comment because I know this method from academic perspective, that we of course exercise this with the students on many workshops with entrepreneurs, of course. But I was amazed that actually in Poland it was so broadly developed in a Polish enterprise agency.
That's right. Thank you for this question. So design thinking method came from enterprises, yes, such as IDEO, Google, all of those great tech concerns. And it came to education, yes, education. So we have some design thinking workshops at universities, some modules of design thinking and the use of design thinking for educational reasons and purposes. And now I think it's, it's a great time for design thinking to be applied in policy making. And I know, it's a Polish perspective, of course, but it is being applied, for example, in Łódź or in Wrocław by the cities to solve some social problems, for example. So it's indeed a very good example of a method. Maybe it's not a method. I'm a little bit closer to this kind of mindset, yes, because it's a mindset or a way of thinking. It's a human-centered approach, which is based on empathy. and it makes it perfect mindset which can be learned and which can be trained. So we can really use these experiences from abroad and our experiences from Poland, because there are some places where it's being used effectively, and just step by step to implement it in some policy making areas, for example, smart specialization, because it only depends on people who want to implement it, yes, and try to do something for people. So I think this human-centric approach is a key issue here, yes, because smart specialization is for people. Yes, it's created by people for people. So, thank you.
Okay, so Professor Visvisi, maybe you would like also to add something.
Yeah, so when Dr. Osubra had her presentation on design thinking, I was trying to figure out in which ways this approach might be used. Definitely it could. But being a devil's advocate, I would also want to return to the 7 problems and challenges that I listed when talking about smart villages. The 7th one that I mentioned was the issue of governability, not even governance. The big problem is, and this is also one of the key reasons why certain areas remain behind, is that the local governance structure is either absent or is highly defunct. So we might have the best ideas possible. We might want to do the best we can, and yet the local government might actually be the major stumbling block for us. So I just want us to definitely as a research approach, so on, yes. But yes, Dr.
Yes, I wanted to say that this is the next time that we are, what you mentioned, Professor Visvisi, that we always look at those problems in another parts of the world from our Euro perspective somehow. And whenever we think that it's very easily to develop some kind of approach, some kind of idea, we forget about any local constraints that can appear in the context of the culture, of the this local small society that covers this localization. So in my opinion, I think that there are some dimensions that for us is obvious that it will be a very good solution to try to develop some kind of approach like design thinking, because I even have notes that I made that we all together focused in terms of the smart specialization on more or less 4 points. It was clusters, technology, entrepreneurs, so the business, and society, the small society, those local societies that are in Africa. And the idea what Professor Visvisi presented was in the line what I had in my mind. And sometimes I know that it's so easy for us to discuss this design thinking method from somehow here from European Union, and they're taking into consideration what you, Anya, said. The specific features and characteristics of smart villages in the future might be challenging. And in this context, also what Professor Visvisi said about those 7 challenges connected with the smart specialization, I wanted to ask Professor Mela and Dr. Dozo, actually, from your perspective, because you have very broad knowledge on the smart specialization and this approach that can be somehow implemented in African context. Can you define some main issues that the continent will face in this context? Because Professor Mela mentioned that the COVID created some kind of gap, and this is the moment that we have to cut these advantages or stay behind if we do not take this step forward in terms, for example, of innovativeness, of building competitiveness. It's not only applied to Africa, but to all economies, actually. It's the moment that we have to decide and to be as active as possible. So in this context, can you please point those, from your perspective, from your feeling of the subject and this issue, what will be crucial for the future development of for the Africa or selected economy in Africa?
Okay, thank you very much, Alexander, for your questions. I think all of you raise important, relevant questions. For example, governance. Governance is a key issue for a good governance is to reach a consensus, because for a smart specialization, you need to involve many actors. We said companies, universities, research centers, and at the end of the day, society. So it's very important to carry out, to implement a good strategy consensus. And for getting consensus, you need a good democratic institutions which allows you to debate, a social debate, a large debate among these different actors. This is the first, in order to get the consensus. So this is the first point. The second point is to get a consensus. You need a good strategy based on adequate priorities. And from the smart specialization strategy, you need to know which are the natural candidates for prioritizing. And in general, we can say that the natural candidates are those with greater potential to generate economies of scale. I'm economist, and for me, I think is a good criteria. But in general, for example, applying to smart villages or to smart cities, you know, economies of scale, because knowing Africa, you realize right away that it's characterized by fragmentation, territorial fragmentation, because Africa is still rural, has a predominant rural geography. So if you don't get the economies of the scales to implement a smart specialization is very costly, very costly. You cannot implement, for example, digital technology at a small scale because it's very costly. Services, for example, you cannot be implemented in a right way, in an economic way, with 1,000 people or 100 people. You need villages at a higher scale. Otherwise, you cannot fund these investments. And I repeat and insist, there is a general coincidence that the challenges for Africa for the next decades are both energy transitions to renewable energies and digital transitions to the ICT. So the rural villages and cities have to be much better connected. Otherwise, you are not able to increase the productivity of the agricultural sector, agro-food, etc. Because this is the target. So I would like to add some aspects. For example, yes, that's it. I don't want to insist. This is my main ideas.
And Dr. Dazo, maybe you will add something.
Thank you. I think I forgot the question. Sorry, I was really listening for Professor and taking some notes, so I forgot the question. But I think you were asking what are the main issues in when we clearly try to adapt this kind of concept or this kind of thinking and targeting, let's say.
Yes, the challenges that the countries from Africa are facing in terms of this smart digitalization.
Thank you, Alessandra. I'm a researcher. So the first thing I did is this conceptual thinking first, because when people here started to say, okay, we want to go to Africa with smart specialization, I say, hey, hold, stop. What is happening in Africa in terms of innovation? Does anybody know? So from this point in 2016 and 17, plus the fact that I'm myself from Ivory Coast and that all my family is over there, so I've been following the thing very closely, I realized that we need to know more about innovation ecosystem. What is an innovation ecosystem in Africa? What is the industrial dynamic in Africa? Is it true that we have this industrialization trend? I did study all these aspects, and I took really the broad view on all the dimensions that we could learn here, and also clearly from my societal background. So I see the things always from 2 points of view minimum, from the European and from the African. So for me, it's just like constant. My mother is from here and my father is from over there. So the thinking has always been dual. So the first step we did was to say, how does smart specialization talk to the innovation policy and the innovation policy challenges in Africa? And I even pushed the button a bit further. I insist to get this paper published into an African journal. I know it doesn't sometimes make sense, or it's a small thing, but it was important that they accept first our way of thinking within their own journal. So I know that there are small steps, but they are very important. Other steps that we also have to do, and I always tell to my colleague, how can we involve the people from there? Let's call them my brothers and sisters, literally, in what we do as research. Again, I went for materialization. I wrote a chapter with 5 hubs founders in Africa, and some are in the rural area, so some are in the city area. So there were conversations for 1 year. And I think so it's important first to think, what if I was there? And it's also important to think that, can I connect them? Can I tell them that the EU is not this far away thing? It can connect to your local ecosystem in somehow. I'm a scientist. If I was an enterprise, I could do some other things, but from the scientific point of view. And I wanted to just point 2 things that, as Professor Anna said, yeah, governance is absent. But I want to say something. In Ivory Coast, we just dedicated now design 12 districts with governor, which are also the level of ministry. So it means that the policy start to understand that we need some full decentralization. So it is happening in some places in Africa, not everywhere, I totally agree, but that power are being transferred and resources and institutions are being built so that you could better integrate the bottom-up dynamic, because this is, at the end of the day, we are talking about this, not only top-down dynamic. So in all these things, I think there are 2 only things, and I will stop on this, that are very important. I think it's the issue of capability. So, you know, who is connected? We don't know all the people that are connected, but I have people from the association I was mentioning, focusing on real estate data and research, that are connected. And when they were listening from ERA, they start sending me message. It's very interesting what she does. Those people are working in the real estate sector in Ivory Coast. So governance, okay, but governance should not prevent us from raising awareness, from telling the people, look, there's design thinking, look, there's smart village. If you wait for policy, I mean, that's your point, but maybe you can connect with Professor Anna. Maybe we can connect with EWA. You cannot scale it up, as Professor Mela was saying, but you can give them the element for them, maybe would be the way for them to push the bottom-up dynamic so that it will impulse different change at the top level. So we can connect methods. Many of them are connected with me. Many of them are looking at my presentation. Many of them are discovering incredible things on Europe, but also on the other countries in Africa, and they are really surprised. So I think that's what we are doing now. We are giving them our knowledge, and they can choose whether they're in a village in Africa if they want to apply design thinking. They can do their way, but let's not just stop the governance. Some people have capabilities. We are aware of the capabilities gap, and the biggest capability gap for me is the capability to learn. Policy should learn, industry should learn, firms should learn. Myself, I should learn together with you, learning by forgetting, learning by interacting, learning by thinking, learning by design thinking, different kind of learning. But at the end of the day, is what is our capability to learn at the different levels. Sorry.
Professor Mala, I think, wants to add something.
Can I add a couple of ideas? First, connecting with the idea of learning, I think this is the idea of the learning region. We are talking about territories, learning region. How to take advantage of the existing assets. Because we don't need for a smart specialization to go to an innovative region, because it's the creation of new assets. But before creating new assets, you must think about the learning region, learning with the current assets. And for learning with the current assets, you need training, education, and very particularly women education, because we know that women education has a multiplication of outputs comparing with children men education, so or male education. So it's very important to respond to these challenges, to take advantage of education, trading, and in particular in rural areas, talking about the smart villages. And in fact, we are applying an innovative way of learning, because we are trying to answer the question, which are the natural candidates for smart specialization. And smart specialization is making a good choice, and a good choice in economic terms, I insist on it, is looking for economies of scales, and economies of scale implies economies of location. For example, reinforce the sectoral specialization of the region is agriculture, agro-food, and so you have to in a joint way, for example, organizing the purchases of agricultural inputs, or organizing sellings to the urban markets. So it's very important, and to take into account as well the urbanization that say providing services. And if we are talking about the rural areas, you have to urbanize the rural areas. And talking about the urbanization of rural areas, providing services which are so far in cities, and also the variety the variety of services. So when you are talking about developing rural areas, you have to take into account that they need education, health, social services, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think that we have one question from the audience. So even though we are after the time, I cannot forget about this question. So I will start the microphone. So please, Mr. Fatoumata Jallow, I'm sorry for my pronunciation if it's not correct. So please feel free to ask question.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm highly impressed by the presentations. They're very diverse and very pertinent. My own little contribution is the fact is to really underscore the last speaker's recommendation perspective. One of the challenges, the major challenges that we have is focusing, sub-Saharan African countries are focusing mainly on urbanization. Urbanization, all the facilities. And development shouldn't just remain at the capital, including my own small country. For 50 years, when you come even within the capital area, Greater Banjul, you find that not all facilities are available, not too much to say about the rural area. Development, unless we decentralize and we provide equal opportunities in the rural area, if it is agro-industry development, value addition, development of industries, you don't need those big industries, but you need to appropriate technologies to accompany those. What do? You want to mitigate the urban-rural migration. And how do you have to give them opportunities? You have to give them water, you have to give them access to social services, you have to give them resources, and when you have to particularly devolve governance. Decentralization doesn't mean just saying, yeah, we decentralize. Like in Africa, the reality is the acts are there, including my country. You have the act, you have the legal instruments to decentralize, but the practicality is what is missing. Devolving devolution of power so that people can start thinking, start shaping their own development and giving them the options to different opportunities so that they have a choice. Development is having a choice, giving somebody a choice. And at the end of the day, it's the well-being of people. You're not dealing with matters or things, you're dealing with human beings. So with the issue of human beings, what we do in sub-Saharan Africa as politicians is to wait when we want their vote. After the vote, and mainly who votes for you is the women and the youth. But when it comes to really providing opportunities, equal opportunities, to empower them to shape their lives and to shape their own state and stay and move away from urban-rural drift. Now, in most sub-Saharan Africa, you find that all the youth and women are now in the capital. You find only the old women and the sick or the younger children in the rural areas. These are perspectives that we need to bring to reshape development cooperation, particularly from the EU perspective and sub-Saharan Africa. If EU wants to really strengthen its cooperation, it has to have this new rethinking. It really has to say, what is it that it can offer to really, as an edge, to compete with other world powers that are scrambling for Africa? Thank you so much, and sorry for the long intervention.
Thank you very much for this very valuable voice. We know it was a lesson for me also, as I mentioned at the end, that I'm more macro-scale economist in international economy. So believe me that going into depth of your speeches that focus on so many detailed aspects, it was a challenge for me at the beginning because I had to change a little bit the way that I was thinking about the smart specialization. So it was a great lesson and a great experience. It was a great opportunity to meet you all and to have you here today. I think that we have to finish slowly our panel because Anya is sending me, Masłoń Oracz is sending me messages because the next panel digital economy in Africa, building the ecosystem, which will be moderated by Maria Pietrzak, is already there altogether. Thank you, my dear distinguished guests. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your engagement, and thank you for the questions from the audience. So I will leave you. Thank you very much, and hope that we will see in the real time in the future soon. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Alexander, just to thank the invitation of my colleague Anna Maslow-Oraz, and thank you to you for your intelligent, smart moderation. And
thank you very much.
Thank you to you all because you provide excellent questions and comments. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Very much,
Bye-bye.
everybody. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
We keep in touch.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's really nice to be here, and I would like to thank Anna Masłoń-Oracz, who invited me to be here with you. As Alexandra said, we are starting the next panel, which is Digital Economy in Africa, Building Innovation Ecosystem. And we are going to have 4 other speakers. Are they with us? we will see. I would like to welcome Ayo Esso, a PhD candidate, a Leeds City University, and also CEO of 3 Consulting Limited. Hello. I would like to also welcome Ewa Geresh, Director, Programs and Global Partnerships, Venture Cafe Warsaw Foundation, in the first Polish Innovation Campus in Warsaw, who is connecting entrepreneurs to make things happen. I would also like to welcome Kasia Lechka, who is Innovation Consultant, Paris Chapter Head of Plugin, who is promoting Polish innovation abroad. And welcome to Tomasz Pilewicz from Warsaw School of Economics, who is involved very much in entrepreneurship and developing entrepreneurship. So we will start with Tomasz. Tomasz will be the first to show his presentation. And then after all those, your presentations, we will start a short discussion on digital economy. Okay, so the floor is yours, Tomasz.
Thank you, Maria. I'm very happy to be here. I am honored to share with some distinctions we've made at Warsaw School of Economics about ecosystems for startups as such, and also learnings we found out for Africa. So in the presentation, I'm going to focus on a couple of aspects. I want to refer to my previous speakers and discussion about talents and how this relates to startups and new technology ventures in particular. Then I will comment on venture capital, which was already touched based upon in earlier part of the discussions today. I would like to share with some examples of startups which are visible, recognized, and pretty successful. Then comment also on ecosystems and close with a way forward for Africa. So starting from talents, from what we see, the key enabler for creation of companies which are based on technology, which are scalable, are people who are capable to code. No matter what do we think about IT and coding, and this is the fact that this capability is one of basics which is needed to create scalable technology-based companies. And the good thing is that in Africa we can find almost 700,000 people capable already in coding and being able to code developers, IT developers. There are some concentration points of developers, and these concentration points also cover with places where technology companies are invested in. So we can distinguish so-called Big Five in terms of talents and also investments following that, which are Egypt, Kenya, Morocco, Nigeria, and South Africa. what is distinguishable is that many of developers are self-taught. So access to the internet and access to courses such as massive open online courses where people can learn a little bit about how to code enables self-development, enables self-training, and this is what in fact is happening in Africa. So people receive some education from universities on coding, then there are self-taught, and then the remaining part is taught through the job training, but also some initiatives for coding. Then in terms of languages, not to go too much details, what is this capability about is that African developers code or develop their technology solution in a globally recognized standards. Let's put it that way. So this number seems like impressive, and we need to remember that this capability is key. When we take a look at skills, and if you want to learn in details, this is coming from Economy Africa report. The skills of graphic design, digital literacy are there. So the developers and people involved in new ventures creation are pretty capable with that. What is missing specifically, and this is at the bottom, are capabilities related to testing and validation of solutions, some processing of this software developed in so-called cloud environments, and also development of games and gamification solutions. The good thing is that knowledge now is becoming more and more available, as I mentioned, through courses, and also courses which enable to learn how to learn. This is in fact one of the most popular massive open online courses, which explains how to structure knowledge into chunks and make the knowledge digestible. So let's now take a look at venture capital. So investments of a high risk in a new technology ventures. We observed almost 260 investment rounds. Like 80% of them was seed round. So it was so-called smaller ticket or first investment of a venture capital in a new venture, and 20% was more mature and related to bigger tickets. Bigger tickets means multi-million-dollar investment, right? In last year, we observed like a $1.5 billion of investment, which was less than in 2019, which results from the global trend. So in 2019, it was 2 billion. And to be able to realize what it means, we can refer this to Central and Eastern Europe. And these cumulated investments in Africa were bigger than what we observed in Central and Eastern Europe, which we investigated thoroughly at Warsaw School of Economics. And Central and Eastern Europe is like Albania, Bulgaria, Croatia, but also Czech Republic, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Hungary, right? So we can compare this potential and quickly realize that the volume of investment in Africa was huge. We see successful ventures, meaning that technology companies from Africa are visible in portals for people who are interested in new ventures, like a TechCrunch, like AngelList, like a Dealroom, and many more. And out of these investments which took place, the highest investable segment were solutions related to financial technologies, payments, and retail sector, like also purchases online. Then what followed were technologies for agriculture business, for corporates, off-grid tech, which is like solutions where you don't need internet. So there is such a subsegment in Africa. which is growing in terms of solutions, applications without internet requesting. And the last one was healthcare technologies. Yeah, and here we have some examples on the right, like Kaun, like Farmline, like Sky Garden. Here are names which associates quickly when you ask about success stories from Africa. Let's take a look at the ecosystem. We are very happy that some ecosystems from Africa are already recognized in global reports, like a report from the Global Startup Ecosystem, formerly known as a Startup Genome Report. So we see Cairo, Cape Town, which are in between 50 and 16 position in the ranking called Emerging Ecosystems, right? This is like a sub-ranking. Then we have also Lagos and Nairobi. Reference point, also to make it relative, is that Warsaw in Poland, we are connected with you from here today, is similar in terms of rank, in the same ranking like Lagos and Nairobi, all right? So this means that there is no such a gap, and the ecosystem becomes more and more mature. What we mean by ecosystem, so to make it clear, is also, you know, to take into account if there are talents, if there are companies, if there is venture capital, but also startup accelerators, and this will be covered later by Eva, I think. Startup sandboxes, some clusters, and some success stories, right? So there are multiple points which impact the ecosystem, and what you know, Kaufman Foundation says in their research, one of the not visible but very important factor is like a factor of making connections and enabling learning, you know, like a animation factor, or we can call it social glue factor, right? And these are closing remarks. So the opportunity is that the access to internet rises, which enables scaling up technology solutions which are created in Africa and beyond. Then we observe also a rise in the population, which is a natural derivative for the market size and the market parity in terms of purchase power. Then we see technology talents and an opportunity in learning. And what I believe we from Central and Eastern Europe and Poland can learn a lot. And I know that there are initiatives already taking place, bridging us with Africa and African ecosystems. I don't want to steal the show to Eva, who I'm almost certain will refer to that. So the forward is promising. And what needs to be admired is this self-learning, this stamina, and not waiting, but doing all to catch up, having the resources where there are, being and knowing the time which is right now, and the time right now for Africa is right. So thank you for enabling to share. I'm curious of your later questions and happy to contribute to discussion.
Thank you, Tomek. It was really interesting to see your view on Africa. And now I would like to ask Ayo to tell us something from his point of view as being in Africa and seeing it maybe in a different way.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody here. Thanks, Thomas, for the intro. I'm sure you've spoken a lot of more tech than anybody else will today. So I'm going to be looking at this stuff from both a finance perspective, and also, I hope you can see my screen, a finance perspective as well as a tech perspective. I come from a finance background, done corporate banking, and jumped into tech at some point, and I sit on the board of a couple of companies in the payment space, digital compliance. I've also been the CIO of one of the largest banks in Africa at some point in my life. So I'm going to jump into this very quickly. And I'm going to talk, I mean, my story is slightly different from Thomas's, to look at digital innovation, what it is, what the global movement is, how do we measure the impact that Thomas has spoken about already, what are the values and opportunities, what has Europe done, and what I call the African story, which is pretty much what are we doing in Africa, basically. So I think the key thing in all I have heard today, right from the introductory speeches to now, is the notion that the world has changed. And we have changed, with a lot of digital play, so to speak. So the digital economy in perspective today, encourages huge daily interactions. There's a lot more productivity. We are disrupting traditional business models. Services are introduced digitally. A lot of payment systems, change in regulatory, because the regulators realize that we're not doing things the old way again. Quick one in terms of what we see is happen in terms of global consumer IP traffic. And if you notice the jump between pre-COVID and where we are today, and also working remotely and away from offices, we've consumed a lot more in terms of IP. So that sort of hits home the point in terms of what we are doing globally. Quick, innovation ecosystem. I think Thomas mentioned this already. And he said it, he used tech words like VC and all that, but it's pretty much, I like to see it as a set of actors and activities, that come together and complement each other in driving innovation, in encouraging productivity and improving business processes as much as possible. So in terms of what we know as innovation and the digital economy space, I think the key thing is we've moved away from, trying to separate what we call, or what we used to call, traditional economy to what we have now as the digital economy. And we're unable to separate it anymore. I mean, the reality is we are all being driven digitally. Our mobile phones, as an example, has become an intricate part of who we are, not a tool anymore. So you look at what is core technology, which is the basic stuff, basic computing power. You look at digital and you look at the digital payments and services that we consume. A lot of it we consume with our mobile services. And an increase in digital products and the number of digital and skilled workers. And I think that came through earlier in terms of capacity. I think in a SMART initiative, presentations about capacity, and the one before capacity, and the one before women capacity, and all that as well. So those are the things, those are big issues that we need to deal with. In measuring what innovation has done for us, this is more academic than anything else at this stage. So how do we measure, innovation ecosystems? Do we use the measure of core tech? Do we use the measure of investments lead to core tech? Do we use the measure of output of e-commerce? Or do we actually use the output of e-commerce as well as the associated benefits that e-commerce produces? Do we look at the geographical perspective and say one region has more innovation than the other? And it's interesting what he said about, comparing or putting in context the growth in Poland versus Lagos, for example. Does that become a good measure of measuring impact systems? I also want to touch on this issue of the new economy, digitally, globally, and the value created by this. The use of data. Data now has become. Data is probably more expensive than oil these days. In terms of crude oil. How do we use data to challenge SDGs that are in place today? How do we use the relationship within tech, and how does tech bring about scalability on a global basis? But also to recognize, if we add to what Thomas said earlier, that a lot of the activities that are happening today in text of dollars is happening in the US and China, not in anywhere else. So in terms of what is happening in terms of revs, it is still being led by the United States and China as much as possible. I also think we should just have a quick look at, and this relates to us in Africa, what has Europe done? So the Europe effort has largely been led by the European Commission. You have agencies or initiatives like the European Innovation Ecosystem, the Institute of Innovation and Technology, European Innovation Council. So it's almost like a concerted effort by the EU to drive innovation systems, where they're working with interconnectivity of innovation systems, creating new innovation systems, supporting SMEs, and funding innovation systems. So we see from Europe a focused EU-driven approach to driving innovation systems in that part of the world. My African story. So what do we have in Africa? In terms of global research and development now, so before we look tech, we have not done terribly well, and understandably so, in terms of funding. In terms of innovation, again, South Africa has led the rest of Africa. I mean, if you put the whole of Africa together. The other thing to note is innovation ecosystems are still largely new in Africa. Innovators face a lot of challenges, and it really is financing challenges more than anything else. We also have issues around regulatory and governance structures where standards and the ability for governments or governance to react appropriately to innovation is slow. We also have lack of access to inputs, mentorship skills, and business support as much as possible. What I also say is that for each of these issues that we are bringing up, they become opportunities. So what are the strengths in Africa's innovation ecosystems today? We're creating African-wide digital strategy. The AU is trying to drive that process. Some nations are starting to look at policies, to look at their policies and say, look, these policies are not encouraging of innovation. There's a lot of nations are starting to see also that there are barriers in terms of their laws and unification of laws and regulations. So being able to interconnect, for example, between countries in Africa, technologically speaking. We've seen a huge growth in mobile telephony and technology. So despite our challenges with the core infrastructure, basic infrastructure like power and things like that, we have managed in some way to grow our use of mobile technology, and as such, the use of internet. We're consuming internet, in a way that is quite amazing as well. In terms of our weaknesses in innovation ecosystems, we don't see a coordination across the continent. There's lack of cooperation across the continent. Different spaces, different buckets are doing different things. There's no connectivity of networks. So even the fact that, I can connect my data sources in Nigeria with my data sources in Kenya, and becomes a problem at some point. There are no supervisory frameworks or standards by anybody to say this is what we all should do in Africa. Like I said, there's lack of finance and mentoring. Our frameworks are weak. And despite the fact, like I said earlier, as a strength, that we are consuming internet, we also have a challenge with that same internet, because if you're looking at the area of financial inclusion and the poor, it's still very expensive for the poor. And I think Professor Mellos also said that in the last presentation about urbanizing the villages. It's a very important thing that it's still very expensive for us to drive internet to some areas if the numbers don't make sense. And so the opportunities, again, I think there are huge opportunities to coordinate our frameworks, improve our lawmaking, cross-border digital transactions, and the payment systems place. And also we have over 200 million people who still do not have internet, who are still financially excluded, who can be brought up into these spaces. Coordination is a threat, lack of supervisory capacity is a threat. Gender gap, again, we need to be careful, and this goes back to what the ladies were saying earlier. in terms of ensuring that we don't create a gender gap, which it is a threat, that typically what you see is that the female does not get the same opportunity or does not consume as much data or innovation as the male, especially in the rural areas. We have the issue of whilst financial technology is growing, cybersecurity is an issue, cryptocurrencies and money laundering. So we've seen, if you believe what I'm saying, that even globally, Africa and specific countries in Africa, Nigeria, for example, is driving more cryptocurrency trading than Europe, and this may not necessarily be good trading. So, I mean, if you know the concept of cryptos and blockchain, it may be money laundering, but the point is those transactions are being routed through countries like Nigeria. And so you see, if you look at the world stats, there's a lot of stuff happening in there. How do we use innovation to drive SDGs? So the SDGs that I look at are the digital infrastructure. Can we drive digital infrastructure? Public platforms, our governments, both at the federal, at the state, at the local government, at the rural area, are we using public platforms to provide services? Digital finances, this is huge and it's going to get bigger in Africa, in the digital payment space and digital startups like Thomas alluded to earlier. How do we grow digital skills? Interesting what he said about a lot of the knowledge we have in Africa and in the countries and Nigeria, which is one of them that he alluded to, is all self-taught skills. So to just correct him slightly, a lot of the skills we learn in university is not even relevant. So people pick up on these skills post-university at most in a lot of the cases. Our models in Africa are very clear. Digital infrastructure I've mentioned earlier in terms of the gap and the ability to provide structures. I think a couple of countries like Rwanda and Co have been very successful, but the larger countries still struggle with rural digital infrastructure provision. Regulatory hurdles, we see a lot where the regulator is always playing catch up, and in that process starts to put hurdles in place or puts walls in place to stop development. And access to inputs, like I said, resources. How do we get access to resources as much as possible? The opportunities are immense. He mentioned the hubs already. I will not rehash that. The number of hubs in Africa is probably growing doubly more than what it is in parts of Europe. I see that there's a lot of private capital. So that those hubs that Thomas mentioned earlier is being driven by private funding and not governmental funding. So that becomes very interesting, because what we're saying is that the VCs especially in the US and China see the opportunity for growth in Africa. The African Union is trying as much as possible to drive digital content. Whether that works as well or not is anybody's guess. Smart Africa Initiative, that is an AU-driven thing, but for me personally, the opportunities are driven by the private sector. And again, just to drop this, I think we should get away from grants in innovation. We don't want grants in Africa. We want collaboration. People need to work with what is there. Do not give us grants. Grants don't work with it. The tech boys don't need grants. They need for you to put your dollars into play and work with them. So we're not waiting for the UN or the EU to develop payment systems that work fantastically in Africa. We're not waiting for the EU, and the EU is not putting any money anyway in innovation in Africa. To drive payment systems or fintechs in Africa. We're driving these things because of the hunger. I don't know who said this earlier in one of the earlier presentations, the hunger, the youthfulness of the population in Africa, the resourcefulness, the aggressiveness of these guys to do well and do well very quickly, rightly or wrongly so. But that is what is driving this, and that is what is being recognized more than anything else. I'm going to jump those two things there and just go down to, just to wrap up very quickly. I know time is against us. To look at how responsive our policy frameworks are to be. The one thing that is key, even though we see a lot of private initiatives, it is very quick in Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, I'm sure. that one wrong policy moved by governments will change or alter positively or negatively things that are happening. And so it's very important for us to see that the policy framework and strategies from government start to support and grow innovation. It's very important that we don't miss that, because government policies will also impact on that, but clearly driven by the private sector. I'm going to say thank you here in as many languages I could find. I'm not sure whether I covered everybody in Africa, but I went to as many tribes as I could in different countries and different parts of the continent. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ayo, especially for those thanks in different languages. Very nice. Now I'd like to ask Eva to present her point of view. We are coming back to Poland once again, or the Polish point of view. Yeah. So the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Very much. I also would like to thank Anna for gathering such a great people. It was a pleasure to listen to other panels and speeches, and also thank you, Tomasz and Ayo, for your presentation. I totally agree that collaboration is what we should focus on, and. Yeah, my name is Eva Geresz. I represent Venture Cafe Warsaw. We are a non-profit organization, and our mission is connecting innovators to make things happen. And also, we believe that innovation is not happening in isolation, because some time ago, it was possible to just isolate yourself and work on something. But now the world is growing so fast, developing so fast that it's not an option anymore. So we are trying to teach people how to collaborate, and we are also trying to raise awareness that everyone can do innovation, because it's some people think that doing innovation is there is a necessary to invent something totally new, but sometimes it might be like really small improvement in some areas. And what we are trying to do here, we try to raise this awareness. And also I agree with Anna that education is a key, and we should also focus on the younger generation to implement this spirit of creating something new on collaboration. Because to creating something new, we need money, talents, and ideas. With those three resources, we can create something. And usually, as a separate institution or as a separate organization, we are not able to achieve that. So this collaboration is the key. And now I will show the short presentation. It's like a case study what we did. We organized the Innovation Bridge Warsaw Nairobi. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. So we organized Innovation Bridge Warsaw Nairobi. It was an online event, and we started from Kenya because it's really fast growing. It might be a gateway to Africa, and innovation is booming in many countries. But we started from Kenya. And we invited different institutions because to change something, we need to include the representatives of the cities. We also invited Polish Investment and Trade Agency, Afro EU, and some startups representatives. just to gather them in one place and to try to connect people, and also some startups. So universities and also some startups that are doing those innovations, and we organized it at the platform where people could also meet and talk with each other to just to create it for a long term. We created also a LinkedIn group where people could join and stay in touch, because we didn't want to just organize one event. We are working on long-term solutions. So that was the start. That was the first country, first city, and we will continue this process of connecting people, because as everyone, just let me. Okay, just as everyone said before, this collaboration is a key, and I believe that we can learn a lot from each other, because as you previously said, Warsaw innovative ecosystem might be similar to Lagos or Nairobi, and I think that in some, especially for example in fintech, we can learn a lot from each other, and also during this innovation bridge, we could see really great solutions from both sides, and I think that this is a key, because without like connecting people and also changing this imagination about Africa or about Poland, we are not going to just make a lot of changes. So I think that this is the key, and also we are planning to organize some study tours, because we are launching the project's Innovation Visitors Bureau here in Warsaw, and we are going to collaborate with different cities, countries, and organize study tours and learn from each other, because once you go there, you will see that we are doing similar things, and we are able to change something. And still, I think that like the big challenge in Africa is this differences between cities and rural area, because it was said before, in some regions there is a problem with water, and some of them are really developed, and people are working on really innovative solutions. So I think that we should focus on education, which is also like one of the SDG goals, and I think we can do that through connecting the people. Now we have really good technology to do that. And I hope that we will be able to make real changes.
Thank you very much for your speech, and also encouraging us to connect and collaborate. Now I would like to ask Kasia Lechka to present her point of view, also as an innovation consultant, probably innovative.
Hello everyone. Thank you once again for the invitation. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello, hello.
Yes,
okay,
we can.
Sorry for that. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for a very interesting presentations and speeches before. So I would want to add our humble parts to that and present a very concrete case study or project that I am currently working on, and hear your feedback and some questions that maybe you may have. Very briefly about me before I share my screen, because I can see that maybe I may have some connection issues, and I will just disable my camera. My journey with Africa started many years ago. I used to work for the World Bank for the Africa region as a part of urban development unit. So for example, I worked on the Lagos Bus Rapid Transit. So IO, if you ever take a bus, I worked on this project. I also worked on the Sub-Saharan Africa transportation program on some transportation policies. And then I switched to startups as a product manager. I also created a startup myself. By the way, the startup failed. And I work as innovation consultant. And in my meantime, so-called, I'm a part of Plugin, which is Polish Innovation Diaspora. And today I wanted to present our new project called Ekumbi, that is actually addressing many of the things that you already mentioned in your speeches, which is so I'm very glad, because it means that like we align in the vision and the remarks and the maybe some insights that we have about current state of innovation in Africa. So right. Share my screen. Can you still hear me correctly?
Yes, we can. And we can see your screen.
Okay, perfectly. So I would like to present Ekumbi. This is a new project that we are working on, and it's an initiative to enable an all-African grocery marketplace. And you will see that we'll touch on many topics that were already addressed in the previous speeches. That's why I'm very, very happy that now we'll look at a little bit more concrete problem and a concrete proposition of a solution to it, because we're still in early stage. So what is Ekumbi? Ekumbi is B2B marketplace for food products and agricultural products that addresses African farmers, food manufacturers and producers. And we're initially located or like targeting Rwanda, and we'll see why. But then we want to grow and provide these services across Africa. And I think this is very important in the context of everything that was said about connecting and working together. And by doing so, we want to propose financial services. And I think that this is something very important that IO touched upon, access to financial services through instant payments and microloans, and we will see again why in the following slides. So why Ekumbi, and what is the context of this opportunity? So this is Rwanda. You can see from these statistics, these are very global statistics about this country, but you can see that this is a vibrant country, unemployment at a low rate, GDP growth, gross investments are interesting, and so on. But what is most interesting for us at the moment when we talk about innovation and business and investments is here. So when you look at Rwanda, it's a very, very interesting and attractive business environment. And according to Doing Business Report 2020, it's ranking higher than Poland at ease of doing business. So I think that this is, for many people who, for example, usually do business in Europe, this can be mind-blowing. How come an African country can be better? But yes, this is something that is very characteristical for African markets, is they're very dynamic and open, and like they absorb innovation and they're open to innovation. And I think that Rwanda is one of the countries that we call high potential, low risk. And you can see all of the reasons why it is a good place to start a business if you're trying to do business in Africa. For example, starting a business takes 6 hours. 6 hours to start a business, including like doing all the administrative work. This is like, even I think in Poland today, or in France, especially where I live on an everyday basis, this is mind-blowing. This is something that cannot be done that fast. And also in regards of being a safe country to live. because very often people think like Africa, I don't know, is this safe? Is there like enough opportunity and so on? So statistics like this, reports like this help to prove people wrong, first of all, but also show the huge potential, huge opportunity that lives in this market. So this is a little bit about business. But when it comes to investment, it goes even further, because not only Rwanda provides like some additional fiscal incentives that you can see in here, some duty-free options or aftercare services. So this is a very attractive and interesting place to invest and to do business. And this proves the ease of doing business for people who would, for example, want to do business abroad and want to choose a country to start it. For example, in Africa, you can see in here that Rwanda is a place one of the places, obviously. I am not sponsoring Rwanda in here. It's just showing you why we chose this country to start our initiative. And moreover, now going a little bit deep down into the topic, we're going to look at the financial services, trade, and people. And I will present it more as opportunities, even though you'll see that there are many challenges as well. So from one side, and this is something that I think that from one side, Ayo talked a lot, and also Tomasz talked a little bit, we'll get to it, like there's a gap and there are like lacks of many things, because from one side we have this huge financial potential. Rwanda aims to become the financial hub of the region. Yes, there's an interesting banking situation, including like local banks and also microfinance institutions that are present and functioning well in the country. But in the same time, we can see that nearly or more half the Rwandans do not have access to formal financial services. So from one side, it's a huge challenge, but we'll actually treat it as an opportunity in here, because this is what this project is obviously about. And so this is about the financial side. So we can see that there is like a huge opportunity and some kind of gap. And I was talking about the trade opportunity. So talking about the trade opportunity, just this year, we have the new Pan-African Economical Zone that is evaluated at $3 trillion. This is a huge untapped potential that is open to business owners and investors. And at the same time, so this is for like about the investment and the trade opportunity on one side, but we can also see that the agricultural produced products and agriculture in general is still a huge part, is one of the main activities. And we, from our research and our work in the field, we know that the agricultural products or producers are very often at the bottom of the pyramid, because this is how they kind of try to gain their life and improve their livelihood. And then very important information is that Rwanda is also a country of cooperatives, meaning that if you are a lone producer or entrepreneur, maybe you will not really make it on the market. So that's why it's very popular to regroup in cooperatives, to also get some feedback, to get into some network, tap into some network, get some support. And 43% of these are about agriculture and food products. So there's a huge opportunity, and if we bring this together. But I wanted to talk about the last factor. So all of this is a little bit of the context, but if we look at the people at the bottom of the pyramid and entrepreneurs that try to improve their livelihood through farming or having livestock, their biggest issue at the moment is that they technically do not exist for banks because they do not have any credit history. And this is tragic for them, because this means that for someone who has potential and maybe some initial ideas for this, they cannot get access to credit. And at the same time, they do not have enough financial literacy to maybe get this credit or go to a normal bank, etc. And at the same time, I think that this is something that Ayo talked a lot about. Producers like certified skills, and especially in terms of like how I can market my products, how I can distribute them, how to do it, where do I go? So these are like a lot of challenges, but we decided to take them as opportunities. And I think that even in the previous panel, we talked a lot about it, like how to bring all of these opportunities together into one place. And when I worked in the World Bank and we organized a conference about Africa and harnessing opportunities, there was one speaker and it kind of stayed with me. They said, help Africa help itself. And it was like a really important moment for me. And I think that like right now, after a few years, I'm back working on Ekumbi, and we're kind of trying to get there through this new model of providing a marketplace for Rwandan food producers. But how to get there? This is like a huge initiative. There are like many potential challenges to tackle. So what would be the first step? For us, the first step is to provide modern financial infrastructure. And why this? Because there are technologies that exist that are available, for example, in Europe or in North America to do the financial services better. For example, if we just take the credit that I just mentioned. So credit is not available for example, people at the bottom of the pyramid because of the risk that they will not pay, obviously. And the risk is there because there's no correct scoring mechanism, or the scoring mechanism that exists do not take local context into account. For example, in Africa, a very common model is to do scoring, which means evaluating if a person can potentially pay back the loan, is done through social network. Means your social network, like your neighbor, your family, confirms if you will pay the loan, if you are trustworthy, or sometimes they support you in paying it. And this is something untapped still. So if we provide like technology to enable and make this technology and make this scoring easier, we can significantly reduce the risk of not paying. And then also like the cost of a loan will go down as well. So the second option that we can have is anti-fraud technology, because fraud, just like in Poland and especially in Africa, if the technology that the banking institutions and other financial institutions are using, if they're not up to date, they're lacking anti-fraud technology, also the costs are going up and the risk is going up. That's why loans and other financial services are expensive. And last but not least, obviously, these are just a few examples just to give you like a heads of what can be done and why this is very important. A lot, I mentioned about the Rwandans not being in the formal financial system because there's a huge informal system, mainly through saving groups. So if we use the saving groups and we enable them, if we help them get into, like, provide a system to do their saving in a more trackable way, and then from there help them to jump into the formal system, maybe we can help to bridge this gap. So here you have only 3 examples of how a technology that is already available and is slowly getting to the African market can support in bridging this gap. And if we go a step further, what we are aiming at with Ekumbi, and I'll just ask you for a second. The final stage of Ekumbi is a marketplace with advantages for both sides of the market, mainly for the resellers, so people who resell the product. Microfinancing options, because if you cannot access credit, you cannot buy stock to grow your, for example, selling offer. And for the producer, it's a way to showcase your products online, expose them to the world, maybe to the entire African market, and maybe a way to get instant payment, because if you do not have money on your account, you cannot make any investments. And no investment means that your business as producer is not growing. And as we said earlier, there's like a lot of side services that are needed when you're doing business, like business management. For us, do things like invoicing in Europe, for example, or like CRM, so like the entire directory of your clients, becomes something mainstream. But especially for small business owners, this is not like just by providing very simple tools, we can really make their business easier and faster. So this is very important. Like one of the services that we can propose is business management services, microfinance, logistics. So going back to the enabling and connecting people, there are logistic companies in Africa. There are many of them. For what we can do together is just to bring everyone to the same place and kind of reinforce the power of collaboration, because this is what is needed. And the last point is skills. I talked a lot about skills, access to knowledge, and sometimes we talk about really basic knowledge like financial literacy and basic business skills is already something that can change someone's livelihood from being just like a struggling producer into a serious business owner. So this is something that we're aiming at. And I will just go very briefly. This is a list of functionalities that we are thinking of. And just being mindful of the time, maybe I'll not go really deep into them, but just having like a very basic system of stock management, of invoicing, of access to microloans and so on can be a game changer for people who do not have access to the services on everyday basis. And a very basic thing, because I work in innovations and on digital products, sometimes design, like really just like how something looks on the mobile phone can change how it is perceived and how it works, how it is doing in terms of like being trustworthy, how it is perceived being worth buying. So just very simple advantages that we already have in terms of technology can be a game changer for local business owners. And just before I close this very short presentation, in terms of outputs, what we are trying to achieve and what is very important is, from one side, we can, by bringing all these actors together, we can help local producers with very basic things that they do not know how to do, like marketing, distribution channels, give them access to a variety of products and financial services. But what we are actually aiming at long term is to empower people, empower these small entrepreneurs to grow their business by boosting this food market in Africa. So this is what we are trying to achieve. And this is a very few things about the business model that we're trying to have, starting from Rwanda and probably East Africa, and then going to the entire Pan-African trade zone, and trying to, of course, look for partnerships and partners all over Africa. So if you're listening right now to this small presentation of mine, and if you're interested, please get in touch with us, and we'll be, I'd love to talk to you about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kasia, for this very interesting example of some concrete actions on innovation. Now I'd like to ask everyone from the audience, are there any questions that you would like to ask to our panelists? There are no questions from the audience, so I've got a few questions to you. I'm very much inspired by your presentations, and I was wondering, you are talking a lot about skills, about education, and how to encourage young people to be innovative. Do you think it's possible just by educational system, or can we do something else to learn young people being innovative?
Okay, I'll jump in very quickly. I think that what education does is to give us the basic skills, but does not arm us for productivity. What I mean by that is this, and I'm trying to, as much as I know, localize this. So what you do is, if you go into the university system, at least I know in Nigeria, and I beg to differ if it's different anywhere else, you will be armed with basic education. But in terms of skilling you correctly, so like Thomas said about 700,000 developers, I can assure you those 700,000 developers didn't go through a university system. You know, they went through some measure of, I will teach myself how to code. I will learn how to code. And like I said, if you think about it for a minute, well, if internet is so expensive in Africa, why are they consuming so much internet? It doesn't make sense, kind of. But the reality is, it's almost like if you backtrack, 10, 20 years ago, when basketball was the way for a black man to do well in America, everybody played basketball in Angola. And it's almost like we see this as an opportunity for us to grow. It's almost like an opportunity for you to do something. Nobody's stopping you. The government is not stopping you. You're stopping yourself. So if I'm able to, if you like, in a way, acquire knowledge, if I'm able to, drive that process of acquiring knowledge and doing something with it, the results are immediate. And I keep referring to little things like, how many people I meet every day who trade cryptocurrency. I don't trade cryptocurrencies, but there's so many of them trading cryptocurrencies because they see it as an opportunity for them to grow. It's the same way somebody learns Java or learns C#. He says it that he builds a small payment application. I mean, there are even people working remotely now. So people, there's a company based in Botswana who's looking for developers in Nigeria to work remotely. We didn't have that before. We have companies based there. There are success stories in Nigeria of companies that are providing services to companies in Europe and the US. So it's almost like you see it as your, if you like, your gateway to success. So you're just going to grab it. You're not going to wait to go to some formal educational institution to learn it. This is what I think personally.
I would like to add to that it's example from our daily basis that we built the innovation campus here, and we are running some programs for the wide group of innovators. So for entrepreneurs, for corporates, for people from the science world, from art world, because we would like to gather those people and just give them the chance to meet together. But also we are thinking about children, about teenagers, and we know that we are not going to attract them by organizing debate about something. So, for example, we are organizing the street art event, or if, for example, somebody is interested in music, we are doing something for that, for example, like to create some innovative ways of producing music and maybe play with lights or something like that. And then once we have here the open place where everyone can come to support, to build social trust and to support also building social innovations. And they can come here for the street art or for producing the music. And then they keep coming and they will see that, okay, maybe I can do something more. Or maybe I will go for one panel because I'm already here and maybe it's interesting. And then we are just trying to show them something more and also to teach them that everyone can be and everyone can do some innovations in the area. Even if, for example, somebody works in the city office and start to do the presentation in the innovative way is already a lot, because like during our innovation bridges, we are talking about city ecosystem, business ecosystem and startup ecosystem. And if somebody from one city or country will show like different presentation, is also the innovation that can influence, that can also attract the interest to one place. So yeah, this is from my perspective. We are trying to speak your language.
Thank you very much, Eva. And Tomasz, what would you like to add to that?
Happy to chip in. So you have formal education, right? But there are also some soft factors like having mentors, advisors, catalysts, and also cultural factor, which is promoting entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial behavior as such. And you do this by initiatives related to incentives and rewards. These are relatively low cost, but very effective initiatives. Like you have Entrepreneurship of the Year Award, Female Entrepreneur of the Year Award. I've observed that in multiple countries, and this triggers others, young, to become entrepreneurs, nascent entrepreneurs, meaning that they think about idea, they ideate, they cannot stop thinking about it till they start doing, right? And I think this is it. They say that in economics, incentive explain all, right? And to some degree, I concur. The other thing is sharing success stories, right? Like we heard from Kasia about her Advantage venture, and there are success stories one can learn from, like Instacart, Big Basket, Grab and Go, which were successful, which are there, which address this need, which is of course specific, but sharing success stories can be also contributive from inspiring young to be innovative.
Okay, thank you, Tomasz. Kasia, what's your opinion on that?
So I agree with everything that was just said. I just wanted to add that we have a saying in Polish that you do not give people fish, you give them fishing gear. And I realized that actually this is missing a little bit. You do not give them fishing gear, you teach them how to fish. This is the most important aspect. That like sometimes we focus a little bit too much on like, yeah, you need this, you need that. And actually it's the mindset and the skills that I just talked about is very important. And the second component to it is lifelong learning. So this is something that like I already kind of through my studies and then kind of going through a few countries and doing different jobs, because I kind of I'm one of the digital people who kind of transitioned, and I'm still transitioning and I'm still learning. Like I'm learning every day, and I try to stay up to date with innovations, with new things, but sometimes also learning new sectors or something totally different. So kind of transferring this, something what Eva talked about, transferring this curiosity that you can learn at any point, even when you're young, but like this curiosity and this approach to learning that you can learn and you should be learning all your life is very important. And then, as I said, is like there's a lot of resources already existing. Let's not forget about it. There are like a lot of great institutions and initiatives, as my two fellow speakers are representing in here. Let's tap into existing resources because there's a lot. And this is also this element of trustworthiness that Eva just mentioned, that like if I know that something exists, I've been there one, second, third time, I'm maybe more eager to come back and maybe take someone with me. So there's also this social component, social proof that is very important for me.
Thank you very much, Kasia. Tomasz, yes, anything?
Yeah. So I would like to build on what Venture Cafe does. You can join their meetings. You can participate also online. They have this initiative called Thursday Gathering, where there are like 400 or 500 of entrepreneurs, inventors, people keen to meet other people, and they have very nice agenda which enables you to think deeper. Like when there were first Thursday gatherings in Warsaw in pre-pandemic period, there was future of communications, future of lifestyles, future of food, of healthcare, of transportation. And that is also what you can do on your own. Look for such a platform. Before Venture Cafe Warsaw, I visited Venture Cafe in Boston, and I saw 800 companies in one campus. 500 were startups and inventors, 300 were enabling and supporting companies. But what astonished me most was a place where there are a lot of tools everyone could experiment with. That was years ago, and people could use additive manufacturing, software which is not easy to have access to, some classes where they could get capabilities. So you had like a mini ecosystem in one place. Drivers, enablers, some capability tools. Now it's fostered with mobile solution, and you can also touch it online. to some extent.
That's the way to creating some new solutions. That, as I said at the beginning, to create something we need talents, ideas, and money. So that's why in this innovation campuses we try to gather all of these elements. It's like MIT and money, ideas, and talents, and we are trying to make people to collaborate, and for example, here in Warsaw, this is also the prototyping terrace. With 3D printers. So sometimes we also showed some printers and some different solutions at those events that Tomasz mentioned, Thursday gatherings, which are happening every Thursday. And some people have a chance to touch it, to find out how it works. And this is. This is the reason why we do it, and also we believe that, like, to cooperate with somebody and to create some innovations, you need to trust somebody, and to trust somebody you need to meet the person, and that's why we are organizing those meetings every week. Because at the beginning you can start to talk with somebody about something else, and maybe after a few times you start to do something together because you trust this person, because it's from the ecosystem. You have some friends in common, and also it's about investment. That this is really popular. That those are some startup pitches where investors are sitting and startups are giving some presentations, but they don't know each other. And then even if they fall in love in the numbers and they start to cooperate to each other, it doesn't guarantee the success, because this cooperation, like human-to-human cooperation, and also the common values and this understanding is really important. So that's why, like, I think that much more effective is just to know the person and then to start talk about the business, because it's long-lasting.
Yeah, you're certainly right, Eva. We've got one question from the audience.
Sorry,
yes,
before
please.
you jump into that, I just wanted to say something. It's very nice for us to be in, nice Warsaw, with all this fancy stuff. And I think we need to relate this to Africa as much as possible. How do we take all of this energy and resources you have in the EU, and specifically at targeting Poland now, and help drive the process here, if really truly we believe there is a business model here? Because you said something, Eva. You said, Maria. You said talents, ideas, and money. Talents we have, ideas we definitely have, and we're doing stuff without money. And then at the same time, I hear you say, well, it's easier for me to do business with you because I can see you, I can feel you. So is there truly what's the word I want to use? Is there truly a sense of wanting to collaborate or help drive the innovation systems in Africa? Because you're probably not going to see me face to face or build some sort of loving relationship with me. But I have the ideas, I have the capacity to deliver the ideas. I'm doing it without, yes, I don't have a 3D printer every day, but I'm doing every other thing I can do without 3D printers. So what is the desire here to collaborate with people who have the talent? Definitely. Let's not reinvent the wheel in Warsaw. Let's not reinvent the wheel in Paris or somewhere else. These things exist already. Payment systems in Africa are more advanced than anywhere else in Europe. Why are we reinventing it in Europe? Why don't you work with the guys who are doing this work here, who are driving this process, as opposed to going back to doing the same thing they did 4 or 5 years ago? What are we honestly, or how can we honestly work the system to collaborate and drive this innovation ecosystems in Africa? Sorry, I think Madame Fatoumata has something to say.
Thank you. It was very important. I will respond to that. Yes, Ms. Fatoumata, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Thank you, presenters. Brilliant presentation. I want to just join my brother Asi to really underscore the importance of really going beyond advocacy and just practicalizing the ideas. Trusting doesn't mean you seeing me on video or audio, hearing my voice. Trusting is meaning looking at the literature, what obtains in Africa through connections, human connections. I think Anna has done a fantastic job, first to humbly, for allowing me to humbly participate in this important, fantastic conference. And I would definitely strongly recommend that this be a key to opening opportunities, connections, interconnectivity between not only presenters, but let the word go around so that also this conference would be a key to building strategic partnerships at different levels. And particularly, we need to look at the context. We look at the the African continental free trade opportunity, which is supposed to really take 68 million people, African citizens, from poverty. It is supposed to also bring trillions of dollars. Africans trading with Africa. EU needs to rethink its way of the modality of cooperation, not only supporting EU by transferring knowledge and skills, building institutions in their countries, but strengthening institutions of governance in the countries, recipient countries, so that you can bring two people to Warsaw to learn. But if you have strengthened institutions in sub-Saharan Africans, either build or strengthen, you are training and empowering more people. It's more economically cost-effective, and it is helping to impact the knowledge and skills and the livelihoods of the people. The African trade, we need to look at, contextualize it, and we need to practically operationalize it by bringing all this innovation. Africans are innovative, Africans are creative, Africans have the talent. We can create something from nothing, especially in the rural areas. You go and see people with $5 and a smile on their face, well-fed, and just dealing with the situation, managing their lives. So let's really, my recommendation, this conference must be a conference of going beyond talking. It must be a conference of practicalizing the issues that we have discussed, like in Rwanda. Rwanda, I have seen the model is here in Gambia. The Gambia Women's Finance Association has 49,000 women who are dealing with microfinancing. It's the first leading women's institution that is dealing with this institution, with this type of opportunity for women. So I can see, is it Asia or the lady who was Cassia, who is in Rwanda? Yes. And I can see Asi, I can see the other gentleman, all of them coming to Gambia, looking at the data, first of all, looking at the data from literature, coming to have fact-finding, feasibility studies, with a view to really coming on the ground, empowering Africans to empower themselves. Not empowering us from distance, but empowering us from our own context. Because, as my brother had said in the morning, culture is very important. Every country is unique. The way you might think that projects will work in Warsaw is not how projects will work in Africa. So that context is very important. Whatever assistance we want to give, cooperation we want to give, the cooperation must be adapted. Appropriate technology, people are so knowledgeable, especially you have Nigeria. Why would I go to Europe when I know that I can go to Nigeria, Ghana, and bring appropriate technology and bring experts to teach us on certain things or to improve our knowledge and skills. Because that way you're building Africa to be self-sufficient, to be independent, to be a strong player, as the African Continental Free Trade is saying. Africa wants to be a key player in the global economy. It has there is endowed with resources. And Africa is the answer. I always say that Africa is the answer. It could be maybe a humble woman's voice, but leaders must now start listening to women, because we have, as my sister had said, Sister Justina Mutala, women have emotional intelligence, and they must listen to us. Political leaders must listen to us. And now again, finally, my final recommendation is that we should go beyond governments. The work that the presenters are doing it in partnership with government, but they are going directly to the beneficiaries. We must learn that cooperation for centuries have not impacted the lives of our people in the rural areas. And these are the people who matter. The majority of our people are in the rural areas. They are the producers and the reproducers of goods and services. They are the political, the movers and the shakers. They are the people who make governments. And also they are the people who are also empowering the governments. So why don't we continue to support NGOs in their endeavors to really move poverty, make poverty as history, make social exclusion as history? If you empower people in the rural area, they will make a decision as to how they want to live their lives. And that's what I call independence. Thank you, and sorry for taking so much of your time.
Thank you very much. It was very important what you said, all of you. Thank you very much for that. And I would like to suggest, Anna, that we start workshops, design thinking workshops run by Eva, on Eva Osuchrak, on how we can really collaborate in the long term and to make it a lifelong workshop and real collaboration. So thank you very much for that, and I hope, Anna, we will meet again during that workshop and doing something practically for Africa, but also for collaboration and relationships between Africa and Poland. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anna, are you going to have your final speech? Some connection problems, I suppose. But I would really like us to exchange contacts and start workshops.
So maybe in the meantime, I will just add, thank you also, Ayo, for your comments. And we are trying really hard to do something practical, to build the bridges and make it a long-term program, just to build the platform and enable people to collaborate between continents. So we started from Kenya.
Yeah.
And
So you'll be in Lagos. You'll be building the next bridge into Lagos.
Next bridge we're gonna build Warsaw Lagos, right?
And Gambia.
And of course Her Excellencies with Gambia as well. Actually, very, very many thanks for your all insightful presentations. Now it's time for closing remarks that I would like to ask Dan Leclerc from our business network, from Global Business School Network, our partner from United States. He was with us all day, even if at United States it was like middle of the night. So thank you, Dan, for being with us. And please share with us your closing remarks, and then we will close the whole conference. Dan, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Dr. Anna, and distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators, participants, hosts. everyone, congratulations. Congratulations for such a successful and an insightful and important event. I was pleased to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to be here. I couldn't think of a better reason than to be with our colleagues in the European Union and Africa. You all gave the conference great character and spirit. From the opening through the 4 panels, I found the conversation wonderfully diverse and excellent overall. So congratulations. I say congratulations on behalf of the Global Business School Network. We're an organization of leading business schools like Warsaw School of Economics, like Strathmore University's Business School, who are participating and planning this event from around the world. So more than 120 leading business schools from around the world working together with business, NGOs, governments, and with other organizations to improve leadership and management in and for the developing world. And, you know, in short, we essentially harness the power of business schools and universities for inclusive and sustainable development. So it's been very easy and happy from my point of view to see the relevance and meaning of our mission in this event. Now, it would be impossible for me to summarize all of the conversations. I'm not even going to try that, but I did want to point to 3 overarching themes that I think are important, at least from my perspective, to understand the work that we do. I remember the overall topic was growth and job creation in the context of the EU and Africa in particular. And the first thing that struck me is that when it comes to questions about growth, the thing that I heard very early in this conversation is what kind of growth do we want? And it's very clear that we want growth that's locally driven. We want growth that transfers knowledge and expertise. In fact, I would say we want growth that creates new knowledge and expertise. And most importantly, we want growth that's not at the expense of the future. We want growth to be environmentally and socially sustainable. And we want it to be equitable in the sense of lifting all peoples. Now, I also want to point out we seem to want growth to happen faster and faster. We want to accelerate it. So that's the first point, that it's very clear to us, and at least in the way I heard the conversation, the kinds of growth that we want. But also, it's a little more subtle, but what I heard is a general consensus on our approach to this challenge. You know, in international development, let's be clear, there are alternatives in international development. There's a tension between what I would call conscious planning and spontaneous development. There's a tension between a stronger emphasis on government and versus private sector. There's global aid and its priorities versus local needs and wants. So there's this tension, but clearly what I heard is that our emphasis is on sparking development, catalyzing development, market creating innovation. Our emphasis is on being contextually relevant. And I think that's pretty clear from this conversation. And then finally, I heard very, very clearly 4 things consistent across the conversation about how we do this. Consistent with that philosophy, first of all, an emphasis on infrastructure, building a foundation to help enable and spark the kind of development and innovation that we want, including digital infrastructure. Secondly, governance and rule of law. Clearly, there's a role for governments, NGOs, to level the playing fields, to help us build more inclusive societies. Now, including, for example, in the last several conversations, the ease of doing business, for example. Thirdly, the skills of people. This is good news for GBSN because that's what we value most, is developing those skills. And for us to focus in education on the kinds of skills, the knowledge that helps us to create the value that we want to, that's important. And then finally, and I want to emphasize this, and I really appreciate Her Excellency's Fatouma's intervention there in the last session, because this is what I think is also important: social capital. What I heard a lot of here is that we need to continue building the social relationships between, for example, the EU and Africa, between the people, between sectors, government, NGOs, and business and higher education. And it's really events like this where I see this happening so clearly. So back to the beginning, congratulations, Dr. Anna, congratulations to everyone involved. Taking another big step towards building those kinds of relationships, increasing our knowledge and our improving our approaches to development. Thank you. Dr. Anna, I think you're still muted.
Well said. Thank you.
Anya, we don't hear you.
Yes, you can hear me, I think, right now, yes?
Yes, now.
I'm
yeah.
sorry, it's not like my microphone, but it's whole like studio, well, behind me at our school. So it was long day, 8 hours of insightful discussions, fruitful discussion. I hope that we start building the platform of
We can't hear you once again. You are muted.
Okay, it should be right now, as after eight hours, the battery is like getting on. Okay, so thank you so much. Have a great weekend in front of us, and hope that we're gonna make second conference next year here in Warsaw, stationary, not online. You are always welcome here to come to Warsaw. Thank you so much, and goodbye.